All right, folks. Good morning. Good morning. We have some shit going down if you guys didn't notice out there. Hope everyone out there's doing well as best as you can be given the situation. Um so I actually brought my I brought my coffee maker down here. So because I suspect I'm going to be streaming for a long time today. I might have to get up here in a second to go grab my coffee, which is currently brewing, etc. But yeah, I had a hell of a time sleeping last night. So we have a lot of shit going on. Obviously, war has broken out as predicted. War has broken out. And give me 1 second here, guys. So I mean, it hasn't broken out. That sounds passive. The United States and Israel have attacked in an act of illegal aggression Iran. I'm personally rooting for Iran. Okay, let's see here. So yeah, sorry guys, 1 second here. So we have a whole bunch of shit happening, missiles flying back and forth between America, the United States allies in the region, and Iran. So Israel and the United States have launched a ton of airstrikes within Iran. Iran has responded with their own strikes, not airstrikes, missile strikes. Okay, give me 1 second here. Sorry, I had to finish a message I was sending. All right, come on now. Give me one moment here. Okay. This is what I get for being so quick about uh getting on here. Okay. So let's see what we got going on, folks. I'm gonna put up the scene. This is, of course, is illegal according to international law. Of course, of course, of course, of course, of course, of course. But really, who cares about international law? It's more of a suggestion according to the United States and the empire. So let's see here. Here we go. So I don't know, I might not be able to show this for very long. So this is the BBC, which is live at the moment. I'll make sure the noise sound is on.
We'll come back
Yeah,
to
what
you.
the hell's
Thank
international law?
you
Who
for
cares?
that. Please continue with
Do you
talking with us.
condemn
It's
Iran
former
strikes,
Prime Minister Tony
CR?
Bennett.
You know
But
what,
there's
Matt
an awful
Saigai?
lot of questions we have,
I
Mr.
know you're
Bennett, about
joking. Oh,
the
of course.
operation.
Look,
What
of
can you
course,
tell us
they're
about it?
interviewing an Israeli. Okay, of course they are. A monstrous terrorist state, just like the United States. Two terrorist states, by the way. You're going to hear a lot of that
Targets
today.
in Iran.
You're going to hear a lot of
Well, the targets
people
are
claim
in
that
a few
Iran is a
dimensions.
terrorist
We're talking
state,
about
that they support
military
terrorists. Just
and
just to be
regime
clear here,
leadership.
Israel
We're
and the
talking
United
about
States are the
ballistic
terrorist states.
program,
If you couldn't
and
tell
we're
by the
talking about
massive
the
bombardment
nuclear
we've begun.
program,
All right.
which was pushed
So this
back
is live on the
back in
BBC.
June.
Right
You're,
now,
you're
I'm going
setting out a military strategy that could bring
to.
chaos to Iran for years.
No, what we're doing is preventing a much worse
Yeah,
conflict, because if we
hilarious.
were in the same
So,
position, but Iran.
you also should point out, guys, do we know what Israel said when they started bombing Iran? We're going to talk about the US too, but just since they're interviewing an Israeli, they said that it was a preemptive strike against Iran when they began this bombardment. It should also be noted that the United States, in secret, apparently in secret conversations, was saying that they were hoping Israel struck first so that it didn't appear as bad for the United States. Okay, that's kind of gross. So now what we have, I'm gonna see if I can find a map. Well, you're gonna have to bear with me here, folks, while because all this stuff is happening as we're speaking. It started late last night. I was asleep, but the strikes are continuing to go back and forth. So sites of bombs. Yep. Saudi Arabia is joining in. Okay, yeah, exactly, TJ. It's insane. So again, folks, as a reminder, we are currently watching the two terrorist states of Israel and the United States attack a sovereign foreign nation illegally. Um, they struck an elementary school. Great, Doug. Okay, great. Map of strikes in Middle East. And to be clear, I know. You know what, Jonas? I know. This is kind of suspected that this would happen. And it's spreading like wildfire, which is also predictable, okay? So I want to see. This is 2 hours ago. Here are okay. So here's a map apparently of this is from 2 hours ago. This may have updated by now of places across Iran that have been hit over the last bit of time here. You can see here all over Iran explosions all across the country. Can I also just add 53 students dead? Where? Is that in Iran, Doug? Is that in Iran? So, um can we also just add Trump came out and said they just hit an airport in Kuwait. That makes sense. I was actually so let me show you guys here. American allies in the Middle East. Um, American allies, Middle East. So we have tons of states that are allies in the Middle East, and they are a lot of our military bases are all around the Middle East, and so Iran is going to, with their massive stockpile of missiles, is going to start is striking allied nations allied to the United States that have military bases in them. Um, Rightfully so, by the way, rightfully so. So okay, here you have this. This might have been updated by now, but you have a map here of states that are allied to the United States. Um, all these green areas are generally allied, and we have troops all around here. So these are all very well, not Afghanistan. I'm not sure why this might not be a perfect thing here. Iraq is also allied to the United States, kind of, somewhat, a little bit. So they're attacking people all across these countries, including Kuwait just got bombed. So okay, to be clear, Iran, Qatar, yes. To be clear, guys, Iran is acting in self-defense. Iran has thank you, Marzipan. You know what? I need to grab my water real fast. Iran has over 18, as far as we know, right, Dolly Boy. Iran has about 1,800, if not more, ballistic missiles, rightfully so. So, of course, this should be expected that a bunch of innocent people are going to die and they're going to get hit by American and Israeli bombs. And then Iran will rightfully respond, which will also kill more people. It's a mess. Give me a second, guys. I need to grab some of that coffee I made. I need some goddamn coffee. It's right here. I brought my coffee maker down so I could stay down here without having to go back up much. Look, I even brought down milk. I brought down milk in a little measuring cup so that I could have some milk with the coffee when I did, in fact, finally get to drink some. Okay. So, one second. All right. So again, these strikes are happening all across the Middle East as we speak, and they're flying back and forth crazily. So AMA, it's right now. It's 10:39. I don't normally go live this early, but it's not the end of the world. Okay. Yeah. So again, okay, let's just keep watching this. I might switch to a different channel.
Iran
Right now,
now,
BBC is interviewing
we would
the
not be able to act if we remain
is
paralyzed
interviewing
like we did for many years,
an
like the
Israeli.
West did,
Let's
and
see what
sort of kick the
nonsense
can
they're
down
saying.
the road. They would enter a zone of immunity from that point
Matt
on.
Saigai, thank you so much for the gifted subscriptions. Really, thank you.
We couldn't
Hello,
act even if
Mithril.
we wanted to. So this was vital. We're following through on this. All of Israel stands behind this action. All Israelis, right and left.
Yeah,
Opposition
Jonas.
and coalition as one.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that cute
Can
talk.
it sustain this?
Can we, you know what? Can I just call out? I'm going to call out a few countries here. Canada came out today and said they fully support the attack on Iran. The UK came out today under David stupid ass Cameron and said that he supports the not Cameron. That's Cameron. No, not Cameron. What the hell is his name? Why am I having a mind blank? It doesn't matter. It's some goddamn bye-bye Dolly Boy. It's one of the, whoever the current, I'm having a mind blank, whatever. He's an important guy. Thank you. I don't know why I said Cameron. It's Keir Starmer came out and said he supported these strikes. So the West apparently uniting behind this act of aggression Not all of them did. Apparently, France had some reservations, but I haven't read much about what they said. Okay. So, all right, a bunch of cucks to the United States, if I've ever seen them. And now would be the time for those countries, by the way, to push back against the United States. Now would be the time. Okay. Now would be the time. Alas, we can't have nice things. Okay. So let's see what else. Yeah, shocking, Jonas. Shocking. Weren't you the one, Jonas, yesterday that said that the United States was hoping or Israel started the strikes? Okay. Cuck Starmer. There we go. So
As long as it takes. Look,
Anyone who's visited the city will know very well.
Iran is under a near total blackout. I'm not sure what time it is over in Iran, but they're trying to turn off all their lights to make it harder to hit targets. Yeah, hello, 99 red balloons. 99 Luftballons, ihrem Weg zum Horizont. That's exactly what we're watching happen here. So apparently, the supreme leader of Iran is going to be speaking soon and giving is going to be giving a talk or whatever. So, oops. So we'll see if we can listen in on that when he does come on.
This proliferation of missiles has been for years now a constant threat in the region. We saw a few years ago when
is that so, Jonas? So, guys, I got to tell you, you guys might know about more what's happening right at this moment than I do. So, have we tried to strike? Have we tried to kill the Ayatollah Khomeini yet? Is that what we're trying to do here? Okay. Iran retaliates across the Middle East. Let's see here. Iranian governor says toll rises and strike on a school. Ooh, I'm going to cry. Okay.
When it comes to weight loss meds, folks will rope you in with one prize.
Then hidden fees start coming out the woodwork.
Yeah, Canada, I did. Weak. Mark Carney ought to resign for being such a cuck to the United States.
Cost up front.
I'll ring a bell to that. Weight loss plans for $39 per month.
One second, we're going to see what this little video is about. Here we go. Iranian state media posted an image showing what appears to be a girls' school that was struck by either an Israeli or an American strike. Great. Oh my God, I can't even. Okay, so good. Great. So more now on the strike that Iranian vet Mohammed Rodmer, the governor of Mindab County, where the purported strike took place, said the toll had risen to at least 63 students. Why do teachers and students always get killed? Like, this planet is okay. Others were still trapped under the rubble. The destroyed building is a primary school for girls in the south of Iran. It was bombed in broad daylight. You know, guys, what really makes me gross? What really makes me sick? You know what really makes me sick? People are always screaming that Iran treats the women of Iran badly. Okay. Oh, they're forced to wear hijabs in public. Well, this is what people say, etc. Okay, but I guess it's okay though then that we come in and just kill a bunch of children, girls in a school. Who is really hateful of girls and women? I don't know. Personally, I think murdering a bunch of girls in a school is worse. Okay. All right. All right. So, Matt Saigai, let's click. Okay. So it destroyed the primary school. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Long lines of cars have been stuck in traffic trying to leave Iran, trying to leave Tehran because, of course, people don't want to be stuck there. Okay, worst part is there's still people that, oh, I know, Jonas, I know, no doubt, including the UK, apparently, the government of the UK and Canada, and probably elsewhere, too. I haven't been able to check. Okay. All right. So, worst part, okay, ask the women's hockey team. Right. MAGA tweets women badly. So people are trying to leave Tehran in a panic because they're humans and they don't want to die in an explosion. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, Lacroix. Guys, this is an example of worthy and unworthy victims, right? So, okay. So see, Iran's supreme leader alive, as far as I know, that's so disturbing. For a foreign minister to say that he's not sure like that is disturbing. As far as I know, that means that communication may have been cut off between the two. Is alive as far as I know. Speaking in an interview with the NBC following U.S. and Israeli strikes, almost all officials are safe and sound and alive. Forgive me, guys. You're going to hear me absolutely butcher some of the Farsi names and Persian names here. Forgive me. Aragshi said, speaking to the broadcaster live from Tehran, we may have lost 1 or 2 commanders, but that is not a big problem. Yeah, well, they're kind of used to us murdering their commanders. Yeah, really, AMA? Is that true? You say AMA says, I've seen videos of Iranian people celebrating their country being bombed because they hate the Ayatollah, which is insane. Doesn't matter how much I hate my leadership. I would never celebrate my country being bombed by the US. Yeah. Yeah, AMA. I know. That's yeah. Okay. Hello, Bridon. Hello. And can we also Trump said when he started this campaign, this act of aggression, this illegal act of aggression, he told the Iranian people, let me see if I can find the clip. Has anyone seen it? What Trump, the little speech he gave, the cute little speech he gave about this? Trump on bombing Iran. He said that, you shared it, Matt Saigai? Okay. So let's watch it real fast.
A short time ago, and the United States.
This was from, thank you, Matt Saigai. Here, I found it, Matt Saigai, but thank you. This was from 8 hours ago. This is what he said. Listen closely to the language. And, well, okay, let's watch. Thank you. Whoever just did. Thank you, JD. Thank you very much.
Operations in Iran.
Jesus Christ.
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. A vicious
imminent threats.
Group of very hard, terrible people.
Hard and terrible
Its menacing
people.
Activities directly endanger.
Were those children, were those girls hard and terrible people?
The United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries.
What are we doing?
Among the regime's very first acts was to...
You know what, guys? I'll follow this logic. If you want to go after a regime that's targeting innocent people, you know who we should do some liberatory violence against? I probably can't say it on stream. You know what country the America should go do some liberatory violence against? I can't say it on stream. You all can guess what would be actually a legal war of liberation that the United States could get involved in, that I might even support. Not really. I don't like war. But there is one certain regime that I'd be okay with some libertary violence against. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't say it out loud. All right.
Violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days.
No, Jonas.
In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died.
How long ago was that?
Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces
you said it.
Stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes.
Jesus Christ.
It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it
I'm going to say it again, guys. You're going to hear me say this a lot today. The two biggest terrorist states in the world are the United States and Israel. I don't care. I'll say it. I don't care. Okay? So it's funny. It's hilarious. It's the pot calling the kettle black for him to stand up there and be like, they're terrorists. They're terrorists. They're terrorists. Are they? Okay. All right. It's like, I don't know. It's like an Al-Qaeda representative saying that ISIS are terrorists. If you want me to use an example that might make more sense to Americans out there, for example, okay? Like, all right, it's stupid.
From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with
except I wouldn't actually put Iran at the same level, so that wasn't a good comparison. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while
If I have to
taking
hear about
12
October
of our
7th one more time.
citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before.
Yeah, Denizen.
Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, Meowzord, by that logic, better bomb
in
Russia.
Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we
Hammer.
obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow,
Wait a minute.
Natanz, and
Wait a minute. He's still saying that we obliterated their nuclear program? What? They can't. What is this narrative? It is so obviously stupid. Okay.
Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil.
Empress. Jesus.
But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce.
To be clear, guys, we remember that there was a deal with the United States in regards to their nuclear program, and they were following through with it. They weren't disobeying they weren't defying they weren't breaking the agreement. And then Trump comes in and, screws all of that up and gets rid of it. So
announced their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland.
I'm sorry, I don't care. Again, I don't care about the outposts of empire. If you have a military base in a foreign country, you should automatically expect there might be some aggression done to it. Because that's your foreign troops in a foreign country. And that is not the United States. I don't care what this government says. We have to be clear. Our military bases on foreign soil are not the United States. Okay? They are not the United States. I am sick of the mainland United States being equated with our occupying military bases overseas.
Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound.
Real fast right now, there's a hotel now on fire in Dubai. Probably an Iranian missile hit near a hotel in Dubai. So another fire breaking out in another country.
And kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans.
Right, Louise.
And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our
to be clear,
military in my first administration.
Oh, God, here we go.
And there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble
no new wars,
mission.
right, folks?
We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face...
What does he mean? How, what do you mean treated fairly? That worries me, because that implies troops on the ground. How do you secure Revolutionary Guard that have put down their arms unless you have troops on the ground? I mean, I don't think that will happen, but what is he talking about? By the way, the Revolutionary Guard is sort of like Iran's elite forces. Unless he's, well, we'll see what else he has to say.
Certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere.
God.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take.
There it is.
This will be probably your only
regime
chance
change
for generations.
Regime change.
For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want.
Of course.
So let's see how you...
I'm sorry, Terry. I'm just going to call you Terry. He wants something that cannot be happen to justify doing bombs. Yep.
Respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless...
Fuck the United States. Never mind. I can't say that on stream, but you all know the spirit of what I wanted to say. Okay. So, LaCroix, you say, someone said something interesting here. A lot of people said, okay, Matt Saigai. Oh, great. Ursula von der Leyen making a very strong case against the United States. I'm being sarcastic. Following the ongoing situation in Iran, I am convening a special security college on Monday for regional security and stability. It is of the utmost importance that there is no further escalation through Iran's unjustified attacks on partners in the region. Okay, good. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to. There's people posting a lot of comments that I have to go through and allow to go through the censor. Okay, dear God, this is horrific. All right, let's see. So, the AP is live in Tel Aviv. Apparently, Israel has shut down. Look, okay, those are interceptors going off. Israel has shut down all their schools and shit for fear of Iranian missile strikes. Oh, what a shame! What a shame that they're okay. Great. I don't care. I really don't care. So, moving on.
I tried a ton of AI work tools. Then I tried
God damn it. Come on. There we go.
When it comes to reactions from
Striker, I'm trying to find, because I know the Ayatollah was set to go live at some point.
With reality.
By the way, if anyone finds anything that you think I should show, please post it in the chat if you're on Twitch. There's so much happening because bombs are going off everywhere that it's hard for me to keep track of all of it or know exactly what to focus on at any given point. So we can kind of do this together. Sanai Takachi's initial response: we must ensure Japanese safety for enforcement. Of course, of course. Brucey, hello, Brucey. Okay. That's not helpful. Keir Starmer, we're in a war. Yes, we're in a war. Let's see here. Matt's like, I'll take a look at that. This is Keir Starmer, I guess, what his statement is. Here's Keir Starmer and his reaction to all of this.
The United States and Israel.
Oh my God. Remember what I said about sociopath faces? Okay, he's not as bad as other folks I've seen, but okay.
Targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability, and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us,
Jesus Christ,
includes friends and family members.
Yeah, tour guide, disgusting.
So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out.
Hello, Taltsing. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name.
The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear. The regime in Iran
Here we
is
go.
utterly abhorrent.
Great.
They have murdered
Fuck you.
thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community.
Jesus.
Over the last year alone,
Tao, good to see you, Tao.
More than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil.
Yeah, I don't know if I can even stomach this after watching Trump.
Clear.
Same talking
They
points.
must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon.
Oh, great.
That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US.
Can we, like, he needs more Admiral Nelson level energy. Here, there's a nice reference out there for the UK folks. He needs more Admiral Nelson ways of doing things. Like, he should charge right into the enemy, right into the United, America, right? He should just go straight forward aggressively. Like, what is he doing? Doing this, Lord Nelson, right? He needs a bit of a Lord Nelson moment here. Now, obviously, this isn't a naval battle, but maybe he should, okay, like, agreed, Empress. Nobody should help the U.S. till Trump is out of office. I agree. I think everyone should boycott the U.S. We should not let any international organizations come here. All right.
I condemn Iran's attacks today on partners across the region.
Thank you so, JDH, thank you so much.
Are not parties to this conflict. We extend our support and solidarity to them as part of our commitment to the security of our allies in the Middle East. We have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we've recently strengthened. Our forces are active, and British planes are in the sky today.
I don't know why he's talking so slow.
As part of coordinated regional defensive
I'm going to speed it up.
Operations to protect our people, our interests, and our allies.
I hate that word, to protect our interests. I hate that word, to protect our interests. Okay? Like, what interest do you mean? I don't, it's obviously, guys, that means business interests. That means imperial interests. To protect all interests. It sounds so authoritarian, and everyone does that. The America does that. Okay, so Kuwait International Airport hit. Great.
Britain has done before, in line with international law. We've stepped up protections for British bases and personnel to their highest level. We are also reaching out to UK nationals in the region and doing everything we can to support them. I've been speaking with leaders today from the E3 and across the region. It is vital that we prevent further escalation and return.
Brucey, I'll take a look at that, yeah.
We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life. Iran can end this now.
True, TJ.
They should refrain from further strikes
Yeah,
give up their
Brucey.
weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression against the Iranian people, who deserve the right to determine their own future, in line with our long-standing position. This is the route to de-escalation. And back to the negotiating table. Thank you.
You know what? Okay. Yeah. Appease the murderous empire and its ally Israel. Great. Great. Guys, for those that aren't American out there, please put pressure on your governments to put pressure on the United States, whether it be boycotts, whether it be breaking off of allowing American military bases in your countries. Put as much pressure on them as you can. And if you're worried about how it might affect average Americans, for example, I don't think you should be, but it would be good for us too, because we need pressure on our government, right? We need some liberatory actions again. I don't know how much of this I can say on live stream, but can we please do something about this? Okay. I'm not trying to down talk all of you. I'm just saying, if you could help us out, you could help out me and average American citizens. Okay. So, all right. So let's see what Al Jazeera is saying here, if they haven't been bombed yet, because remember during the Iraq War, American bombs, actually they bombed the Al Jazeera office in Baghdad just to make sure that, you know, there wasn't too much bad talking of America going on, I guess you could say. Relevance, priority. Okay, how do I spelled that completely wrong. Al Jazeera Live. Are they even live right now?
Unwanted action might be taken in the or happen in the streets. So I have here this
yeah, totally Meowzord. De-escalation in the same way I achieve abstinence through sex. Oh my God. Can we, oh God, this is why the American empire needs to end, folks. It needs to end. It just needs to end. Can it collapse sooner rather than later? Thank you so much, Luis, for that contribution, okay?
Yeah, I have here this message from the prosecutor. The Attorney General of the country gave a special order to prosecutors across the country keep special supervision over preventing opportunistic individuals from exploiting wartime conditions. This is the latest message in a series of warnings today from the government.
The UAE ministry, there's some interesting headlines here on the bottom. The UAE ministry, so the United Arab Emirates ministry, has confirmed at least one person killed in Iran's retaliations.
Across the country.
By the way, the UAE is a monstrous little country. Can we just point that out? The UAE is partially funding through America, by the way, partially through American aid, is funding genocide in Sudan right now. It is also a threat to international security. It has bribed American politicians and other politicians. So the UAE is also a threat here. Okay, we need to take names. We need to take names about, you know, remember which of the countries here are participating in all of this. Okay, like take names. All right, thank you very much. Hey, we're on a what is it called? I don't know, a train, the thing over on Twitch. Okay, hype train. All right.
To keep an eye on those who are trying to exploit the situation and probably do some acts that might compromise the security of the nation. Aside from this, only messages of reassurance from the government that the situation is under control, that the streets are open, people can move to wherever they want, that they shouldn't panic, they shouldn't try to stockpile on provisions because there is enough of that in supermarkets, that the banks are still working.
So from what I saw, Louise, you say 25 girls killed. From what I read, Louise, it was around 60 some, or maybe I misread that. So that's disgusting, Louise, though.
The government institutions will continue to work, but at the same time, measures are taken. The air defenses are in action, and it is a state of war. Obviously, the country is not pulling any punches this time around, and the government is saying that this will be a different reaction, a different campaign than to whatever we have seen before.
Can we also point something out? So in that speech, Trump basically told Iranians, stay indoors, and because we're going to be bombing the hell out of your country. And then, got you, Louise. And then he said, after the bombs have stopped, you can come out of your houses and you can overthrow your regime. Now, what is the worst thing you can do? How do you make a regime act in the most violent and desperate way? How do you make a regime react in the most violent and desperate way? You tell that regime that they're about to end and you're about to get rid of it, okay? If you make a regime feel like it's about to be destroyed or whatever, it's gonna do whatever it can to resist that. So even and, obviously, I don't blame Iran. I'm just saying it is also just, like, partially murderous to do that to Iran and to say that because they're gonna react even more harshly, which will result in other innocent people dying because there'll be and also even more Americans dying because there'll be more missiles flying out of Iran, right? You see what I mean? So it's almost like yeah, it's just dumb. Okay. And so the whole thing is stupid. I can't all right.
Strikes against
also, if you want to protect the Iranian people, the Iranian people, don't make their regime feel like their people are going to come after them.
American targets and Israeli targets across the region. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard talking about at least 200 soldiers killed or wounded in military bases across the region. 14 of those bases have been hit, and also new waves of drones and airstrikes by missiles on targets in Israel specifically.
Okay, thank you so much for all of that, Mohammed Val, for us in Tehran. As Mohammed was saying, Iran has launched strikes right across the Gulf region. These are the latest pictures that are coming into our newsroom from Dubai. The Dubai media office says that at least 4 individuals were injured, believed to be in this incident in a building in the Palm Jumeirah area, which is very close
the
to...
Al Jazeera is based out of Qatar, I believe. Is that, am I correct about that? I believe it's based out of Qatar. They're doing pretty good coverage. I also sometimes am worried about Al Jazeera because they do have some government influence there from Qatar, and Qatar might not be the biggest fan of Iran. But what do we got here? What's this, Louise? Oh, I got you, Louise. Okay. So, all right. Let me see what else we got here.
Whether the U.S.'s air campaign is simply going to be that, or whether there's going to be any deployment of U.S. Ground forces into Iran in order to help bring about this regime change, which the Trump administration now says it wants to see happen. We don't know if there are going to be any briefings to reporters and to the general public about what comes next. There's been one report suggesting that the U.S. military would carry out strikes for a couple of days, reassess, and decide whether to continue based on the Trump administration's overal goals.
Okay, guys, I'm going to look to see
so much,
if we can figure out if there's any idea how long this is going to go on for.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the attack on Iran followed negotiations that were, quote, fruitless. He echoed Donald Trump's calls for Iranians to take their fate into their own hands.
In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations.
So we can see here that there have been
to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations.
Okay, shut up, Benjamin. I don't need to hear your goddamn lies. Okay, demon. We have here a map showing where bombs have hit all across Iran. I suspect there's more than this now. There's probably a lot more places than this than hit. Yeah, totally, Trump. Okay. These are the countries where Iran has retaliated across the Middle East. So far, we've seen strikes against Jordan, Israel, Kuwait, Qatar, or Qatar. I need to figure out how to pronounce it. And the UAE. All right. We probably have seen more than that, I'm guessing by now. The White House official said the Pentagon notified members of the Armed Services Committee early Saturday morning after the strikes began. Some of the members of the committee said they were not notified, including Senator Jack Reed, Democrat of Rhode Island, and the ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. Okay. Gideon Saar. By the way, guys, to be clear, we do know that Trump has been saying, that we're going to be attacking Iran probably within about 10 days. He said that about, 5 days ago? So please forgive me if I don't really care what the Democrats have to say about not being informed. It's been really obvious what's about to happen, and they've given very little pushback. Remember that Chuck Schumer came out and said the big problem here is that Trump hasn't told us why he wants to do this. He didn't say the issue was that we're attacking Iran. He's like, they need to be more clear about why they want to do this. So, okay. They know. All right. Gideon Sa'ar, Israel's former minister, said that military action against Iran was urgently needed despite the significant risk. I don't even care. I don't care what Israel has to say. A delay would have allowed the Iranian regime to reach a level of immunity for its nuclear as well as, like Israel, as well as to engage in the mass production of long-range ballistic missiles, he said in an English language statement. Great. 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 Love that. Don't care. United Arab Idiots for supporting. Yeah, totally. Okay. I might genocide, I might not. I might run a third term, maybe. Teehee, why are you upset? I said maybe. Exactly. Oh my God. Fetty, CR, if the Orange One isn't in jail by the end of the weekend, we will be in World War III. This is horrific. I don't know, guys, and I know, Fetty, don't be too worried about World War III breaking out. Obviously be worried. This is horrible. I don't think we're going to see World War III. That is very low probability in my estimation. Who would be coming involved in this that would cause World War III? Russia's not going to get involved, at least directly. China's not going to get involved directly. They might send weapons to help Iran, but that's probably about it. And to me, it almost makes it worse because basically Israel and America have carte blanche to just do whatever the hell they want right now because no one's going to resist it. Okay. So I don't see I don't see this devolving into World War III. That shouldn't make you feel better because it's still mass death and destruction all across the Middle East because of America and Israel. Okay. So unfortunately, there is no one that's going to be pushing back. Okay. So, all right. Again, Europeans aren't doing anything. Okay, Prime Minister. Okay, who cares? We already read this shit. China has called for an immediate, speaking of China has called for an immediate end to the military escalation in the Middle East. China's foreign ministry said on social media that Beijing was highly concerned by the strikes launched by the United States and Israel, adding that Iran's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity should be respected. Come on, China. Come on, flex your muscles. What is this? Come on. Okay. God. All right. Is that true, JP? Okay, JP, thank you for coming in here. Let's take a look. Are you serious, Brucey? If what you're saying is not true, I'll be very disappointed. I'm not going to be mad at you. Okay, let's see here. If this is very bad news if this is true. Oh no. Oh God, no. Oh God, no, AJP and Brucey. Read, guys. Growing indications that Khamenei, I know, JP, you said the same thing, okay? Growing indications that the Khamenei has been killed in the strike on his compound. Let me see what else, if we can find any verification of that. We will see about this, though. I don't know if it's true. Ayatollah Khamenei killed, possibly. We probably won't know for a while. Okay, so guys, let's not. It isn't verified yet. We can't be 100% sure. There's a lot of chaos and shit going on, so we'll see what happens. Okay, we will see what happens. Because it might be that that's just a false report. A lot of times in these situations, there's a lot of reports released that are unclear. It's, we don't know. We don't know. So we'll find out. Okay, we'll see over time. I don't know even what most of these news sites are. Yeah, we need confirmation, so it's not fully. We don't know about that. Okay, so they might not be dead. Is it Matt Saiga? Okay, so we don't know yet if he's dead. We don't know. I can't find any other evidence backing that up, but that would be disastrous in a lot of ways because that would be like, whew, all right. Let's see what else we got here. I want to see what else we have going on here. Strikes against Iran. Okay. I could just go back to this is raw news. You go back to Al Jazeera. Okay, let me see what Meowsword just sent here. Yeah, Iran is attacking Dubai. Let's see what Meowsword says. Yeah, Iran. Yeah, there is a hotel in Dubai that is on fire. We mentioned that earlier. So yes, Iran is attacking Dubai. Iran is now attacking Dubai. This is the Fairmount Hotel Dubai. Who still thinks Trump deserves a Nobel Peace Prize? And we should be clear that Dubai is very closely aligned to the United States. It is not like that's okay, Meowsword. It is not like Dubai is necessarily innocent in this regard. Obviously, a hotel probably is innocent, but Iran can only do so much to resist having their country bombarded. All right. Let's see what
Iranian order. There are some reports that senior people have been killed. There's a lot of questions being asked about where is the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. We heard some time ago that he would be addressing the nation on state TV. We're still waiting for that. There had been reports earlier in the day that he had been moved to a secure location, but the unconfirmed reports continue to swirl that there have been some deaths today. Iran's
that's a cute way of putting it.
Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi spoke to NBC News this morning, and he vaguely said that we may, in his words, we may have lost a few commanders, and that as far as he knows, and this was some hours ago, that the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was.
Yeah, JP, but I mean, Iran is already. Iran. They can't really withstand the. Let me put it this way, guys. I'm going to make clear what I'm about to say. Iran can't withstand the might of all these countries bombarding it. It's only one country. If we were to put troops on the ground, we would lose eventually because we cannot possibly win that war. But like Iran is just right now, it's open season is happening in Iran, right? It's horrible. So you're not going to die, Brucey. Not right now, okay? Maybe sometime deep in the future.
Still alive, but all of this, Clive, underlines.
No, Brucey, you're going to be fine, Brucey. Iran doesn't have the capacity to hit Australia. Okay.
That this is very different from last year's 12-day war. First of all, the United States has joined immediately, and also they are making it absolutely clear this is not just about exerting more pressure for Iran to come to an agreement on its nuclear program. This is very much that the end goal is the end of the regime as they see it.
Yes.
Indeed, certainly from the American perspective and from what Donald Trump has been saying, the aim is to bring about an uprising within the Iranian people.
The fact that we're openly saying that
very recently, is there any real likelihood of that, do you think?
Jesus.
Well, what President Trump said in his remarks this morning, first of all, he said to the Iranian people, he said...
Yeah, it looks like, I think it's a flak vest, JP, so yes, probably to prevent if there's any explosions near him. He's probably in Israel. I don't know where he is. But he's probably in Israel, so in case a bomb missile hits nearby, he doesn't get hurt by the flak from that.
Stay in your home, seek shelter while the bombs are dropping. But when we are finished our military operations, he says, then you should take this opportunity. It will be your only opportunity in generations to seize the institutions. I think historians would say that when you meet military force and fervor on the streets, that this can unfold in unpredictable...
Exactly. basically, you know, you cannot, guys, do I even need to explain this? You know it. If you like destroy a government, how do you know? Of course he is, Matt Saigai. How do you know who's going to take over after you destroy a government and then tell its people to revolt? Like, what? Like, how do you know who's going to take over? You don't. That's the big issue for trying to do goddamn regime change and then causing anarchy. If they kill the leader of Iran, we might see a Syria-type situation where the country breaks into civil war. We might see the rise of a leader there that is more aggressive and fascistic. Okay, we might, you never know. It's completely stupid. And you're right, Pahlavi is supporting this. The Shah's, grandson or whatever is supporting this because he wants to be the one that takes over. Do we want a kingdom in Iran? Which, by the way, they might end up giving the UK and America the oil back or whatever, which is bad for the Iranian people. There's all sorts of problems here. Yeah, gluteal myalgia. It's so stupid. Do we ever never learn? Do we never learn?
Ways. What I can say is, having been in Iran this month, I was really struck that for the first time ever since I've been going to Iran for many years, that people did say to me that we now feel that our only chance is to change the order, substantial change. We have to look to external support. We want there to be a military strike, but yet others were very anxious. Iranians are under a whole range of pressures these days with the soaring inflation.
To be clear, guys, even if the people of Iran, some people of Iran want us to bomb, that doesn't mean we should do it. Just to be clear, because you know the media's narrative is going to be that, oh, look, there's some people in Iran who are happy with the strikes. That doesn't mean it's going to end well. That doesn't mean it's a good idea. That doesn't mean. We know that, right?
The collapse of the currency, water and electricity shortages, all of these uncertainties. They were anxious about the prospect of another war in their streets. We were in Tehran, where people had survived what had happened last year, so they knew what they could possibly be facing. Iran very much is at a crossroads, and we really felt when we were there that it is pulling in different directions. And with so many people, there is a profound sense that something has to change.
I feel that way about America.
Okay,
Something needs to change.
Thank you. Lise Doucet, our chief international correspondent. Katrina.
Thanks, Clive. Well,
just now at the White House.
Breaking bits of news to bring from you here in the US. There will be an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council. That is going to happen at 4 p.m. Eastern here in the US.
He is, JP. He's a goddamn moron. JP says, I'm going to keep us out of war. Meanwhile, we can't stay out of war. Trump is a fucking... Yeah, he is an idiot. He's a fool. He's a liar.
9 p.m. in the
UK.
Gluteal
myalgia.
So while it seems that we may not hear directly from President Trump himself today, we are expecting that the U.S. ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, will attend that emergency meeting in some capacity, whether in person or virtual is unclear
Welcome.
at this point. So we will hear something from the administration at that point.
Aries, God.
Also to say that the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has posted on X. This is the first kind of official statement we've had from the administration since President Trump posted that 8-minute video overnight. And she says in her post, I'll just read it to you, President Trump monitored the situation overnight at Mar-a-Lago alongside members of his national security team. The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu by phone. Prior to the attacks, Secretary Rubio called all members of the Gang of Eight to provide congressional notification, and he was able to reach and brief 7 of the 8 members. Just to explain what the Gang of Eight is, it's a sort of colloquial term for the leadership on Capitol Hill here. So it's the leaders of the Republican and Democratic Party, both in the Senate and in the House, and the leaders, the chairpersons, and essentially the deputy chairperson, the ranking members of the intelligence community. So they were all briefed. And Caroline Leavitt continues, the president and his national security team.
We did, Aries. That's what we're covering right now. We've already looked at some of the videos of the blasts happening all over the place.
We will update on that. I want to go now to someone who may be able to shed a little light for us on President Trump's thinking, which is Matthew Bartlett.
Okay, here we go. This is going to be interesting to see what he has to say. Though I do think it's funny to put the word thinking in the same sentence as Donald Trump, as if that's a thing he does.
President Trump's first term in office. Matthew, thanks for joining us here on BBC News. There were talks during the week. We were expecting Secretary of State Marco Rubio to go to Israel on Monday. The talks seem to be making some progress. The Omani mediator reporting progress was on the brink
yeah,
of happening.
JP, I agree.
What happened in the early hours of this morning?
Good morning. And yes, this is certainly a busy morning here in Washington, around the world.
While we're listening to this, folks, I'm just going to be looking around at other news sites. So I'm going to have it on in the background so we can hear what he's saying. But if you look up, you might not actually see him on the page. I'm just trying to, because, there's a lot going on. I'm trying to keep track of everything. Just a little warning there.
Trying to look back in the rearview mirror as well as looking ahead through the windshield as to what this is, this operation, and how we got here. As you said, President Trump tried to initiate positive, has a preferred result with Iran, which is a non-nuclear state, which is dealing with their ballistics program, their proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, as well as internal human rights. Just like in January or just like in last year, it seems that the Iranians were not willing to bend in those talks. And now, after a 10-day stated period, the president, in coordination with...
Guys, to be clear, do we see the framing of that Iran was not willing to bend in those talks? You know who else wasn't willing to bend? Because Iran was making demands too. The United States and Israel weren't willing to bend at all. Why is the onus always put on Iran? Why? Why is the onus always put on Iran? Iran was demanding a two-state solution in Palestine. Iran was Aries. Why do we think they want nukes? I don't blame them. Okay, embassy in Beirut is telling people to evacuate. Yeah, totally, Aries. They demanded a two-state solution. They said they refused to give up their ballistic missiles and that they wanted to be able to enrich uranium for a domestic energy program and things like that. I'm not sure if that was one of their demands, but like they had reasonable demands that everyone should agree with across the globe because they're more humane than the demands we were making of them. But this guy on the BBC, and I'm not blaming him. It might just be that he didn't think of it in this moment, but he's only framing it as Iran was not acceding to our demands. Our demands were they get rid of all their ballistic missiles and end their nuclear program. If they got rid of all their ballistic missiles, they would be sitting ducks. Anyone would be able to bomb them at any time, and they would have no way of responding. It is a poison pill request. They're not going to accede to that ever, okay? So, all right, this isn't just about Iran not acceding to demands. It is about America not acceding to Iranian demands. It is about Israel not acceding to Iranian demands. Okay, just to be clear, this is not a one-way thing.
Israel?
Yeah, Zord, wear this chastity cage for the rest of your life or I'll cut your legs off. That is exactly what the request was. It was a poison pill. Who would ever agree to that?
Has taken kinetic action here.
Do you think the president has explained that well enough to the American people? We expected to hear something from him on this in the State of the Union on Tuesday night. It didn't come, and he made some remarks.
Okay, to be clear, so 99 Red Balloons, I think you're not the only one that said this. Hello, I know, Weird Amorphous Blob, it's okay. You say it's the Epstein War. You're partially right. Now, the reason I say partially right, 99 Red Balloons, is because we got to be honest here, folks. Yeah, he might be doing it right now as partly as a distraction from the Epstein files. But if you know history, this has been a long trend. This isn't like America has long been intimidating and bullying Iran, has with Israel been bombing Iran. It's been happening for years, if not, it's been happening for decades. So yeah, the timing might be more of an Epstein. Hello, Marie. Welcome back, Marie. The timing might be because of Epstein, but this whole thing is a long-term trend. In that way, what Trump is doing isn't very new. Okay, I got to tell you, it's not that new. The timing is, no, I know 99 Red I'm just saying the timing might be related to Epstein, but this is like, this isn't anything new. It's just worse, right? Okay. Aries, no, we have not gotten. I have not gotten confirmation yet, Aries, from anything I've read that the leader is dead. There was a rumor earlier that he was dead, but we are not sure yet. It might be that he is. Okay.
At the beginning of that video message overnight, but has he made the case for putting Americans in harm's way? As he said himself, Americans may die as the result of this mission.
Yeah, like you said, we saw an extraordinary video released
yeah,
by President
Glodial
Trump this morning.
Alyssa, war. We're at war. The war is broken out, Alyssa. Broken out, as if it just broke out. Okay, the war of America and Israel have begun their evil war of aggression against Iran. Let me phrase it that way.
Outlined again.
They are,
where we
Marie.
are
Let
at
me see
and what the U.S. is doing, which could include, as he said, the loss of U.S. Lives, military lives abroad. Just a remarkable notion.
I am not seeing anything to verify that yet,
something
guys.
that no other president was willing to do. So domestically here, no. This is much like the Venezuelan operation in so much as
so the Jerusalem Post,
rather shocked to see, even with rumors of a.
So the Jerusalem Post is saying, thank you, Aries. Let me take a look here. 99.9%. Let me check here. So guys, it's very possible, right? Just let me, oops. Let me see, guys. Let me check these. Okay, let me see here, JP. We'll see. Because, you know, I can't be certain. I'm not sure. Here we have another, what's this? Iranian media footage released quoting drone strike in Dubai. Okay, so this is the drone strike in Dubai. Yep, there it is, hitting. Okay, so I don't know if the leader is dead. To be clear, guys, to be clear, according to the Jerusalem Post, there has been no contact with Iran's supreme leader because communication has been cut off. The communication has been cut off. Okay. So we don't know. It's possible he isn't alive, but we have not received verification, and it'll be very hard to get verification of that while this is still ongoing. Okay. Yeah, Bright Love. We're at war now, Bright Love. Okay. Yeah, Aries. Dubai was considered the safest city. I mean, it's all nonsense. Anyway, so let's keep going here.
Military buildup, even with
ballistic missiles are fired, that gives the American.
Now, Israel is claiming that several senior Iranian figures have been eliminated. Okay, whatever. Take it with a grain of salt. It's Israel, but okay, him being dead, the probability is high. That's fair. Yeah, I would say so, but I just don't have verification, so I'm not going to say that yet. Okay, Alyssa, retaliation. Yeah, we started the war, Alyssa. We and our fake. Guess, Alyssa, which country do you think we started the war with? As in, who was on our side when we started this war? Okay. Hello, Macon. Everything is terrible. Welcome, Macon. If we didn't fall for the negotiations trap, I know, right? Weird amorphous blob. So, okay, yeah, you know, Alyssa. Okay, so everything is going to shit. Okay. So great fun. Love this for all of us. I don't. It's a lie. All right, obviously.
What I'm saying.
Yep, Alyssa. Iran has been retaliating all day, and we've been continuing to bomb Iran, including, by the way, for those who are new here, we have bombed a girls' school in Iran, which killed at least 60 young girls who were at school. So, you know, great. Again, to be clear, for anyone who's new to this stream, you should get used to the kind of language I use, just to warn you. You do know that Iran is not the terrorist state. America and Israel are the terrorist states. We know that, right? That those two countries are much bigger terrorist states than Iran is. Absolutely 100%. I just want to be clear. It's horrific.
That under
gluteomyalgia.
Self-defense, the Americans can then launch strikes.
Right, because there's been this debate about whether it's legitimate, whether it's a legal conflict, and of course that will be discussed in the Security Council.
But it's not been approved by Congress. It's not been approved by the UN Security Council
yep.
resolution.
As a matter of fact, Mithril says, well, if there are any sleeper cells in the sleeper cells in the U.S., they are about to get woken up. American, I guess, police have been put on high alert about possible attacks within the United States because, of course, understandably, all right, understandably. Because Iran might try to attack within the United States, which I don't blame them. Because what do you expect if you bomb a country, to try to bomb a country to oblivion? All right, what do you expect, right? And yeah, Sir Bartholomew says Operation Epic Fury. By the way, guys, that is what the United States is calling this operation. It's called Operation Epic Fury. If that is not the LARPiest piece of shit I've ever heard in my life, it's disgusting to call this Epic Fury. Okay. Yeah, weird amorphous blob. All right. Yeah, it's so stupid, Meowzord. Chud speak
on this, and certainly the GCC have not bought into
No,
it.
and the Secretary General of the UN did put out a statement earlier saying that it had to end and that it breached UN regulations.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll discuss that.
It's our government's fault. If American citizens die because of this, it's our government's fault. It's not Iran's fault.
Within the round of the Security Council at 4 Eastern tonight. We'll come to the sheds in a second. I just want to talk about the targets in Iran because there's a real fog around what has been hit today. But the IDF did put out a statement saying they were
guys. I'm going to get some coffee. It's just right next to here. Stay on. Stay here.
On air defences, which they depleted
last
summer.
I don't get copyrighted by briefly moving away.
In the west of the country.
Yeah, the information intelligence that I've seen so far suggests that most of those ballistic missiles and surface-to-air missile systems are in the northwest of the country, up to Tehran. Karmashar, I think, was one location.
So no one make the Hassan comparison.
Again, this is what always happens in the preliminary stages of an air campaign. It's
suppression.
It's suppression, exactly. There is also intelligence that suggests that the F-22 Raptors. They are.
Jesus.
That is.
I even still have goddamn pajama pants on because they started. So.
Well, yes, exactly.
Thank you, 99 red balloons.
12 set off from RAF. Lakenheath, Heath, one turned back because of an unserviceability fault, so there were 13. The idea is basically to have 24 of those. And I wouldn't be surprised if those F-22s have gone in already, not for strike capability.
You know just what to say, Brucey.
Information as to where those surface-to-air missile systems are.
Tal, I am CR. I'm Casual Revolt. Okay, I'm Casual Revolt. That's the name of the channel. So yeah.
And then come back without even being seen and give those GPS coordinates to the TLAM operators.
Right, the Shaheds. Let's talk about the attack in Bahrain first of all, and then we'll come to what the implications of that might mean.
Yeah, let's look at what a Shahed is. I think we've got a graphic of what a Shahed is. If we could just bring that up. Please.
A Shahed, okay, a Shahed drone.
It's called a one-way attack drone.
So Shahed drones, guys, are these Iranian-produced drones. They basically. They're one way. They have a certain amount of either battery or fuel in them, and then they crash once they get to the limit of their fuel. And they're pretty inaccurate. They kind of have a general range, and then when they crash, they're a bomb, so they explode. They're pretty slow moving. Iran has thousands of these things, so like they're probably sending out a bunch of Shahed drones to do bombing all across the Middle East. They're not very accurate. Okay, but all right.
Meters in height.
Yeah, they're cheap, but they're effective, right?
A warhead between 20.
I'd say we have about a higher end 60-40 chance to get bombed here in the U.S. I do not gluteal, and I know if you mean like bombs, like missiles from Iran, like what do you mean exactly? I don't think so. They have nothing that can reach us. They got nothing that can reach the U.S., which is why it makes it even more stupid that we're going to war with them to protect, apparently, the U.S., even though they're protecting American bases. So anyway, but I don't think we're going to be bombed. I really don't, unless it's an internal thing, okay. Not that we don't deserve it, to be honest with you. Yeah, they don't have ICBMs. They don't have ICBMs. Okay, Iran does not have ICBMs. Anyway, so which is why it's stupid that they keep screaming that we're under threat. No, we're not, guys. Our empire might be slightly under threat. I don't give a shit. If you have military bases in foreign countries, what do you expect? Okay, if you're occupying a foreign country with a military base, that's not American soil. I'm sorry. So the fact that they're screaming about they're attacking our military bases, they're attacking America. Maybe we shouldn't have military bases all over the world like an empire. All right.
20 and 60 kilograms. Now, the heavier the warhead, that reduces the range. So they will be basically figuring out a warhead that gives those Shaheds the range, but also inflicts maximum damage. They travel very slow, 120.
No, gluteal myalgia. I can almost guarantee you, gluteal myalgia, that neither China or Russia will get involved in this. None. They won't get involved. This is not neither of those countries are going to get directly involved. China already came out and implied they're not going to get directly involved. Russia's not going to get directly involved. They're fighting another war. They're not solid allies of Iran. They might provide material support, but they're not going to launch nukes to protect a third country. They're not suicidal. If they were to do that, they would be wiped off the map by American nukes. So that, which to me is actually problematic. The fact that America, there's no one that's really able to push back, that's going to openly push back against America. That's one of the worst problems we have right now, is that America and Israel are kind of just have free reign all over the Middle East right now, and barely any pushback, which is disgusting. Okay. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Weird amorphous blob. China may even might cut off material support now that the war's broken out. But like the most I could see them doing is material support. Not direct involvement, but more weapon acquisition. That's possible, Gludio, but they're not going to give Iran nukes or anything like that, because that's a threat to them too. Okay.
20 miles an hour. So they're not a difficult target to take out. But if you put them in volume, then that's when it's going to get interesting. Now, I think we've got video footage here.
Okay.
If you look in the middle of the screen, you can see a Shahed that lands in the...
Yeah.
There we go.
Where was one?
And you see the explosion.
Jesus. Much slower than a ballistic missile.
Oh, way slow. If we can loop that around and then freeze frame it, just so we can see the Shahed, that's in the vicinity of...
They're very slow moving, the Shahed drones.
Where the UK has a presence.
You can see them coming. Look at that thing. And then it falls down as it runs out of battery or whatever, and boom.
And what I'm intrigued about is that that's what we call a singleton. That's a single Shahed 136. Yet it's not been...
Well, there's two things about that. One is the lack of air defence.
Yep.
The second thing is it's, as you say, singular.
So we get it. I don't care. Can we move on?
Can we
Iran,
first begin with the latest?
I want to hear this. This is the Iran Foreign Ministry. Let's see what the Iran Foreign Ministry is saying. I want to see what they're saying.
Which we can see up here, that operate off the carriers. It's the B version.
Let's see here.
They were deployed to...
Okay, yeah, they're talking about different military equipment.
Larnaca in the south of Cyprus. And whilst the UK are not involved at the moment, I think as a precautionary measure, those F-35s would have been put in the air. Obviously, they've got incredibly good sensor systems, as well as the ability to target a ballistic missile. And I think it's just a precautionary measure. I don't think there's any idea of them actually going over into the Middle East and operating that far, because then that would implicate them, and then RAF Akatui would become a target.
All right.
So I think that basically is the idea behind getting those F-35s airborne.
All right.
A couple of other news lines I want to explore with you. We had Naftali Bennett on in the last hour.
Yeah, who cares?
Who accepted there wasn't an imminent threat.
Can we please get on? I want to see what the Iranian minister says. Can we get to that?
It was
right across the region. Let's cross now to the Foreign Ministry in Tehran. We can speak to the Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Ismail Baghai. Thank you very much for joining us here on BBC News.
Yeah, Mithril, but
thank you for having me.
The Houthis are not a significant, they can't offer only minimal pushback, unfortunately.
Can we first
begin?
Yeah,
Gludio. I mean, Iran has every right to respond. Okay, they do. They have every right to respond.
The latest on the impact of these strikes on the senior political and military leadership in Iran. There are reports that a number of senior leaders, including the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, were targeted in Israel's strikes. Can you confirm for us whether the top leadership is still alive, or where are they?
I'm not in a situation to confirm anything. The point is that our people are, the whole system, the whole nation is focused on defending our national integrity, on our sovereignty and territorial integrity. So what we are doing right now is to
weird amorphous blob.
Defend with all force against this unprovoked act of aggression by Israel and by Americans.
Yeah, so, all right.
But could I ask,
while he's talking, guys, I'm going to be looking around here.
Have
we gotten any more news?
If the supreme leader has been targeted, there are consistent reports that his residence, his offices were targeted this morning. Can you give us at least a confirmation or a denial as to whether or not those residences were targeted?
Here's an interesting point, guys.
Many places, many targets were hit across the country.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Mithril. Yeah.
A number of schools, a number of primary schools, in particular, one elementary.
In your Mithril, in your defense, right? Yeah, they've done that before, and it's been pretty successful. It caused some disruptions to shipping and stuff. Unfortunately, though, it's not like it wouldn't stop the United States and Israel, unfortunately. But yeah, they could offer some resistance there. That's for sure. I mean, right now, Iran is offering quite a bit of resistance by bombing all over the Middle East. So that's resistance too. My point, though, is that there's not much that can be done to sort of stop the bombardment apart from lashing out and doing as much damage as possible in response, unless another bigger power gets involved.
More than 150 innocent girls were killed and maimed, and many of them are still under the rubble in Ninab, Hormuzgan province, south of Iran.
Here's an interesting article I just found, guys. I don't know what just happened over on Twitch, but whatever happened, thank you.
Reports to emerge of civilian casualties at school in southern Iran.
So this article here says from Reuters, prior to the Iran attacks, the CIA assessed Khamenei would be replaced by hardline Republican Guard elements if killed. Yeah, see, this is the problem. Okay. Anonymous, I have to think you're even getting involved because they have a large Middle Eastern population and they will start protesting or create cells. Anonymous, forgive me. Welcome, Anonymous Gamer. You said Anonymous Gamer. I have to think you're even getting involved because they have a large Middle Eastern population and they will start protesting or create cells. Yes, you mean that in the United States? Yeah, we do have a large Middle Eastern population, and they've been very vocal and good about what Israel's doing in Palestine and stuff. Okay, very true. So, okay, Drift Spawn. How is life in Nazi Germany? Very horrible, Drift Spawn. We're living in a fascist regime here, an evil empire that keeps bombing its neighbors. Really disturbing stuff. Okay. Okay. 99 Red Balloons, welcome. I mean, yeah, thank you, 99 Red Balloons. Welcome, new subs. This is a good place. Facts only. Well, we try, 99 Red Balloons. They want to place a doomed, failed systems. Yeah, guys, to be clear, oh, that's okay, Anonymous. That's okay. Yeah, you're right. Anonymous, though, Europe is offering basically no pushback. Even Canada isn't offering pushback. Mark Carney came out and said we support, we don't like Iran, blah 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 blah. Keir Starmer came out and said we don't like Iran, blah 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 blah. And then von der Leyen also came out and was like we don't like Iran, blah 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 blah. So like, of course, Europe are being a bunch of cucks to the United States, monstrously so. And China also not doing a damn thing, basically saying this is a violation of their sovereignty. You bad, you bad. So no one's doing anything to push back. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right, Matt. It's like I should phrase it as they're actually actively supporting the effort. Okay, they're actually actively supporting the effort. So okay, great. And so noting here, guys, that the CIA now can we fully trust the CIA? No, but it does say here that prior to the Iran attacks, the CIA assessed that Khamenei's death, he would be replaced by hardliners. This is what happens when you overthrow a regime. What do you expect to happen? It's not like it's going to automatically go in the direction you want. It could be replaced by someone even more hardline than the previous regime. It's just incompetent. It's incompetent. First of all, why are we overthrowing any regimes? That's none of our business. They have their own countries. They're not a threat to us. Now, they might be a little bit of a threat to our precious little ally, our precious little 51st state named Israel, one of the biggest terrorist states in the world, but they're not a threat to us, okay? They're not. There's nothing Iran has that can reach the mainland United States. Okay. All right. Let's see what else we can get into here.
Iran, we understand that the school was very close.
Is defending our national territory, our sovereignty against an act of aggression, and we all know that those bases, those military bases, which are
Brucey, that was from a few days ago, Brucey.
Under full control of the United States, are being used to conduct military attack against Iran.
But that's not how your allies are seeing it.
All right.
This is an excuse. Everyone knows, including the Omani mediators, that the negotiations were moving in a good direction. Even the American negotiators acknowledged the fact.
Give me a second here, guys. I'm trying to see if there's anything new.
Negotiations were quite progressing. That's why they agreed to have a technical round of discussion in Vienna to be hosted by IAEA Secretary Director General. So
here's an interesting, guys. Here's an interesting point here being made by the New York Times, saying that the conflict in the Middle East has quickly threatened the flow of oil out of the Middle East, which could make oil and other fuels more expensive. Oil analysts expect prices to jump when markets open on Sunday evening. By the way, shout out to Meowzord for being almost 100% correct about after the market shut down, the United States would launch its attack. Meowzord was kind of right on the mark there. We should all give Meowzord credit for being, I mean, I guess if you want to phrase it that way, for being correct about predicting when this attack would take place. So Meowzord gets a boop if I had my boop stick next to me. Okay, Meowzord, you get a boop. Boop. Good job, Meowzord. All right. Meowzord often weirdly right about these things. I think Meowzord is a spy. Anyway. So, okay, that is interesting. There might be a cutoff of oil flow. I know that sounds like a small thing now, but that could have global implications that add other stakes to this conflict. You have to understand, guys, look at this map right here, okay? Look at this map. One of the busiest ports for oil in the world, one of the busiest, that's one of the biggest, I guess, water lanes for the transportation of oil globally in the world is right here. It's called the Persian Gulf. The Persian Gulf. This body of water, you can all see it on your screen. You see Iran's right here. There's a port up here where tons of oil flows out of Iran and also comes out of Iraq and Kuwait and elsewhere, Bahrain, etc. There's oil. Now this Iran has the capacity to cut this waterway, to cut off that flow of oil internationally. And if a war breaks out, it's going to be a lot harder for oil vessels to travel through this small passage in order to spread oil, to bring oil elsewhere, okay? It just is. It's going to be hard, which means that there'll be less oil available, which will cause prices to go up, all right? So this will also have global implications in terms of oil. Really? So they just closed the canal by Kuwait? That makes sense. Who did? Who did, Fetty? Did Kuwait close it? So these are being cut off. That's one thing that Iran still can do, is cut off the flow of oil. They may already be doing it as the attacks are happening. So, okay, just something to think about. Iran also has placed hundreds, if not thousands, of mines, and they have lots of mining vessels all around that they can just drop a bunch of mines in this channel. So any ships going in there would have to be very careful so they don't hit a mine. There's a bunch of ways Iran could really mess with the oil supply as a form of resistance, okay? By the way, long live Iran. I don't want to. There's certain things I can't say on stream, but I'm not a fan of aggressors. I'm not a fan of countries that do aggression, and I will often root for the people who are being aggressed against. Anyway, so Mayflower Kid, lots of reports saying the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Excellent. Okay, so they have closed the Strait of Hormuz. This is the Strait of Hormuz right up here, guys. It's right here. That's where all that oil flows through. Gotcha, Fetty. Okay, so thank you, Mayflower Kid. It is, in fact, closed, the Strait of Hormuz. All right. Let's see what else we have going on here. Another weak comment from China. There you go, inshallah, right? Okay. Iran did close the Strait of Hormuz. Excellent. Okay, so Iran state broadcaster IRIB is reporting explosions in Garm Dara, west of Tehran, as well as the northwestern city of Urmia, near the Turkish border. The southern port city of Bushehr and Qom, south of Tehran. Okay, so obviously bombing happening everywhere. All right, so keeping an eye on all of this. If anyone sees any news you're willing to share, please do. And more and more places are reporting that the bombs were dropped, that America has dropped on Iran, and Israel has dropped on Iran, have targeted Iranian leadership. So these were clear attempts at what is called a decapitation strike, guys, where you try to decapitate a country's leadership. And decapitation strikes seem cute and nice and an easy way to end a problem by killing leadership. But you know what it does? It leaves a vacuum of power in a country, and it also leaves a country's military forces without a command structure, which can result in much worse things happening, like a hardliner taking over. It can result in civil war within a country. It can result in the random launching of weapons into neighboring countries. It is a moronic thing to do if you actually want to a country to come to the negotiating table. And if you want, especially who are you going to negotiate with? Who are you going to negotiate with if you start murdering a country's top leadership? So it's all very stupid. It's all very stupid. Okay? Yeah. Jesus. Of course, Jonas. Yeah, we put in poison pills into our demands for Iran so that they wouldn't. Yeah, it is. It's better to try and deal with the devil you know. Exactly, Jennifer, 100%. And as we just saw, there's CIA reports. Happy birthday, Eleni. There's CIA reports that show that it's suspected that if the Ayatollah is killed, a hardliner will take over. So, okay, clearly this was never about negotiation. This was always about wanting to attack Iran, partially because of Israel. Okay. Yeah. The supposed Marxist-Leninists who were saying I can oppose both. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, but like that's the thing. We can't. All right. Anyway. Anyway, probably a bunch of people lost the stream. It is Eleni, exactly, guys. To be clear. By the way, welcome back, Eleni. Happy birthday. I saw that it was your birthday. To be clear, folks, we do know that the reason we're doing this, okay, is because Israel wants us to do it. Oh, really? Outer signal? Okay. Israel wants us to do it. Israel wants to build an empire in the Middle East. They want to control what is called Greater Israel, which includes chunks of multiple countries. And they, throughout time, Israel has made us do their dirty work for them. We keep destroying any threat to Israel's global hegemony in the Middle East. Iraq was a threat to Israel. Egypt was a threat to Israel. We bombed, Libya for Israel. And there's two countries left that are a big threat to Israeli domination of the Middle East. Those two countries are Turkey and Iran. And now, what do you know? We're bombing Iran. Is that coincidental that we keep taking out countries that threaten Israel's complete control of the Middle East? And one of the reasons, by the way, we went to war with Iraq was because Israel had given us intelligence saying that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. So, to be clear, there are two issues here. Israel is part of the American empire. So America likes Israeli domination because we want Israel to dominate the Middle East so that we can dominate the Middle East. But that's also not true because it's not really good for us. It's also that Israel is bribing our politicians and making them get us killed for their sake. Okay? Yeah, Eleni. Yeah. All right. So, anyway. So we are. All right. We'll see what else was going on here. All right. So again, war has broken out. For those who are new to the stream, let's see what Al Jazeera is saying now.
Representatives from Washington and Tehran.
No, they're not even pretending anymore, Jonas. They're not pretending anymore. They want Greater Israel.
And as Iran's
strikes, guys, you do know that Israel has universal health care and a budget surplus, right? What the hell are we doing? Why are we sending this genocidal terrorist state so many arms and weapons and money when they have a budget surplus and they have universal health care? And if you ever see images of Israel, it has pretty good infrastructure and shit. Pretty good infrastructure and shit. Why are we subsidizing their luxurious lifestyles by sending them bombs and crap? They can handle it themselves. If they need self-defense, they should pay for it. I'm sick of our tax dollars going to this terrorist state. All right?
For U.S. targets in neighboring countries.
Jesus
the
Christ.
region is facing fears it could be dragged into a wider, longer conflict. Perry Wilton, Al Jazeera.
Mohammed Val is in Tehran for us. Mohammed, I mentioned a couple of minutes ago that there has been an attack on a sports hall in southern Iran that's killed at least 15 people.
Another one, another bunch of more innocents being killed, guys. Yeah, they're nice apartheid roads, right, Drusilla? Okay.
At this point?
We don't have details in terms of any new death toll, for instance. We still hear only about 15 people.
Please, Alyssa, ask me a question.
May develop into...
You never have to ask, Alyssa. You can always ask me a question.
More
You're one of the founders of the channel, Alyssa.
Casualties, as we have seen with the strike earlier today on a school in another area of Iran. The toll began with
so again, guys,
20 people.
We are look here. We have an image here. This was a girls' school that either Israel or the United States bombed in Iran, killing at least 60 girls and staff. Okay, so thank you, guys. Thank you. Our tax dollars. We paid for this. We paid for this, and we enabled it. So the killing of 60 girls. All right. Okay. Alyssa, the one back then wasn't okay either. The one back then wasn't okay. Now, obviously, Alyssa, I didn't like the strikes from back then. So Alyssa says, what is the difference between the strikes we did months back and these ones? Why is one okay and this one is war? Alyssa, the last one, so this is much larger scale, Alyssa. The strikes that were done a few months ago were limited in that they were a few strikes that were done, and then it ended, apparently. It was war. It was just a very brief war. These, though, are much more widespread. They are ongoing, and Trump has openly said that these strikes might last days, and tons more countries are getting involved, okay? Tons more countries are now getting involved. Iran is lashing out at a bunch of countries because they know that this is a much larger attack on them. We've attacked multiple cities. We've attacked multiple cities. So yeah, this is definitely a war between these countries, and it's just much larger scale than what happened a few months ago. So yeah, okay.
More than 80 people. So we understand that maybe some people are still under the rubble, and that situation is developing. We're expecting more from the authorities about this attack that has killed 15 people so far.
And now there's a bunch more civilians. More civilians have now been killed. Okay, more civilians have now been killed in Iran at a sports center because, you know, we're the evil empire. We're all clear, right? We're the baddies. Can we all be clear about that? We are the baddies.
In the town of Lemda, in the Fars province, to the south of the country. But we have also a wave of attack that took place just less than an hour ago, about 40 minutes ago. Here in Tehran, we heard at least 7 loud explosions in western and eastern parts of the Iranian capital. Other cities have also been targeted according to the reports we have, including...
Can we also be clear, guys? You do know that for all the talk here of like Iranian radical, like Islamic radicalism, blah, 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 blah. What do you think this does? Why do you think they don't people like the United States? What do you think this does to people? To people in the Middle East view of the United States? Do you think one of the reasons why there might be a lot of people in the Middle East that don't like the United States is we keep bombing them and killing their children and destroying their houses and leveling their cities and you know, killing them with our bombs? That exactly, outer signal. That is what that's what causes radicalization. But then what will you guys hear? You will hear the right wing screaming about radical Islam, that the problem are Muslims. You know, these dirty Muslims, they're barbarians. Why do you think there's so many Muslims in the Middle East who do not like the United States? It's not because they're human beings, folks. Human beings don't just hate each other randomly. There's often a reason for it, okay? It is because, you know, we keep killing them and destroying them, and we're enabling a genocide in Gaza against people that look like them. So, all right, I don't understand. All right. It's okay, Drusilla. I got you. It's also disgusting. For what are these people? They're not dying for anything, Drusilla. You know. Yeah, I would be guys. If like, let's say for the Americans out there, if there was a foreign government bombing our cities and accidentally killing our children in schools and stuff, I feel like we might experience some radicalization. As a matter of fact, I can give you an example. 9/11. That kind of radicalized people, didn't it? It led to 2 wars. It made people really hateful of Muslims and shit like that. That was small fry compared to the amount of violence that's been dealt out across the Middle East. It is. And by the way, do we know, speaking of that, do we know why bin Laden attacked the United States? Because this never gets talked about. What are some of the big reasons he attacked the United States? Because we're always told that they hate us because they hate us, right? They hate us because they hate us. He doesn't like democracy. He doesn't like the West. 2 big reasons that he attacked the United States. 1, the presence of American military bases in the Middle East. And 2, our support for Israel. Okay.
Zanjan in the west, Oromia in the west also, Bushehr in the south, and the whole city of Qum, south of Tehran, as well as Garmadare in Al-Burz province, west of Tehran. So, I mean...
That is true. He got canceled, Bright Love, but he went further and said something else that I'm not going to say, Bright Love. And to be clear, and I will say, unlike Hassan, guys, I want to be clear. The people who died in 9/11 did not deserve it. Okay, I'm not saying that those people in those towers deserved it. Trust me, I know what he said. I'm just saying. But also, Osama bin Laden was not a good guy. I don't care. Yes, there may have been reasons why he did it, but if you look, regardless, I'm going to shut up now. You guys get what I'm saying.
This is a new...
I know, Matt Saga. I know. I'm just clarifying.
Of attacks that has targeted several cities, including also, in addition also to Tehran. And that's an indication of the fact that this campaign is going on as the Americans and the Israelis have promised. And the Iranians are not...
Exactly, RL. Osama bin Laden was not a good guy, to be clear. I'm just making a point here. Why do we think, I mean, we never learn in the United States why he did that. My point is that American actions in the Middle East oftentimes result in innocent Americans also being killed. Okay? So, to be clear here, all right.
Giving much by way of details about the targets specifically, or the casualties, or the amount of destruction that has been taking place. The Iranians are much more focused now on the possibility of someone seizing the opportunity of these strikes to do something that can hurt national security. So the police is disseminating messages, warning people and asking them to report about any suspicious activity in the streets. So
exactly, Eleni. Eleni, correct. Eleni says, but they are the other. They're not like us. Exactly, Eleni. The dehumanization makes it all this dehumanizing. There's worthy and unworthy victims. We are worthy victims. They are unworthy victims.
Because the authorities are trying to botch that attempt by the Americans and the Israelis to create a situation of chaos that can be seized, according to the authorities here, that can be seized by elements, rogue elements, or people who are here implanted as spies for the enemy to create chaos and confusion in the country.
Okay, we're going to go to Rosalind Jordan, who's in Washington, D.C. for us. And I know Donald Trump hasn't spoken or been seen himself so far there today, but I understand that...
Sorry, Loisa, what was an inside job? What are you referring to? Are you joking about something? I'm sorry, I'm not following you.
The White House has put out a statement explaining exactly what he has been up to in the last few hours.
Well, according to the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, the president did have a phone conversation with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There's also reporting indicating that the defense secretary was at Mar-a-Lago with the president.
Wait, are you saying that 9/11 was an inside job? Lois, are you saying 9/11 was an inside job?
As the airstrikes were being launched overnight East Coast time. We've also understand from a U.S. official that in addition to a classified briefing, which the Secretary of State Marco Rubio had with the so-called Gang of Eight, top political and intelligence leadership on Capitol Hill, that he did reach out to 7 of the 8 members of Congress overnight to inform them that the airstrike and the air war had begun, and that he was able to speak to 7 of these 8 members of Congress. We don't know which was the person that Rubio was not able to speak with. We also understand that once the air campaign was underway, that the Pentagon did contact the leadership of both the Senate and the House Armed Services Committees to inform them of this action. But this is not the kind of notification that would satisfy the 1973 War Powers Resolution. Numerous congressional Democrats are saying that Congress needs to reconvene immediately in order to...
No, Loiso, you're wrong. I'm sorry. I know you're going to disagree with me, Loiso. Okay. Yeah, there's some evidence that they received CIA training and things like that. They did not receive CIA training to bomb the United States and other things like that. It was not an inside job, Loiso. Okay. I've seen 0 evidence of that, none, and I looked very deeply into it. I mean, we can disagree on this, but no evidence of that I have seen, anything like that. It would be very foolish because there would have to be so many people in on that, and there would have had to be, yeah, and there was a definite split between the two. If you look at the historical record, there was a massive split between the two. And that would also require tons of people within the CIA and government to not be reporting this out loud or not be leaking information about it. After we got, like, it is, I would say it's about a 0% likelihood. It was not an inside job.
A vote on whether to retroactively approve the Trump administration's decision to launch this war against Iran.
Okay,
hello,
so much,
invalid,
Ross
invalid
Jordan for us there
axiom.
in Washington, D.C. Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
see here, invalid axiom. Welcome to chat.
Says the attack on Iran
invalid axiom. First, thanks for covering this. I have a question/topic. Vlad Vexler mentioned in one of his many videos that this exact scenario might be used to try and contain China's Belt and Road Initiative when the U.S. Has the opportunity, as they already have, the sea trade routes controlled. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on this. To use this container when the U.S. has the opportunity, as they already have the sea trade routes controlled. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on this. I wish I could cite a video. That's okay. Yeah, invalid. I mean, a lot of this stuff, I could see that. I could see how this might be an attempt to contain the Belt and Road Initiative. I will say, I don't really see that. This, if anything, this is good for China. This is really good for China. China is gonna, it might partially be that might be one of the reasons. But this is good for China because we're wasting resources in Iran and stuff. That being said, that could be part of the reason, is an attempt to contain China. But I don't think that's the main reason. Yeah, I know, invalid. I don't think it's the main reason. I think that might be like maybe a side reason. I think the main reason is that Israel wants us to attack Iran. I think the main reason is that Israel wants to control the Middle East. And that might actually, that's a fair point though, invalid. It might be that Israeli control of the Middle East might make the Belt and Road Initiative harder for China. That's an interesting question. I'd have to look. I'd have to look more into that. But that's a very interesting question. Good question there. Invalid axiom.
Negotiations that were, quote, fruitless. He echoed Donald Trump's call for Iranians to take.
I did hear, guys. Someone here said. Several people in the chat said that there is. What was I going to say here? That the supreme leader is dead. I have not seen verification of that. If you do have verification of it, tell me. But I have not seen outright verification that the supreme leader is dead. Oh, yeah, no problem, invalid axiom. Okay.
Their fate into their own hands.
In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time.
I hate this man. I see his face and I want to lose my mind.
Fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends.
Yeah, wizards. Oh my God.
Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people, in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation, this is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
Jesus.
The Israeli military says it has preemptively imposed restrictions on people.
Yeah, Meowser, guys, we have to remember, too, the generals before this war told Trump that they thought this was a bad idea, that we couldn't possibly, we wouldn't necessarily achieve our goals by launching bombs against Iran. It would be almost impossible without troops on the ground, and if we put troops on the ground, we'd be defeated. But we did it anyway. We decided to bomb anyway. So good. All right.
Moving in and around the West Bank to counter potential terror threats. Noor O'Day is joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Noor, we heard a little bit from Netanyahu there, basically framing this.
Yeah, we don't know, Drizel. That's why I'm like, we need verification.
As a war for the people of Iran. How is that message going to land coming from Israel, though?
God, listen to that in the background. That's so scary.
Well, this is Netanyahu's line, Tom, and it has been his narrative.
Has anyone, honest question, guys, has anyone here ever lived in a country that's experienced airstrikes that you've been through? I can't imagine like something as scary as that. Like the horror that you must feel to know that airstrikes are coming down. Like, anyway, just curious if anyone out there has experienced that.
For decades.
Well, I know Denizen, who I think is still here. Denizen was in the military and kind of got some things like that, but
preaching a need for overthrowing the government in Tehran for at least the past 20 or more years, saying to Donald Trump that negotiations with Tehran was pointless, that they would only be deception, and really rallying the Israeli public over this point of consensus. Israeli Jewish society is
okay, Loy, so what's the evidence? Show us your evidence. What's your evidence that it was an inside job?
very polarized. But on Iran, there seems to be almost a consensus, at least a politically correct one, where nobody would question the choice of attacking Iran, of preempting the Iranian regime from having more military capability. The doctrine in Israel of needing to be the hegemon in the region is one that does not have any pushback in Israeli politics or society. And that's why, even though the Israeli public has been prepared for a war that will exact a price, it's not clear what that price will be yet, but it will disrupt their lives. A state of emergency is in place in Israel. There are no public functions. There is no school. People have to stay next to the shelter or inside of one, and that's how they spent all of today.
Ramallah.
And yet, there is support among Israelis for this because they believe.
Yeah, I don't care about Israelis. I'm sorry. I just don't care about them right now. I don't want to. I want to hear from people who are suffering because of Israeli actions. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Bahrain. Okay, guys, we're going to keep doing this, obviously. I want to be clear, though. Let me quickly tell you all. Let me quickly explain something to all of you, okay? Let me quickly explain something to you, right? So we're right now, guys, for those that are new to the stream, we're covering the war that America and Israel has launched on Iran, the illegal war of aggression against Iran. I don't think we do, Alyssa. I don't think we do have, yeah, they're right, Jonas. They all hold, you know, no meaning. Those words are meaningless at this point. Matt Saigai, Iranian drone strikes high-rise building in Bahrain. Okay. Yep. So, okay. Here we go, guys. I wanted to let me just briefly explain something to all of you guys, for those who don't know. To be clear here, all right? The United States has never gotten along with Iran. This is a long-term issue. Or not, maybe not never, but for a long time, we haven't gotten along with Iran. Why? Well, because during the time of the British Empire, there were British and American companies that owned the oil in Iran. They literally owned it. Iran didn't have access to their own natural resources. And Iran eventually, during independence, got the ability to hold an election. They elected, the Iranian people elected this man. This was a long time ago. Mossadegh. Okay, this guy right here. They elected this guy named Mohammad Mossadegh. He was elected in 1952. Mossadegh was elected in 1952. One of Mossadegh's biggest campaign platforms was that he wanted to basically nationalize their oil and basically say, well, you know what? Iranian oil should be controlled by Iranians. So I want to remove the British and American companies that are exploiting us and taking our oil from colonial times. That did not go well for him because America and the UK didn't like that. Britain and America didn't like that. So MI6, which is the Britain's intelligence agency, and the CIA under America did a bunch of stuff inside of Iran to basically prompt Mohammad Mossadegh to be overthrown. And we actually installed the former leader of Iran, the Shah. Okay, we installed a dictator in Iran in order to prevent the nationalization of Iran's oil, the Shah Pahlavi. Okay, yeah, and he provided social welfare. Okay, was this the end of Iranian liberalized society? No, not necessarily, Matt Saigai. It was. Let me put it this way, Matt Saigai. Yes, okay, very largely, but it wasn't the complete end of it. I'm not defending the Shah, but for like upper caste people, there were okay. Anyway, regardless, so the Shah comes in. We installed the Shah in power, okay, and he was brutal. He was absolutely brutal. He suppressed dissent horribly. His forces. Could someone remember the name of the Shah's secret police? I'm having a mind blank. What were the name of the Shah's secret police? Someone tell me. I'm having a mind blank here. So the Shah had secret police that would torture people, that suppressed dissent, that killed and tortured his own civilians. And over time, this resulted in a resistance movement led by Islamist folks who then ended up overthrowing the Shah. Thank you, Savak. Thank you, Matt Saigai. The Islamic Revolution, in resistance to the Shah, the Iranian Revolution, in 1978, they overthrew the Shah and established the Islamic Republic that we see around today. Okay? So, do we see why Iran might not like Iran and Iranians might not like the United States very much? We refused to let them have their own oil. We overthrew their democratically elected socialist government, installed a dictator who murdered and tortured his own people, which resulted in a revolution that then resulted in the establishment of the Islamic Republic, which a lot of even the Iranians who don't like the Islamic Revolution, they partially blame the United States for the establishment of that Islamic revolution, of that Islamic government. Okay, because that wouldn't exist if we hadn't overthrown Iran's government. So ever since then, we have not gotten around with Iran. So all this talk of, Iran is evil, the government of Iran is a crazy Islamic regime. By the way, if you compare Iran to like Saudi Arabia, they're not that bad. But we like Saudi Arabia because they're our allies, okay? Anyway, regardless, do we understand exactly the religious fundamentalism came about because of how the Shah treated the Iranian people. It was radicalization due to American interference. So do we see why Iran does view the United States as the devil? Okay, and why maybe our actions are the cause of this conflict, and why over a long period of time we've never gotten along with them. All right. So just like when Israel on October 7th claims that all of history started when Hamas attacked Israel, that's not true. There's a much longer history there. This history did not start with Iran trying to develop nukes or whatever, or with Iran forming an Islamic Republic. The history goes back farther than that. Okay? So to be clear, we are the baddies. To be clear, we are the baddies in this situation. I just want to make sure we know that. The UK also not innocent. The West not innocent. All right? And then, like I said before, Iran is still powerful, and Israel doesn't and wants to be the hegemon of the Middle East, so Iran is a threat. All right. Do we got it? We got it? We got it? Okay. So there's the lawn view. That's a very short explanation of the lawn view. Okay. Apparently, Israel has treated 89 lightly injured people so far. Oh, wow. Such victims. Okay. Who the F is we? Eleni, we is the United States. For those that know here, okay, for those that are new here, I use the word we when I talk about the United States because Americans are the ones who have the ability to change this. No, the American people are not responsible, like on an individual level, for what's happening. But I want to be clear that the American people are the ones who could take action to change this government or do something about it, myself included. So I know it's unfair to say we because we are like the average person in America is not responsible. But like it is important though that Americans recognize that we could do something about this. That's not true, Mad Sci Guy. Okay. All right. But although fundamentally, of course, guys, the average American isn't to blame for this and hasn't benefited much from this. But I think it's important that we recognize that without our tacit support by not doing anything about it, you know, it's allowed to continue. Yeah, if there's no shame, there's no impetus for change. Okay. All right. Okay.
Believe this is the only way for
Thank you,
Israel
Matt
to stay
Saigai.
on top of it, on top of the region. That is.
All right.
In parts of the country.
Okay, here we go. Oh, like these
Iran has also launched strikes on
US
okay,
Saudi
assets
Arabia has now
the
been hit.
region,
I guess that's been happening. Eleni, no, I don't mean Israel, but to be honest with you, Israel, I mean, Israel, to be honest with you, Eleni, though, Israel is basically part of the United States at this point. I mean, they're a vassal state of ours, and our politicians are deeply corrupt, and we keep electing politicians that have been bribed. If there is no reason to be proud of your country, there is also no reason to be ashamed of your country. What do you mean, Eleni? Yeah, I'm saying though, well, I've never said anything about shame or proud. I'm saying that the American people have the ability to change things in the world for America. Okay, I don't say you have to be ashamed of America. I'm saying that the American people have the ability to change things. Now, it'd be very hard because American people are oppressed over here and we're propagandized to, and we have horrible work conditions that make it hard to take time to make action. But I just want to make it clear that the people that are going to need to change the situation are the American people. It goes both ways, Eleni. The tail wags the dog, Eleni. Israel is a vassal of the United States because we fund them. Without our funding, Israel would not be as powerful as it is. At the same time, Israel bribes American politicians. So it goes both ways, Eleni. The states are dependent on each other. Mainly, Israel is dependent on the United States. Okay. Okay.
Including Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan.
Because we're bribed, Eleni. Our politicians have been bribed. Eleni asked, why are we funding our oppressor? Because our politicians have been bribed. Okay. The politicians have been bribed. They've been bribed by AIPAC, which is a pro-Israel organization. Some of the top politicians in Congress, including Democrats, are all bribed by the Israeli... My light just fell down. Are all bribed by the Israeli lobby. Okay, 1 second. So, well, Eleni, a lot of that, Eleni says, so is Israeli money more valuable than American money? So to be honest, Eleni, a lot of that pro-Israel money is American money. There are a lot of Zionists, American Christian Zionists, that are also paying AIPAC, and it is to be clear, guys. Israel is part of American empire. Israel is also a giant military base for the United States. So we love having Israel there because that gives us a place to attack from, to ensure imperial control over the Middle East and the Suez Canal and things like that. So we are benefiting from Israel. Now, I think that Israel has convinced us. I think Israel has convinced us that, you know, to do things for them that are beneficial for us. But we've been easily convinced because we also benefit from Israel, not as much as they benefit from us. Okay. So to be clear, it has also been it's also America that's been doing this. It goes both ways. All right. Yeah, you got it, LaCroix. That's okay. Hello, Satan's Ghost. I'm an African American and I still take responsibility. I'm not going to undermine my own will to feel like yeah, exactly, Satan's Ghost. And that's not to say that, you know, the average American isn't victimized to some extent, but I want Americans to feel empowered to be the ones to take action to change this, right? We're the ones in this country. There are many more of us than there are of the people at the top. Okay. So, you know, all right. If we kind of keep viewing it as a distant problem, we are the ones globally that can actually do something about what America is doing globally. So I kind of want us to feel some amount of shame. And I know that that's not necessarily our fault. Exactly, Satan's Ghost. Okay. That also, by the way, includes domestic things in the United States. All right. But that being said, okay, moving on. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Iranian drones have struck several residential buildings in Bahrain's capital, Manama. It is not yet known if there are casualties. This follows earlier strikes on U.S. military sites, also in the capital.
Yeah,
I'm going to go to Rosalind Jordan, who's in Washington, D.C. And Ros, we keep seeing more and more images of Iranian drones.
Americans don't want this. I also want to be clear. I want to be clear, guys. I know it sounds mean that I don't like when people come in here and start yelling at me automatically because I'm an American and blaming me. Obviously, you and I have very little control over this. So I don't want to say that it's like each of you Americans' fault for this individually. Just like it isn't the fault of the average, I don't know, Iranian for why their government does certain things or whatever. I don't know. I'm throwing it out there. It's not like the fault of the average Russian why Putin gets away with shit. My point is that I want us to realize we have power to change this, right? Because most Americans don't support what's happening against Iran, but that doesn't really matter if we don't do something about it. Okay? We need to organize, we need to take action to stop this. Because who else in the world can do it? Anyway,
missiles actually hitting many of their Gulf neighbors. Can you just give us an idea of...
Really, Matt Saigai? Oh, Jesus.
Obviously, there's been condemnation from many Gulf leaders of the US and Israel strikes in Iran. Has there been any sort of messages getting through to Donald Trump in response to what we've seen happen?
And our tax dollars are paying for this, by the way, folks. Every explosion you see on the screen here that's caused by Israel or the United States, so that one last was Iran, is being paid for by money taken from your and my paycheck. Okay? I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
The White House has not commented on whether there's been any sort of diplomatic outreach from the Iranians since the airstrikes began. We have only heard
I'm so
from
sorry,
members
Eleni.
of Congress. We've heard perhaps most famously from the Omani foreign minister condemning the attacks. We've also heard from the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, condemning the attacks. But
yeah, Eleni, this is why I'm a socialist, right? Yes, folks, if you're watching and you didn't know I'm a socialist, okay, I know. Leave if you don't like that. Anyway, JP, a lot's happening. Yeah, Eleni, we are oppressed. We live in a oppressive capitalist society. And our government treats us like garbage in the United States, all right? Our government treats us like garbage, and we need to do something about that too. There are a lot of things we need to change in the United States because right now it's not a democracy. It is a corporate oligarchy. Um, it is ruled by a small elite of wealthy people. There have been multiple studies that show this. We are not a democracy. It's a lie. It's a lie for people that we're a democracy. We are an oligarchy. I advocate for major revolutionary reform in this country because we live in a monstrous state that is barbaric, not only to the world, but to its own people. And people like you, Eleni, deserve better and should be able to survive even though you don't have a job. Apparently, though, you have no value because you're not working, so we think you don't deserve to live a good life or whatever it may be. All right, the idea that exactly, there you go, wizards. Can we just yep. Oh, well, right, Eleni. Can we just, I advocate, we can talk about the socialism later, but we really need to get rid of this pedocracy we have here, this Epstein class of pedophilic leaders that control everything and are killing us and making life and destroying the planet and killing people all over the globe. Do we feel, okay, we do know that America is one of the wealthiest countries in human history. Who out there is feeling it? Do you feel like we're living in the wealthiest country in human history? Do you feel like it? Or do we feel like it is, that wealth is only for a very small portion of society? Okay? Yes, guys, we do need a class. We need to get, the main problem in the United States is class-based. Okay? We have all these divisions in the United States where we're like, white versus black, gay versus straight, trans versus cis, all these little distractions, okay? White supremacy is a lovely little distraction, isn't it? The black people are the danger. It's not the fact that there's these wealthy elites picking your pocket and killing you, all right? It's black people, or it's gay people, or it's trans people. No. There's only one real separation here. It's between the ultra wealthy and the rest of us. And we need to start uniting together, regardless of race, of gender, of any of these other nonsense things that divide us, okay, in order to push back against this elite, all right? We can talk about this more some other time. We talk about this crap all the time. Please rejoin my stream in the future. Yeah.
Or not, there are actual diplomatic efforts underway
to
try to bring this military confrontation to a swift end. We are not aware of...
I'm sorry, can we also just add that it's really stupid and caveman-like to be like, ooh, they scary, they have dark skin. No, Satan, you're 100% right. Even if we change the capitalist system, there'll still be racism. So we can't do class reductionism. But in order for us to be able to have a united working class, we need to be able to be anti-racist and stop having white supremacy and crap, right? Otherwise, we'll be endlessly divided. White folks will never want to work with black folks. So you're completely right there, Satan. All right. So moving on. Okay, I am streaming to YouTube as well, invalid axiom. And so anyway, but it's very caveman-like, folks, to be like, oh, they different, me scared. All right.
Any such contacts. If anything, the Trump administration has been saying that it is doing what it considered to be a long overdue attempt to effect regime change to help the people of Iran, to prevent Iran from being what it calls an existential security threat, not just to the U.S., but to its allies as well. But again, in terms of diplomatic outreach between Iran...
Guys, again, I've said it multiple times. I'm sorry I keep pausing this. You know how I am, guys. It's the ADHD, whatever. Yeah. There is only one thing that when you look at another person, the first thing you should be like is, okay, the first group I belong in is humanity. We are all human. We should stop dividing each other by like, they're American, they're German, they're Syrian, they're black, they're white, they're man, they're woman. The first thing that unites all of us is that we should have a shared idea that we're all human, right? Humanity should be your first label, okay? Anyway, I just want to throw that out there. I'm like so tired of all the other shit that divides us. And like, it's just a waste of time. It is just a waste of time. And it sucks we have to talk about it because people are moronic and don't want to get, okay, anyway. All right.
In Washington, even though they had been
yeah, there you go, Satan. That's fine.
in this
All right.
past week about the future of Iran's nuclear ambitions. So far, no update on any new contacts.
Okay, thank you so much. That's Ros Jordan for us there in Washington, D.C. Well, we're going to bring in all our guests once again to continue this discussion. Abdullah, if I can go back to you in Oman. I mean, we've seen Iran continue to strike not only Israel, but many of the Gulf countries, which it had warned to do, warned that it would do. I mean, this is all part, no doubt, of its plan
Notice,
to try
guys,
and
how
draw everyone into a wider conflict. Do you think it's going to work?
I'm going to try and push forward here.
Humanitarian reasons. There's a very bad way.
So the red, oh God, okay, so far, guys, this is now what it's saying on Al Jazeera. So far, 201 people have been killed and 747 injured by the joint attacks by Israel and the United States. So, okay, let's see here. 201 people have been killed and 747 injured in Iran by joint attacks by Israel and the United States. And that's probably an underestimate so far. So we've killed a bunch of, people yeah. And a lot of them are little girls. We're children. Okay. Geez, Eleni, why is there the alt-right but not the alt-left? Eleni, if you come to my streams more often, I mean, I know you're here. Forgive me. You're here often, but like we do talk about these things a lot. All right. Yeah, there you go, wizards. All right. I'm not going to go into it now, Eleni, but I'm sure people in chat could help you out. There's some good theories about that out there.
For this to go out. And I think that the American people, to the extent that it matters, and
what's alter-human, Satan? I don't know what that is. Forgive me.
Resolute against public opinion. The American people are going to be much less in favor of this war than people might assume.
Okay, so then why, Mohammed, do you think that Donald Trump went through with it? Given everything that Paul just had to say.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the easy answer is that Donald Trump is doing the bidding of the Israelis.
Yes, Louise.
A lot of American
I
foreign
got
policy,
you. Is that so,
whether people
Satan?
wanna believe
Okay.
it or not, but much of American foreign policy, a good chunk of it, is
Gotcha,
made
Wizard.
in
Thank you. All
Tel
right. It's an
Aviv.
umbrella term.
Benjamin
Gotcha.
Netanyahu has been lobbying not since 2023, not for years, but he's been lobbying for decades, quite literally, for this war against.
That's so stupid, Wizard. I'm sorry it's getting auto-modded. Guys,
I would refer people, as I did earlier.
All right. All this shit is stupid. I'm sorry that it's auto-modding the word
2007
queer.
by John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt, two
Thank you,
leading
Red Balloon.
scholars of American foreign policy and international affairs. They wrote an entire analysis about the power of the Israel lobby in the United States. And I think we've seen that with Donald Trump. We saw it with Joe Biden, with Obama, and all of the other
how dare you, Wizard,
recent U.S. presidents.
So, guys, real fast here. I'm getting a lot of good conversation. I'm just going to quickly post in the chat here. We have a great Discord community, okay? I would really like for everyone to join it. You can, I stream almost every day except for Wednesdays and Sundays. Sometimes I do stream on Wednesday, and sometimes I do stream on Sundays. But if you want to join our Discord, I recommend you do. You can put videos there for me to react to live on stream. Here we go. Paste. There you guys go. That's okay. Saying it's okay. We appreciate trolls that teach us something. Let's put it that way. Okay. Wizards, you rebel you. So there you go. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. And I'm not just saying this because it's our community, but it is a really good community. I'm not just saying it, and trust me, the community members will agree. It's like one of the best Discord communities I've ever seen in my life. Okay, please join. Anyway,
There's a very strong Israel influence, and the people that are in Donald Trump's ear, people like Lindsey Graham and Mike Huckabee and others, have been telling him that this is a really important war.
Yeah, Laney, it is. The Middle East is a colonial name, absolutely. All right. I mean, it's part of Asia and stuff, but it also, to be honest, it is a useful name. I know that sounds bad, but geopolitically, it is useful to use the phrase Middle East because there's a certain geopolitical framing of that area of the world that is different from like East Asia, for example. This is a complicated thing we could debate. Okay.
For Israel, and they've convinced him that it would also be good for the United States.
Yeah, it is It is Western Asia, but guys, this is sort of honestly, it's sort of I don't mean to be mean to you guys. It's sort of a dumb thing to I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm just saying it's sort of a useless thing to debate. It is a worthwhile unit to discuss because geopolitically it is separate. Okay, like in a lot of ways, we could debate this. It doesn't, and honestly, it doesn't really matter, right? If I were to say West Asia, that could imply parts of Russia, for example. So like it's just a useful term. It does have colonial origins. I will say I don't think it's that big of a deal because it is a non-condescending term. It's not saying that like it's like inferior East or something. It just kind of uses a term. You see what I mean? It's irrelevant in my opinion.
Stick around. You can't go just
correct.
Yet.
Invalid.
Come back to you
Thank
in just a couple of minutes, because countries and regional powers have reacted to the attacks on Iran by Israel and the US. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says his government rejects the military actions against Iran. The EU's foreign policy.
That's it. I reject it. Great.
Chief Kaja Kallas has called the developments in the region perilous, but also says the Iranian government poses a serious threat to global security.
Jonas, how dare you? You calling me an Orientalist? How dare you, Jonas?
Meanwhile, Russia has urged an immediate end to the attacks on Iran. Moscow says the situation must be returned to the past.
Is that true, Eleni? See, I didn't know that. If that's the case, Eleni says it comes because it's half the way to the Orient or whatever they used to call it. Is that true, Eleni? Okay. I'm just a historian, but I didn't know that. Well, that's fair. If there is sort of a irrelevant guy, but regardless, it's irrelevant. I'm not going to say West Asia. People won't know what I mean if I say West Asia. I'm sorry to say that. But, okay, maybe over time if people, okay, but...
the political and diplomatic settlement. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has called for an immediate stop of the military actions and resumption of dialogue and negotiation and efforts to uphold peace and stability in the Middle East. I'm going to go to Dominic Kane now, who is with us from Berlin. We heard a little bit there from European leaders. What else have many others had to say in reaction to what has happened throughout today?
Very similar thoughts coming from three key capitals in Europe today, from Paris, from Berlin here, and from London. From the three heads of state, heads of government,
RL.
Effectively putting out the same message. In a statement, they said they continued to urge Iran to end its nuclear program, to curb its ballistic missiles program, to refrain from interfering in the affairs of its neighbors, but also their homelands, by which it means their countries, those three.
Jesus.
And also then calling on Iran to end its oppression of the Iranian people. The three governments saying that they have not taken part in the strikes against Iran, but they condemned Iran's approach, Iran's indiscriminate attack on its neighbors. The interesting thing there is that some governments, certainly one government in Europe, the Spanish government, condemned.
Wow, great. One government in Europe has condemned the strikes. Great. Only one government. Great. Love that. Zero problems there. I see no problems with that. The fact that no one is pushing back in the West. Okay. All right.
Response.
Yeah, Satan's Ghost, trust me, that's all my chat does is roast me. We're constantly roasting me. It's fine, okay? It's actually part of the point of the community here is to resist authority figures, so I advocate for resisting me at all costs, okay? Not at all costs. You all are disobedient to the cult leader. And I will start handing out Brahms if I have to, okay? All right.
But also the Israeli and U.S. attacks in the first place. The other thing to say is that many of these governments, they've been in special cabinet or emergency cabinet meetings. Certainly the French government, the French cabinet currently in an emergency session discussing security and defense issues. We know that President Macron called for, among other countries, for a special UN Security Council meeting, which we understand will be at 21 GMT in a few hours' time. So
okay.
No question about the
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just listening. So there's going to be a council meeting. All right, we've solved that. I'm going to go on here. Oh, you wish, Mayflower Kid. I'm sorry, that's gross. Okay. So let me see, guys. What else? Anyone else see any other news that's been happening during all of this? Because, you know, there's just so much going on. It's hard for me to keep track of all of it. The hour of your freedom is at hand. Let's see what CNN is saying, corporate media. All right. Exactly, Aro. Never believe it. Let's see what CNN is saying. Guys, corporate media, don't trust corporate media, but okay, whatever. Screw that. Okay. What we know so far about the attacks.
As much as we appreciate what our mechanics can do and who they are, no one looks forward to seeing the inside of an auto shop. Because if you're here, your car is too. And that means something's wrong. And likely it means an expensive repair
Correct,
bill.
Aro.
That is, unless you've called CarShield. When
Yes,
you call
guys, you're
CarShield
right.
Before your car breaks
They say hundreds of Who says that, Drusilla? Who says hundreds of American soldiers have been killed? What's that about? I haven't read that. Who said that?
down, they have plans that cover up to 5,000 parts and systems of your car. Don't wait. Call CarShield today.
Oh, shut up,
before it's too
CarShield.
late.
Oh, my
Call
God.
800-788-2415.
Yeah, no, Wizards, how dare you? Here we go. I am sponsored by no one. How dare you all? Don't make me, I'm gonna bonk you. I'm gonna bonk you, Wizards. Just images here of explosions. I wish, Elaney. Anyway, so, okay, yeah. So this is it. Really, this is the CNN feed. It's just images of explosions. Okay, you know what? Screw it. We're done with that. So it strikes against Iran. Israel launched an operation Saturday morning, according to Prime Minister's office, across multiple cities in Iran. The strikes targeted ballistic missiles and missile launchers, which Israel has viewed as a serious threat, as well as senior Iranian figures. Two Israeli sources familiar with the operation told CNN. It is unclear if any of the officials were hit. Israel is preparing for several days of strikes and even more if needed. Oh, Jesus Christ. Haha, Wizard. All right. Yeah. RL, Sierra is sponsored by the all-powerful court jester. You know I am. You know I am. Okay, I'm Jim Water, CEO of Big Water. We had a sponsorship deal, CR. I wish I would totally take it, Mithril. I wouldn't take it, but yes, Mithril. Okay. So the U.S. government, the strikes were coordinated with the United States and took months of close and joint planning. Great. The U.S. official says U.S. strikes are currently focused on military targets, but declined to elaborate, citing the ongoing operation. The United States military is planning for several days of attacks. Jesus Christ, I can't stream for several days. I mean, I do normally, but okay. In a video, okay, I know, blah, 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 blah. Iran's army said it would deliver a historic lesson to Israel. We hope so. All right. And apparently the White House is working to arrange full Senate and House hearings, which is funny that they did it after they started the bombing. Okay. Jesus Christ. So, guys. All right. I'm going to put up my face here in a second. Right now, there's not much new happening, it looks like. I'm going to keep streaming. I'm just going to put up my face here for a second. All right. Okay. So, obviously, guys, just a recap here of what we've seen so far. Israel and the United States have launched a series of strikes against Iran. They're claiming that these strikes may go on for several days. They're going to be claiming to go on for several days. Apparently, the claim being made is that they're doing it to stop Iran developing nuclear missiles, which we apparently already destroyed a few months back. But I guess we didn't, according to them, but we did, so it doesn't matter. And we're also saying that it's to free the Iranian people. That's kind of funny. And then we're also saying it's to stop their ballistic missiles. So which one is it? I don't know. I don't think we should believe any of that. It's all being framed in that way because it's really about securing Israel's empire in the Middle East and at America's benefit, by the way. Anyway, So there's that. We've already seen about what 100 and some probably civilians killed, many more injured from American strikes, American and Israeli strikes in Iran. Apparently, we're hoping for regime change, which is going to be stupid. It's very possible that Khamenei has already been killed. Apparently, Israel was targeting top Iranian leadership. So that's good. And which would leave the country decapitated and unable to actually negotiate peace. It might also cause a civil war. CIA reports indicate that a more hardline government might even take over the country if, in fact, there is a decapitation. Okay, they are just throwing all the excuses out the wall. Of course they are, Satan's ghost. This is like, I don't even know. It's not even really worth the time to go through it. It's like, we all know it's bullshit, right? It's like Iraq War 2.0, except worse. All right, but about worse. Drusilla, we talked about Pakistan and Afghanistan yesterday. Yeah, there's a war there too. So this is all very stupid and very evil. We're the baddies. I hope we all recognize that America are the baddies. And Iran, of course, responding the best they can with missile strikes. Yeah, Steve Bannon sucks, definitely. Steve Bannon is horrible. Yeah, exactly. This isn't wagging the dog. This is shaking the dog in a paint mixer. Yeah. Oh, of course. Welcome, Inga. Yeah, Israel, of course, the horrific country. Law school pro. I'm disabled because of Israel's wars. Law school pro. I am sorry to hear that. Did you fight in the IDF or were you a victim of an Israeli attack? Which one? Which one there? Okay. Which part of it? I'm very sorry that you are disabled. We don't even want that pause in hell. Yeah. So there you go, saying, hey, I'd like hell. Hell looks like seems like it has a warm environment and it's probably a lot more fun to go there. Law school pro. I don't think, are you being censored? Probably law school pro because Twitch and YouTube are monstrous. Unfortunately, I wasn't given any kind of you fought in Afghanistan. I'm sorry, law school bro. I'm sorry. Did you fight for the United States, Israel's puppet? I should say, well, we're both each other's puppets, I guess. America being the baddies in this war. Okay, or fought in okay, got you. That's true. Invalid axiom. So, yeah, guys, I know freaking YouTube is censoring tons of comments. I apologize for that. There's only so much I can do to stop what they're doing. What I could do, yeah, the USA, Israel's puppet. Gotcha, Law School Pro. I'm so sorry, Law School Pro. Horrific. Horrific that you've had to go through that. All right. Okay, guys, so any questions or comments about anything that's happened so far, any news updates? I'm going to go use the restroom here in a second, and then I'll be back. Oh, I know you're not. I know you're not. Blaming me there. 99. No, Law School Pro. I get it. Okay. It's obviously I can't control everything YouTube does, unfortunately. But however, I will say, Law School Pro, I'm over on Twitch. Twitch actually won't block what you say. If I can actually, if you post something on Twitch, it'll tell me, and then I can letting everyone else see it. So if you go over on Twitch, you're less likely to be censored. I'm sorry to say. Okay. So guys, but that's unfortunately the problem. That is unfortunately a problem. So guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I have to pee. All right. I've been drinking a lot of coffee to stay awake during this nightmare. So I'll be right back. I will be right back. Give me a second. I'm going to put on the school at law school. It happens to be, yeah, guys, I'm sorry that YouTube and stuff are that way. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Guys, real fast, before I do that, though, I'm going to once again post our Discord community. Please join it if you haven't already. Great community over there. You can recommend things for me to react to and stuff. I'm also going to post a link to my Twitch for those that want to go over there, because you're much likely to be, what's the term, censored over on Twitch, because I can okay what you say if you go over to Twitch. Here you go. Paste there. There is Twitch. I'll be right back, guys. In the meantime, okay, I'll be right back. Give me a second. I just need to use the restroom.
to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? 'Cause all on you now to figure out how you lost the fire in your eyes. 'Cause I can't change it, what you're wasting. Now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. When the haze clears all of your fears, now we have nothing left to lose. Fill the spaces, we can erase this, and not the feeling that you choose. You're tired of running, 'cause I lost the feeling. We're disconnected in our touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how you lost the fire in your eyes. 'Cause I can't change it, what you're wasting. Now that your gaze is polarized. You lost the fire in your eyes. It's all on you. Slow down time.
Okay, back to hell. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Happy Saturday, by the way. Happy goddamn Saturday. Lovely Saturday. Look, I got hard-boiled eggs, folks. I got hard-boiled eggs. Ooh. Because I don't have time for much else because of all the shit going down. All right. How's everyone doing out there? Should I hand out boops? I don't know. Is it really time for boops? Who knows? Okay, whatever. It's fine. Satan's Ghost, welcome. You get a boop. Boop. Thank you, Satan's Ghost, for being here. I'm going to give boops to the new people to try and bribe you to stay in the community. All right. Invalid Axiom, you get a boop. Boop. Here, these are all bribes for the people who I want them to stay in the community. So Satan's Ghost says that he/she/they is hot. Satan Ghost is hot. I'm saying that it's true. Anyone else want a boop that's new to the community? Will that convince you to stay in here and subscribe? I'm all about bribery. Please follow me on Twitch or on YouTube. All right. Implying hard-boiled eggs are not peak is the most upsetting thing you've said today. Brump! You get a brump, Loiso. How dare you defy me? Okay, anyway. So, all right. Everyone good? Everyone good out there? The casual flirting in chat. I have my popcorn. All right. Am I missing anything? Anything happened while I was gone? Any more wars start? All right. I could make eggs and soldiers same amount, times 2 the fun. Hello, Dolly Boy. Why'd you say WTF, Dolly Boy? Was that too loud? Paleontology Dog is here. Paleontology Dog, you're a traitor, Paleontology Dog, for saying cheeseburger in chat. Okay. Everyone good? We're all good out there? Okay. Let's see what we got. You'll never find me. Hee 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 hee. Okay. So, guys, the hell if I know what we should do now. So, I don't know. Someone just did something. What just happened? Someone just did something. I heard some kind of sound that implied someone did something on Twitch. Oh, is that literally true, Wizards? Is that literally true? Satan is literally your brat slash spouse. Welcome, 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 Satan. So glad you're here, Satan. So glad you're here. We always love having Satan in chat. Okay, yes, I'm giving boobs to the new people. I'm all for bribery. All for bribery. Okay, so, oh, that's cute, Wizards. That's adorable. All right. So, okay, how has Sumer reacted, CR? You know what? Let's take a look. That's a good question. How has good old Chucky Boy Schumer? Yeah, Nine, you can keep chatting on here. Nine, eventually it'll let you chat. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. Yeah, it takes a few minutes to be able to chat on Twitch just because I'm trying to prevent a bunch of goddamn right-wing lunatics coming in here and calling me the F word and stuff, which I appreciate. It shows I'm getting bigger, but, you know, would rather not. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Let me see what we got here. We got Chucky Schumer. Chuck Schumer, Iran, probably is going to be like, this is bad. That's it. Okay. All that Chuck Schumer, here we go, guys. This is going to be great. All that Chuck Schumer is demanding right now, all that Chuck Schumer is demanding right now is that they get a briefing on what's happening. Oh, I love that. He's like, why aren't we being briefed on this? Why aren't we being briefed on it? Oh my God, I love that. I love that for us. Okay. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. You're an angel. Okay. Okay. Anyway, don't, okay, whatever. It's fine. True Lloyd. Yeah. Okay. I know. I hate this place too, guys. I hate this goddamn place. What are we doing? What are we doing? All right. So how about this, guys? I am going to, let's see what else is going on here. We are, again, folks, for those that are new here, for those that may be new here, just a reminder, he wants to he wants to be well informed on the horror, probably gets off on it. I know, isn't that shocking, Weirdomorphous Bob? Apparently Chuck Schumer is not an anti-imperialist. I wonder why. Okay, I'm going to put my... Is there a poly love triangle or whatever happening in chat right now? I know there's already some poly people in here, but is the polycule expanding like while I'm talking? All right. Hello, Body Swap. I just took the puppy on a walk. I'm back. Hello, Body Swap. Love having you here. Thank you, LaCroix. LaCroix, thank you for gifting Invalid Axiom a super chat. I'm not a super chat, a sub. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Definitely not the first sub in this chat. Okay, moving on. So let's go on here. Anything else interesting that I'm missing while this is happening? I mean, not interesting as in like fun, interesting as in horrifying. What is happening? God, thank you so much, LaCroix. All right. I'm not sure I deserve it, but thanks. You deserve it, Axiom. If LaCroix thinks you deserve it, you deserve it. All right.
statuscoup.com/join.
Okay, it does appear. Here's another image. There are protesters in America right now. Not that many, but going out there to protest.
As low as $5 a month you go to cover the huge expenses that we generate to be on the ground for these long periods of time. We're talking about $15,000 a month that it costs us to be on the ground in some of these places, between salaries for myself, John Farina, our other crews that we employ.
I know. Dolly Boy, go back to your doghouse, okay? Bad boy. Bad boy. Be a good boy, Dolly Boy, and go back to your house, okay? All right. Damn right, you do deserve the gift sub, Invalid Axiom. All right. Thank you guys for that. If Strimmer overloads says I deserve it, then I'll take it as gospel. Correct, Invalid Axiom. That is exactly how you need to think in here, all right? That is exactly how you think in here, how you're supposed to think. All right, so there are some protests going on. These look like anti-ICE protests. Let's see what else is happening. What the hell is Hassan doing? Why is there an image of Hassan flexing? Okay, whatever. I'm not going to get into that. I do like Hassan's title for his stream. We are shameless monsters. Okay, fair, Hassan. I support that. All right, whatever. Let's go back to Al Jazeera, see what's happening. Thank you, Alyssa, so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The first thing to say
Lacroix, he is hot, unfortunately. I'm not as hot as he is. Should I flex on stream, guys? Should I flex on stream? Would you guys like me? Would you guys like me more if I flexed on stream? I'm willing to do anything. I'll do anything. I'll do anything. Will I get more views? Will I get more views if I flex on stream?
Okay, Germans and British, their governments putting out a joint statement. We know also that the EU at the what's called the co-reaper level.
Let's see here.
The permanent representation, the ambassadors.
Yeah, he does. He has good. Guys, I'm not saying I don't like Hassan. I'm just jealous. I'm just jealous because I'm very tiny compared to him.
Really,
flex your mandibles, Strimmer.
I mentioned whose positions have been put out. Who've been
Drusilla, you know you want to see it.
Really putting the message out across. All right. Very clearly saying.
So again, 201 people killed so far. I have, Doug. You know it, Doug, right? And I have big muscles, don't I, Doug?
Okay. Program to curtail its
body swap.
ballistic missile program, to refrain from the sorts of activities they said it had been carrying out in.
Doug, tell everyone how hot I am. Tell them how hot I was. How hot I was when I. Sorry, okay, I'll stop. I'm being an asshole.
Against its neighbours, but also in their homelands. In other words, their three countries, and calling on Iran to return to the negotiating table. But
what was that?
It is also worth.
Oh my God,
that at least
Stolly boy, you're so kind. Thank you. Weirdamorphous Blob has been granted a gifted sub,
which was not shared by those three. The Spanish Prime Minister on social media said condemning not only the Iranian response to the attacks, but also the attacks by Israel and the United States themselves. Okay. Something which the
99 Red Balloons, you are on a roll today, and I highly support you. I highly support all your comments. You're my new favorite.
E3, France, Germany, Britain did not do. They made clear they were not party to the strikes. So you have that.
Yeah, but they were tacitly in support.
Note from the Spanish, but also the sense that the EU is looking to find a common position. And of course, we know that the French cabinet has been in session called an emergency session by Emmanuel Macron to discuss the security and defence aspects of the situation from the French point of view. And President Macron was one of many leaders who wanted that Security Council meeting to take place tonight.
Dominic, thank you. Dominic Kane there. And indeed, thanks to all our correspondents in Doha.
So again, guys, still ongoing.
Ramallah, United Nations headquarters in New York, Washington, and Tehran.
I agree, Sir Bartholomew. Now, there's actually funny. There was a book written a long time ago basically arguing that we need to return to this like ritualistic war where like there's one army on each side, they fight, and whoever wins that battle wins the war, to reduce deaths, which is, it will never happen because that's not how war works. But anyway, yeah, I Am Not Unreal. Yep, 51. Well, from what last I read, I Am Not Unreal, it was in the 60s, number of girls killed in a missile strike in Iran. And we also have struck Israel or the United States, I'm not sure which, struck a fitness center that also killed a bunch of people, right?
Now, Iran's foreign minister has been speaking to U.S. media. Abbas Araghchi has acknowledged that Iran may have lost a few commanders, but that it wasn't, quote, such a big problem. He also said that Iran was open to dialogue.
If Americans want to talk to us, they know how they can contact me. We are certainly interested for de-escalation.
To be clear, guys, I like Hassan. I want to point that out. But for you who have watched me for a while, guys, I'm very jealous. So you guys can like Hassan or not like Hassan. I'm just saying, I'm just jealous. I've only been doing this for like 8 months though, so it's not like 8 or 9 months. So it's not like anyway.
Our war, This is an imposed war against us. This is a war of choice by the United States, and they have to pay for that.
Arakchi also stressed that Iran would not give up its right to enrich uranium.
We agreed to do enrichment only based on our needs, the needs of Iranian people.
Yeah,
I can
nuclear
tell you
power.
one of our needs. It is.
And honestly, do we blame them? By the way, the Ayatollah of Iran actually passed, what is it, a fatwa? Not a fatwa. I forget the word for it. Something that basically said, invalid accident. Don't tempt me. Okay. Tell me how much you like him after you hear him calling. Oh, I didn't know that. See, I don't watch him that often, but okay. I got you. You're here now, Minor Bird. Welcome. Yeah, was it a fatwa? I forget what it is. He issued a order that basically said that Iran doesn't want nuclear weapons. Okay, that Iran having nuclear weapons is not something that they want. Now, does that mean he's being honest? No, but I don't blame them though if they do want Iran. Okay, I don't blame them though if they do want a nuke. How else are you going to stop Israel and the United States from bombing you constantly? Unless you have the threat of nuclear war to stop that. Right? I mean, if you don't want a country to get a nuke, don't threaten them all the time and make them want a nuke. Nukes are very expensive to have and maintain. It's not like a country wants to have them unless they need them. Okay. Jesus.
Your Tehran research reactor. This is a small reactor, by the way, built by Americans before the revolution. And this reactor produces radioisotopes, medicines needed for nearly 2 million Iranians. So how we can give it up? How we can just stop this reactor? So we would continue our program based on our own needs.
Well, here with me in the studio is Paul Musgrave. He's an associate professor of government at Georgetown University here in Qatar. He focuses on U.S. foreign policy and international relations theory. Also on set here is we have Rashid Al-Mohanadi. He's the vice president of the Center for International Policy Research. But it does seem, Paul, that this is going to go on for a while.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Jesus.
The Americans have suggested that they have a 10-day campaign planned. Of course, when Russia invaded Ukraine, they had a 72-hour special operation plan. So I think that those of us here in the Gulf who are living with the consequences of this action are probably going to be dealing with it for a little bit longer. I also think there's a possibility that what we've seen could just be the first step.
Hello, Jefferin Martin. Jefferin Martin, welcome to the stream. You say World War III is coming. Oh, my God. Jefferin Martin, I don't think it is, all right? I am very anti what America's doing, what Israel's doing and stuff. Obviously, we are monsters. We are the evil empire. I want to be clear, though, I don't think this is going to become World War III because, unfortunately, China's not going to do anything about it. Russia's not going to do anything about it. Europe isn't doing anything about it. They're not getting involved. Right? So, unfortunately, right now, Israel and the United States basically have free reign to do what they want to Iran, and no one's going to get in the way of that. So, I mean, it's deeply unlikely that this will turn into World War III, which is partially a problem because there's no incentive for the United States and Israel not to bomb Iran. I mean, there are some forms of resistance that could happen, but we're certainly not seeing any of it. So, even though this is a murderous act of imperialism and bombing, and it's illegal according to international law, and the United States and Israel are the baddies. Unfortunately, I mean, it's not going to cause, not unfortunately, but it's probably not going to cause World War III, okay?
Ages. We've heard rumors, of course, that the IRGC is threatening vessels in the Arabian Gulf with escalation, and we know from social media that what's already happened in other capitals here in the GCC is much worse than what we've been dealing with in Doha. So it's the first step, it's early days, and I think that we're all digging in for a much longer conflict.
Rashid, I mean, how does a country in the GCC, like Qatar or the United Arab Emirates, actually retaliate here without endangering further upping the ante, if you will?
Matt Saiga, I'm going to call you out here in a second, okay? Stop arguing about this in chat. I'm going to say something very mean, Matt Saiga. Very mean indeed, okay?
That's a really good question. So we've always known that the Iranian strategy is if they were struck
with love, Matt Saigai,
by the U.S., they would strike U.S. interest in the
region.
So we've always known that. But I think
Matty Oates, did you see Mark Carney stating he backs the U.S. and Israel strikes?
The initial reports we're hearing is, and we've been counting the explosions, during the day, a few dozen interceptions in the UAE and Bahrain attacking civilian infrastructure. I think this is something we haven't seen before. So assessing now what sort of retaliation would happen and what policy decisions the Gulf states might take is a bit premature. And I think we have to wait at least for a couple of days to see how things go on in the Iran-US-Israel front before.
Let's get it over now to Tehran. Joining us there is Abbas Aslani. He's a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. Thank you so much for joining us, Abbas. How strong is the Tehran regime, or should I say government?
We have been hearing all along that the United States have been saying that Iran is very weak, but I would say that the system in Iran is not that weak, and the United States itself is not that strong. And, the lessons that the system...
Okay, guys, can I just say something? Can we just stop talking about Hassan in the chat? Like, this is what annoys me about this. I bring up Hassan, and everyone suddenly starts debating whether he's good or bad. And while there's bombs going off all over the world, can we just stop talking about Hassan? Like, can we just, you see what I mean? I'm not trying to silence you. I'm not going to ban you if you keep doing it. But it's just, like, what are we doing here, okay? All right. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought him up, okay? I shouldn't have brought him up.
Has been integrating into...
No, I know, TJ. I'm just saying, and I'm not calling out anyone particularly. There's just a lot of debate going on in chat.
The current conflict is also visible. They have been trying to somehow incorporate it into the command and control system. That's why the armed forces try to absorb the attacks in the initial stage, and they retaliated against different targets in the region.
Yeah, Dolly Boy.
And that indicates that they
okay.
have this Iran.
Thank you, Invalid Axiom. You all can call me hot. You just can't talk about Hassan. I'm just kidding.
Time was not caught off guard, and they were expecting such kind of attack coming from the United States as well as Israel, and they had planned for this. So that's why we are seeing this kind of conflict is taking place in the early hours of the aggression against the country.
So let's just look at all this. Now, Paul, if regime change is the stated objective here, now an air war on its own is not going to cut it, is it?
That's absolutely right. Well, it's unclear what will. And if you parse President Trump's statement very carefully, he doesn't say that the United States will be in the business of regime change. He says that the United States will facilitate the conditions whereby
you guys know what I want to hear. Call me hot. Thank you. Thank you, Satan's ghost.
A lot of context.
Oh, I'm sorry, Wizard. I didn't mean to flirt with your partner.
Israel, but also,
sorry, again, being an asshole.
On protesters.
Okay, Druzilla, what did Druzilla say here? What did you say, Druzilla? You said there was a demonstration in our capital this afternoon for the strike. That's amazing, Druzilla. Fantastic. Jonas, I swear to God. Okay. So I'm sorry, guys. I haven't been talking much. I've just been listening to what they're saying. Let's see what else is going on out in the world. All right. CR is hot as fucking I like women. Oh, thank you, Minor Bird. Thank you. All right. Okay. Maybe you should be wizards. I'm just okay, I'm sorry. I'll shut up. I'll stop. I'm sorry. Okay. There's going to be like a Me Too moment for everyone in chat here. Tehran retaliates, firing missiles at Israel and the U.S. bases in the region. Let's see here. I just want to see what new updates we got going on here. Yeah, I haven't seen any new news for a while here. The leader of Yemeni's Houthis, a militant group that is one of Iran's proxy forces in the region, denounced the attacks on Iran and called for mass protests on Sunday in areas under the group's control. Abdul Malik al-Houthi said the group was preparing for all scenarios and expressed solidarity with the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Iranian Muslim people. The Houthis have frequently targeted shipping. Okay. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani called the U.S. hello, just some guy in the mountains, called the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran a catastrophic escalation in an illegal war of aggression. In a strongly worded post on X, the mayor said Americans do not want this. They do not want another war in pursuit of regime change. He stopped shortly of directly criticizing President Trump, with whom he met 2 days ago, and posted a chummy photo. Okay, so, all right. This is what we're going to do, guys. I'm going to keep an eye on the news, but let's move on to something else just for now. Obviously, it looks like the strikes are kind of... Brucey, why do you not like Zoran? Why do you hate Zoran so much? I'm just curious. Yeah, Tisha, yeah. Yep, Tish, welcome back, Tish. Tish knows. I mean, this war was oncoming for many years, okay? Many, many years. You think that Zoran Mamdani is a Trump sympathizer, Brucey? He is not. Zoran Mamdani is not a Trump sympathizer. I'm not sure. Can you explain why you think that Zoran Mamdani is a Trump sympathizer? He's very good at manipulating Donald Trump. No, but Brucey, he manipulated the hell out of Trump. He did that on purpose. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a socialist. Yeah, he's definitely playing Trump. Okay, he is not a Trump sympathizer. He's pragmatic, but okay. So Zoran is amazing. Love Zoran. So let's see here, guys. Yeah, right. Weird amorphous blob. Like, compared to other people, he's not bad. He's all right. He's much better than a lot of folks. All right, guys. So real fast. Yeah, he's a democratic socialist. That's awesome. Socialism is awesome. Obviously, he's not a real socialist. Well, no, okay, wait a minute. Brucey, democratic socialists are socialists. You mean social democrats, or social democracy is not the same as democratic socialism, although admittedly in the U.S. there appears to be some overlap between the two. Anyway, I got you, Brucey. All right. So, all right, guys, let's pause this coverage for a second. Obviously, there will be more news coming out. I think it's starting to become... Morning is coming in a lot of these places. It looks like a lot of the strikes have dying down. Yeah, it gets confusing, Minerberg, but he's much better than a lot of people. Mamdani's much better than a lot of people. All right. So, going on here. Yeah, exactly, weird amorphous blob. But you would agree, weird amorphous blob. He's better than almost any other politician. He's not perfect. All right. Yeah, so Wizard, when I say democratic socialism, I mean like real democratic socialism. In the United States, we have the phrase democratic socialism. It's basically just social democracy, but anyway, this is sort of, I don't know, it's whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay. All right. So, moving on here. Invalid axiom. You know how much I love you. Okay, so let's take a look here. Let's watch a video.
I'm worried. I am worried that they're going
Cenk is live. I know we're not a big fan of Cenk Uygur, but
be successful at some point.
I want to see though if the Ayatollah, if anyone ever sees info about whether the Ayatollah is still alive or not. That's very important news. Oops, how did I spell that? I really spelled that wrong. Look at this, the Wall Street Journal publishing an opinion saying the Ayatollah is choosing war. Great, 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 great. Love that. Okay, love that. Yeah, we still don't know, still haven't heard whether or not he's alive or not. Okay, so we'll see if he is dead. He might be dead. Okay. Yeah, he begged not to have the war. Of course, more lying from the American media. God love that. Posting an op-ed talking about bullshit. Cenk makes me laugh. Yeah, all right. So, isn't that hilarious, guys? Absolutely insane. Moving on. Yeah, exactly. That's why we're not going to watch Cenk. but I was just curious. So let's see, guys. So again, let's go on to something else here. I want to, right now, there doesn't appear to be any new news coming out about what's happening. If anyone sees any, I'm going to need your help to let me know. There's just so much going on. Okay. Is flash banning my dark mode? I'm sorry, they're invalid. Jenk should just get to the Tim Boom beanie at this point. All right. So let's see here. There is something I wanted to kind of watch with all of you. Maybe while I'm going to be looking around while we're watching it. All right. Everybody's wrong in something, but as long as we're less wrong than Jenk, we're doing fine. That's funny. All right, you guys. Let's see here. All right. Let's watch this. So this is
Welcome
Kyle
to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there.
No, we're not going to watch this. We're going to watch this instead. This is a video that I saw on YouTube, and let's talk about this a little bit. Well, don't worry. I am going to be looking at Iran news while we're watching it in the background and stuff because it's hard to kind of juggle all this shit. This is a video on YouTube I found. It's called "Baby Boomers: The Most Selfish Generation Ever," and we're obviously not going to dominate. We're not going to say all baby boomers are bad, right? They're a whole generation. Not all of them are the same, but there are some interesting cultural things from the baby boomer generation. Due to Reagan and stuff like that. And the baby boomers, their generation has done a lot of unpleasant things. All right. So let's watch this together and let's talk about it. Obviously we're in the midst of a war. So let's keep our eyes open. Okay. While we're watching this.
The Federal Reserve. Baby boomers have officially become the richest generation to ever live, holding over 51% of the nation's total wealth. And as emerging generations inherit a national debt set to grow by 63% within the next decade, a collapsing job market, record housing prices, and a cost of living crisis, it raises the question, why did the richest generation in history sell out the nation's future? While baby boomers came of age during
because they were taught to be radical individualists and love capitalism and hate socialism. And they were taught that there was a link between patriotism and consumerism. So I actually did research on this in grad school. There was sort of this push to connect consumerism and buy to being an American patriot. And there was this push to connect working loyally for a corporate interest or a business and patriotism. And it's sort of an effort to combat the Soviet Union, right? Yeah, they were raised to be, there are also a lot of baby boomers were raised that selfishness is a good thing, that like selfish consumerism, selfish voting, and things like that are good things. All right. There's a lot of reasons for this, but hopefully they'll talk about it.
Part-time minimum wage job could cover the full cost of college tuition. Lifelong careers were often secured by a firm handshake, and housing prices.
Yeah, Satan's Ghost. I am cool. Thank you, Satan's Ghost. I have a master's in history. I was actually getting my PhD in history. I know quite a lot about history. All right. I know I'm bragging, everyone, but we got new people. Let me do my bragging because we got new people. Okay. I was getting my PhD in history. I studied two things. When to get my master's, I studied international post-World War II fascist movements. And then when I was getting my PhD, I started studying something called the 20th century history of the development of American systems of social control. Basically how the wealthy, elite, and powerful use systems of social control to keep people obedient to them and things like that and to assure their power. Anyway, so except for the degree, right? I can brag about the degree, guys. Let me brag about the degree, all right? So moving on. So I know this shit I'm talking about, folks. Anyway, moving on.
Were so low that nearly half of all 27-year-olds
owned a home.
Trump is a traitor. The reality is that this image of generational prosperity was never shared across all baby boomers. When looking at how the generation's $85 trillion in total wealth is actually distributed, a level that is structurally impossible for any other living generation to achieve, nearly 3/4 of it is held by just the top 10% within the generation, where the responsibility for the nation's economic trajectory and theft of its future truly resides. Much of that concentration traces back to their parents' access to the GI Bill, which functioned less as a universal benefit and more as
But to be clear, folks, as I say every single stream, does that mean what I'm telling you is true or that I even have a degree? No, you don't know me. Don't trust what you hear on the internet 100%, right? Don't think that just because I said that it's one, true, or two, that I'm telling you anything that is actually valuable, okay? As I say all the time at the end of every stream, don't blindly believe people on the internet,
mechanism that shaped the economic outcomes of the
gluteomyalgia. Shh. Let me be an elitist. Gluteomyalgia. Let me be an elitist.
Largest generation in American history. For families excluded from the GI Bill, the post-war promise never materialized.
There you go.
Black veterans were routinely denied access through discriminatory lending, segregated universities, and local VA offices that refused to process applications, while rural veterans often lacked the educational institutions, banks, and infrastructure necessary to meaningfully utilize the benefits at all. Of the 2.7 million Americans who served in the Vietnam War, roughly 80% were baby boomers from poor working-class families unable to afford college deferments, only to return home to a nation already facing economic stagnation. But for the families who benefited, baby boomers were raised in conditions that marked a historic rise from scarcity, defined by comfort, attention, and material abundance.
Because of the American empire, that generation raised you know, Jonas, how dare you? Jonas, I'm going to ban you from chat. I swear to God. Okay.
The size of the generation, combined with this economic leverage, shifted industries to fundamentally curate the economy around their wants and expectations. At the same time, prevailing psychological thought urged parents to treat children as equals and frame challenging adult authority as healthy self-expression, reinforcing a worldview in which accommodation was not a privilege, but a requirement. What European observers at the time would simply describe as spoiled.
Outer signal, don't compliment Loiso. Everyone is banned from complimenting Loiso.
Cultural historian Lawrence Samuel noted that Europeans who worked as camp counselors in the United States during the late 1950s were often taken back by the brashness of American children, describing them as pseudo-mature and superficially self-assured, with respect granted to adults only when authority had to be earned. Having fun mattered above all else.
Okay, enough talking about Assad in chat. Enough. Enough.
Spoiled appeared more frequently than any other descriptor. Counselors observed that American children were already highly materialistic, more interested in cars, television, and business than their European counterparts, with parental affection often expressed through consumption rather than restraint, contributing to the early labeling of young baby boomers as the me generation, defined by coddling, pampering, and self-serving priorities. While these same accusations would only be redirected to every emerging generation, the more economically relevant reality is that many maintain those same self-serving attitudes as they rose into positions of power. Despite often being defined by their countercultural revolution, early baby boomers...
Yeah, it's also hilarious. These are the... Guys, what's interesting about like the 60s and how a lot of baby boomers sort of did this system rejection, their view of revolution was rejecting like the system and then focus and then so that they can buy and do what they want. Okay? It became kind of a materialistic rejection where they viewed freedom as being able to buy what you want and do what you want and shit like that. So it was kind of a not fully revolution.
Ultimately embraced the very material comforts they protested against. One younger boomer, interviewed by the American Prospect, blatantly acknowledged the hypocrisy of older counterparts, stating, "They always talk about how they marched and protested, and now they're the same ones who are stepping over homeless people to buy Rolexes," where that abandonment of principle was reinforced by the extraordinary economic opportunity they entered adulthood with. A 1966 Business Week report noted,
"Yeah, Jonas. Now, I am slightly exaggerating. A lot of them were protesting good things, like the Vietnam War, and there were some very far left parts of this movement, and they did make gains. Like they started the sexual revolution. The civil rights movement was very useful in a lot of ways, but the part that was anti-capitalist was crushed. And so a lot of this revolution was very much against family structures and against sexual oppression and against war. But the pushback against capitalism was not that significant, and it was crushed where it was significant. Okay?
employers were resorting to gimmicks to lure sorely needed workers from other companies and other countries, with Ford and others even combing Appalachia and the Ozarks in search of coon and squirrel hunters, allowing early boomers to rapidly move into high-paying corporate and financial roles, marking the rise of the yuppie era, defined by the expansion of Wall Street's influence, the prioritization of short-term profits, and the adoption of shareholder value as the dominant corporate objective. Under this boomer leadership, corporate raiding became the prevailing business model. Companies were acquired and stripped for assets, divisions deemed unprofitable were shuttered, and large-scale
mouth may fabricate? Okay, we're going to pause this. The Iran Minister of Defense is speaking on Al Jazeera. If that's true, I would like to hear that.
Marking the rise
We'll
of
get
the
back to
yuppie
this
era.
about, okay, Al Jazeera.
So I think what is at stake
Oh,
is
we
not
already saw this. Okay.
the security and peace of the region, and that
okay, I'm not going to, so we already kind of started watching that. He's not really saying anything
the
new.
deindustrialization of the United States as production shifted overseas and capital flowed into financial markets. Organized labor was simultaneously undermined, with one anti-union consultant writing in the Wall Street Journal that the current government and business climate presents a unique opportunity for companies to develop and implement long-term plans for conducting business in a union-free environment, arguing that the critical test was whether management had the intellectual discipline and foresight to capitalize on this rare moment in our history.
Guys, okay, have you ever heard of the Trilateral Commission report? Oh, just you wait. Just you wait. Okay. Trilateral Commission report. So, in response to the here we go. In response to the 60s, where there was a lot of change in America, the 3 parts of the world, specifically the United States, Europe, yes, I mean generally Europe, and Japan, formed something called the Trilateral Commission, where they met together and discussed how to move forward on their societies and like what changes needed to be made and things like that. This was a meeting of like the top people in the governments of both Europe, America, and Japan. This is the conclusion they came to, okay, in the 1960s. All right. Let me do a search here if I can search the document, if they let me search the document. How do I do this? How do I do this? Search the document. How do I search? Okay. Find, let's see here. Indoctrination. They concluded, and you can find this document online. It is open. Okay. Indoctrination of the young. They concluded that the reason why there had been so much pushback, against the elites in society was for this reason. Okay. Let me push forward here. In the past, those institutions, so they're talking about American institutions, all right? So authority has been challenged, they say authority has been challenged not only in government, but in trade unions, business enterprises, schools and universities, professional associations, churches, and civic groups, okay? In the past, those institutions which had played the major role in the indoctrination of the young, in their rights and obligations as member of societies have been the family, the church, and the school and the army. The effectiveness of all these institutions as a means of socialization has declined severely, okay? So they go on to say, so they're basically saying, guys, that we are, the elites of these countries are no longer effectively indoctrinating young people to be obedient to people in power. That's literally what they're saying there. They have been failing in these countries. The elites have been failing in their indoctrination of the young. So this is what they go on to say in this report. They say the democratic spirit is egalitarian, individualistic, populist, and impatient with the distinctions of class and rank. The spread of that spirit weakens the traditional threats to democracy posed by such groups such as the aristocracy, the church, and the military. At the same time, a pervasive spirit of democracy may pose an intrinsic threat and undermine all forms of association, weakening the social bonds which hold together family, enterprise, and community. Every social organization requires to some measure inequalities in authority and distinction. They are literally saying that, guys, the problem with the reason why there was all this pushback in the 60s is that we've let there be too much democracy. People feel too liberated. There's too much democracy. We're no longer successfully indoctrinating the young. And this is in the 70s. Okay? Okay. So they basically go on to say that I'm not going to read through all this. They go on to say that the reason why there is so much struggle in these countries and so much pushback is that they literally use the phrase excess of democracy. They call the groups that are pushing back against these elites, they call them the special interests. Special interest. Who are the special interests to them? That's women, black people, the working class. To them, there's too much influence by the special interests on the government. What they do not include as special interest are business executives or are business owners, corporate owners and things like that. They're referring to the average person. And so they go on to recommend that the way to regain, for the elites to regain control over these societies is to better improve the indoctrination of the young, to limit democracy in any way possible, all right? And to basically push back against all these changes that occurred in the 60s. And what we end up seeing in the 70s and 80s was a concerted effort. That's where we started to see a lot more money flowing into politics. We started to see a lot more, like Fox News came about and became much more propagandistic later. We saw a lot of Supreme Court decisions that were very pro-corporation. We start to see the massive proliferation of propaganda organizations to promote the free market capitalism. We start to see laws being passed that undermine unions. Okay? There was a big backlash in the 70s and the 80s to what happened in the 60s. And they're open about it in their documents. They're openly saying there's too much democracy. The people are asking too much of the government. We need to clamp down on this, and we need to be better at indoctrinating the young. Anyway, so I'm going to post this. If anyone wants to, so you know I'm not making this shit up, I'm going to post this here in chat. By the way, if you think this was a conservative thing, the guy the guy who was involved in this from America was part of the Carter administration. This is a liberal position. These are what liberals were thinking at the time. You can imagine the conservatives were probably worse. So, just to be clear, this was a liberal worldview. Moving on. I just posted in chat if you're interested in reading it. Pretty horrific. We also ended up seeing something else happen at this time. If anyone's ever heard of the Powell Memorandum. The Powell Memorandum. Everyone out there hearing me? There's not much chatting going on. I'm just making sure, you know, my inner teacher instincts makes me worried. Making sure like there's nothing wrong with the internet. Powell Memorandum. All right. This is a, weird amorphous blob. Here we have a document that was secretly sent to the Chambers of Commerce. Okay, I got you, Invalid Axiom. You guys are alive. Excellent, excellent. That's okay, guys. I'm glad you guys are alive and you're doing well. Here is a secret document. Guys, it's okay. No need to apologize. All right, no need to apologize. Here is a document called the memo from Lewis Powell, okay? And it was secretly sent from Lewis Powell, who was a jurist, who was a lawyer. He ended up being a justice on the Supreme Court, and he was one of the main voices who gave corporations the right to do unlimited donations to politicians. Before he was on the Supreme Court, he wrote a secret document. It was called The Attack on the American Free Enterprise System. Here is it. It was secret as in he didn't want people to know about it, but he sent it all across the country. Okay, he sent it to business organizations all across the country. All right. And he said the following. He went on to say, guys, we need to do something because no thoughtful person can question that the American economic system is under attack. And he goes on to say that unions, people advocating for change, socialists, people trying to restrict corporations are massively undermining the American enterprise system and corporations. And he goes on to say, you know, it's gaining, the assault on the enterprise system is broadly based and purposed. It is gaining momentum in converts. He goes on to say that the people that are doing this are the universities, the communists, the leftists, and other revolutionaries who would destroy the whole system. And he goes on to say that what we need to do is we need to start using our vast wealth and resources to combat this through propaganda. We need to start funding schools and organizations and think tanks to generate propaganda to push back against this narrative coming from the left and to make sure that the corporate world maintains its power. Literally, he says it outright. And this was sent to private companies and chambers of commerce all across the country. Now, he ended up being chosen to be a justice on the Supreme Court, who was one of the main people who voted to give corporations basically unlimited power to donate to campaigns and stuff in the United States to protect them from the influence of the people and the left. They are open about their intentions, folks. Yeah, this is the history of where we are today. If you want to, this is from 1971. So this is before the last document I showed you, but you can see that this was they were already thinking this way in the early 70s, that we need to secure our interests as the elite. We need to secure our corporate interests and our power over the people. And this is what I studied. This is what, you can track it. There are documents about it, okay? You can track it. I'll post it if you guys want to look closer at it. It is in the public domain. All this stuff is out there, but no one really, you know, it's not talked about much. So there you go. If you guys are curious, there is a link to it. And so this stuff they're talking about is 100% true, okay? And it was done purposely. I see the reason why Marx is a little irrelevant is connected to this, by the way. What do you mean they're saying? Ghost, explain. All right. So just saying, I can show you more documents and more documents and more documents. All right. More documents. Yeah, totally. Okay. So this is one of the reasons why baby boomers, wait, a streamer with a 4-dimensional grasp of history, blasphemy. Satan's ghost is going to have a field day with you. Like, I could go talk about this for hours, but this was literally done explicitly. All right. And we didn't fight back much. The baby boomers didn't fight back much because they believed that they had been liberated because of the 60s. It was an incomplete revolution or an incomplete change. Hello, Retro Asher. All right. And do we also remember that Martin Luther King, for example, okay, because post-structuralism is able to analyze the systems way better. Satan's ghost, I actually disagree with you. I do. I don't get when it comes to analyzing systems, post-structuralism is important, absolutely. But where it doesn't get us anywhere, in my opinion, it doesn't get us anywhere. Then what? Because every system is a system of power, and human beings have had systems of power since we had civilizations. So to be like, well, every system of power is oppressive and a form of oppression, that's really not the issue to me. The issue is what system of power should we have that is the least, that's okay, Satan's Ghost. You can fight me all you want, I promise you. Everyone else does. What system of power can we have that is the most fair and the best? I'm not actually a fan of Foucault or like folks like that. They have good, it's a good way to study things and to look at things from a different perspective, but I don't think it's useful for creating systems or understanding politics or doing politics. I just don't. Anyway, but that's my opinion on that. Maybe we'll talk about it sometime. Okay. So, all right, moving on. So, okay. Yeah, correct. Satan's ghost. We got to talk. Oh my God, right? There is hope. So systems existed. No systems existed before civilization. Correct, Satan's ghost. I actually have a degree in anthropology too, so trust me. I know that the problem, though, Satan's ghost, is that we have civilizations now. Okay? We cannot dismantle those civilizations. There are too many people on the planet for us to not have civilizations. There was a limit of population we got to where we could no longer live in tribes of hunter-gatherers. Civilizations depended not I mean, were created not because there was some people in power who created them. They were created based off necessity for material conditions. At this point, I see zero way that we cannot live in civilizational societies, and therefore zero way for us to return to the time before civilizations. Unless there's a massive and sudden decrease in population, I don't see how it's possible. Maybe like in the far future, but we can't return to a pre-civilization ideological system, okay, unless we get rid of civilizations. But we can do really, really cool, complex systems with post-structural analysis. Okay, Satan, we can talk about it sometime, all right? We can talk about it sometime. Let's do it, Satan. Let's talk about it sometime. Okay, anyway, guys. Aaron Parnas is reporting that Congress will force a vote over the War Powers Act this week. Yep, a little too late there, Minor Bird. Yes, I'm sorry, Weird Amorphous Blob. Did I not send it? I thought I did send it, Weird Amorphous Blob. Did I send the last one? I did. It is up. If you go up, I sent the last document in chat. All right. Anyway, guys, moving on. Show him the Barry Goldwater quote. Maybe some other point. That's a good point, though. Just some guy in the mountains. Okay. Moving on, folks. Moving on. Let's go back to the war, right? I know. I just want to see what is. I know I'm stopping talking about the war briefly, but there's a lot going on. I want to wait to see if any news updates.
Across Israel after the latest wave of airstrikes launched from Iran, the Israeli military is saying that air defense systems
what's going on, guys? Any new stuff with the war? We'll go back to that video here in a second. Anything new going on with the war? All right, me and the modernist baddies always fight, but they are easier to talk to. All right. I love that glutamyalgia. That sounds great. All right. I just want to see if there's any updates to the war. Of course, guys, for those that are new to the stream, America and Israel launching an illegal war of aggression because we're the baddies. It'll be the session 0 for some queer TTRPG like Thirsty Sword. Hey, I'm okay with that. I'd love to debate. My community disagrees with me on a lot of shit, okay? We love it in here. We love disagreement. I mean, I'll yell at you and I'll assert my authority, but I don't have the authority, okay? Anyway. All right. Okay. Trust me, just watch the freaking chat. I'm always being yelled at. Okay. It's a good thing. So, Iran retaliates after attack. So here we go. Okay. The United States and Israel attacked Iran on Saturday. Blah, 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 blah. I'm trying to see if there's any news updates here about the war that America and Israel have started. So the U.S. Central Command said its forces had successfully defended. Is that true, Mayflower Kid? Okay. The U.S. Central Command. So you said that Khamenei's daughter-in-law and son-in-law were unalived. Oh, I got you, invalid axiom. All right. People who know kink know how to degree more kindly in conversation. I never said that. What do you mean? All right. So Me Too was inserted by... How dare you, Loiso? All right. Successfully defend against hundreds of Iranian missile and drone attacks launched in retaliation. Damage to American bases in the region have been minimal and not impacted operations. CENTCOM post on X. The U.S. military for the first time. Reported by who, Mayflower Kid? Could you put the... Okay. All right. So impacted operations. Okay, guys, we don't. That's like completely untrustworthy. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know if that's true. Jonas, I know that the chat has become deeply degenerate. All you degenerates out there, I would never speak this way. What is wrong with you, you degenerates? You filthy, dirty degenerates. Okay, I'm kidding. Anyway. So there have been no reports of U.S. casualties or combat-related deaths in the 12 hours since the United States and Israel launched coordinated strikes on a swath of targets in Iran, U.S. Central Command said in a statement. Okay. Okay. I am in control. I hold the scepter, correct. So there's been people protesting against... There you go, guys. Here, look, evidence. Here are people in Tehran out in the street, which is dangerous for them, protesting against what America and Israel are doing. So don't believe them when they say the Iranian people, the Iranian people are all in support of this. Clearly not. Clearly not. Lies, lies, lies. I know, Jonas, I need to, okay. I know gluteomyalgia. Don't start with me, gluteo. Oh God, I need to stop. I'm like, okay, what is that? I'm getting off track here. We're talking about war, and I'm like flirting with chat. Moving on. So, yeah, it's all AI, right? Let's see what else is going on here. Yeah. And by the way, God bless Iran. Inshallah, they will be victorious. Anyway, so I know Death Died Today. Welcome, Death Died Today. Forgive me for waking you up to this horror. BC. What else? What other news do we got? Any other news from the bombs? New strikes reported in Iran as Tehran hits U.S. bases and allies. When is that update come through? All these Nigerian and Russian yeah. I know. Hey, that's what I'm here, guys. That's what I'm here for. I'm the jester, right? So I have to do some okay, how dare you, wizard? I have to do some sort of I am a jester, right? I don't have my jester hat on, but got to do some gesturing. What we know so far, all right. So basically there's been minimal damage to American facilities apparently. That's what they claim. Satan's Ghost, could you do the explanation to the buildup of the modern state of Wall Street sometime? A lot of folk don't. Yeah, absolutely, Satan's Ghost. I can do that, guys. On my normal streams, folks, for those that are new, on my normal streams, I do an educational session. Anyone in the community knows this. And then we also do a bunch of video reactions and talk about the news and stuff. So, okay. Yes, I've actually talked about Black Wall Street before, Wizards, about the Tulsa, Oklahoma situation. Yeah. All right. Oh my God, this is disgusting. Let's see this video. Apparently, Trump was dancing. This was Trump dancing at a fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago right before the strike started.
Put your hands down.
Oh, look, he's wearing the hat that he wore when he gave the talk about it. This is the dystopia we're living in. Look at that. There he is.
I'm going to push you. You're going to push one down. Jump on down.
Jesus Christ. Jesus, minor bird. It isn't Philly cheese. It's making Israel great, apparently. All right. So disgusting. Oh, so disgusting. So disgusting. So disgusting. Okay. So can we have the Mango Mussolini attacking other countries left and right. Great. Give me a second here. I'm trying to see if other things we could look at. Trilateral.
With one anti-union.
Quiet. Shh. All right.
Welcome to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there.
No. We're not watching Kyle Kalinske right now. I just want to see what if there's any live
On
feeds
September
talking
10,
about
2025, an assassin took the
What is
life
that
of
sound?
Charlie
Where is that
Kirk,
coming from?
the 31-year-old founder and president of
Where is
Turning
that sound
Point
coming
USA.
from?
The outpouring of grief and anguish that followed.
Okay, I don't know what that was. Anyway. Give me a second. Duplicate. All right. I think Al Jazeera's probably still live. Let's go over there.
Corporate raiding became the prevailing business model. Companies were...
All right. Are they doing anything interesting? But I just want to quickly check here. I know forgive me, folks. I'm just checking around. I apologize too much, too. I need to shut the hell up, all right? I don't care. I don't need to apologize to you people.
Kind of
okay.
action against Iran comes,
all right.
That area will be a target because Iran has the right to defend itself. Iran has also been saying that it hasn't used its best forces yet. It hasn't used its best weapons yet. And that's a message to the Americans and the Israelis that there might be still room for negotiation. Because
how are you going to get negotiation after bombing a country to smithereens?
This campaign of aggression against Iran, as the government says.
Kimberly, I mean, would we see what's going on in the White House here? And you know, are there any back channels that you know about, perhaps, that and what the conversation would be like there?
Invalid.
Well, the latest from this press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, is that the U.S. president has just held calls with representatives.
Yeah, Philly Cheese. Philly Cheese says 7% of adult Americans believe that chocolate milk comes from brown cows, according to a nationally representative online survey. I'm actually surprised that number is so low. Very surprised that number is so low. Okay. Admittedly, we have like the number one amount of people that believe that angels are real. Guys, if you believe in angels, hey, more power to you. But we're like number one in the world for the number of people that believe in angels, and we're second, I think, only to Turkey of the number of people that don't believe in evolution in terms of Western industrialized nations. All right, like we got some problems. We got some problems. That's a lot of people. Yeah, Iran does have a higher literacy rate than the United States. Like I don't make me do my little teaching bit here. Jonas, I could lose my mind about American education system. Gluteal myalgia, I love that. Americans are so smart. Okay, yeah, we phased into reality. I just don't, Druzilla, I swear to God. Can we also acknowledge, guys, that the fact that, we're always saying Iran is a religiously fundamental country, but we are a very fundamentalist here in the United States. I mean, like what, 20 to 30% of Americans are in a death cult called evangelical Christianity, where they believe that, the Jews should return to Israel so that the apocalypse can start and everyone can die, except for a small number of Jewish people and all the chosen Christians. And that there's something like, what percentage of Americans, you know what? Let me show you guys something here. What percentage of Americans believe the apocalypse is going to happen in their lifetime? What of Americans believe the apocalypse will happen in their life? Okay. Oh, goddamn. There we go. So this, okay, admittedly, this is from a few years ago. 39 to 41% believe that humanity is living in the end times, and this is mainly evangelical Protestants. 63% of evangelical Protestants believe that we're living in the end times. I don't know about you. Quiet, invalid axiom. Quiet, okay? But it seems to me that that's really dangerous. That is really dangerous. Because if you think that you're living in the end times, you don't really care about the world. You don't care about climate change. You don't care about nuclear war. To you, it's all part of the end, and the future doesn't matter. Yeah, minor bird, but like the fact that that large percentage of Americans believe that, like that is a big percentage for a whole country of people that believe in the end times. The end times are coming. That is a death cult. And remember, folks, to a lot of Christians, this death cult is a good thing. They want to go. They want to happen because then they'll get to go to heaven or whatever, and everyone else will burn in hell for all eternity. So, okay, that's good. This is really dangerous, very dangerous indeed. And so, whenever we're screaming about fundamentalism in other countries, okay, it's just crazy. Anyway, so just a side note there. I could rant about this forever. Yeah, you know what, Matt Saigai? Yeah. Definitely a part of it, Matt Saigai. It's a very big problem, okay? And we have nukes, right? We got a ton of nukes here in the U.S. They do believe in accelerationism, guys. It's really horrific. All right.
Countries that are considered to be U.S. allies,
yeah,
Saudi Arabia,
just some guy.
Qatar, the UAE, as well as NATO. We also know that the U.S. president has been in consultation with the Israeli prime minister and that there was a call that took place there as well. But as for the U.S. president, in terms of negotiating, it doesn't appear that those kinds of back channels are happening, at least at the highest level. Whether or not teams lower down are consulting is still unclear. The White House hasn't made that information available. But what I can tell you is that according to the press secretary, the president is monitoring the situation with his national security team, including his Secretary of State, and that in advance of this, the so-called Gang of Eight, that's the leadership of Democrats and Republicans in Congress, they were also notified about this.
Guys, who's having issues with their streams again? Is anyone here out there having issues with the stream? because people are saying they're having issues with it. And yeah, internet was having issues yesterday. And I even spoke with the internet company, and there wasn't anything going on. So I'm not sure. No one out there is having issues with the stream. You are, Lacroix? Interesting. No issue on YouTube. Is it just it's lagging? Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna see what I can do here. It's lagging a bit.
And the Department of War or Department of Defense also did notify the members of the Armed Services Committee in both the House as well as the U.S. Senate. So it appears the only kind of consultation that's going on right now is with and amongst U.S. officials, bringing them up to speed on what the United States has dubbed Operation Epic Fury.
Kimberly Halkett there at the White
Yeah,
House.
we're saying.
Let's now move to the occupied West Bank, and joining us from there is Noor O'Day. Noor, we just had Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu who called on Iranian citizens to flood the streets and finish the job.
Great. I'm sure that'll be helpful, right? God damn it.
Yeah, an overly ambitious statement from the Israeli Prime Minister less than 24 hours after beginning strikes against Iran. A regime change toppling the government in Tehran is no doubt Israel's central goal from this assault jointly with the United States. The possibility of a popular uprising overthrowing the government, even according to Israeli intelligence estimates, is very far-fetched, and that's really something that has been the subject of discussion.
Yeah, exactly.
For
Flood
many
the streets
days
while
and
it's being
weeks
bombed.
now,
I'm sure that'll work
ever
out.
Since the possibility of renewed strikes on Iran resurfaced late in December of last year. But nonetheless, this message is consistent from Benjamin Netanyahu, speaking to the Iranian public.
Yeah, I really want to hear
telling
from Benjamin
them that this is not a
Netanyahu.
war against
Really
them,
want to hear from
but
him.
really
Great.
Speaking to the Israeli
I'm sure
public,
he's very honest,
telling
etc.
them that Israel is strong. Israel can be the hegemon. It can topple this central enemy, this arch enemy of Israel, as it is perceived and presented, as Iran is perceived and presented, and that it has the backing of the United States. And this is a very important point for Benjamin Netanyahu domestically. Elections are a few months away, and Netanyahu needs to frame this war.
Remember, guys, the name of this operation is Epic Fury. Trump has named this bombing campaign Operation Epic Fury because I guess we're LARPing now. All right.
Frame this alliance in a way that will gain him votes. And for now, it seems that he thinks he is doing just that.
Noor, what about the Iranians' retaliation there? What do we know about the damage that has been inflicted, if any, on Israel?
Jesus.
Well, Iranian retaliation was quick and consistent and persistent as well. Throughout the day, there was really no respite. One siren after another, one warning after another. The Home Front Command kept telling Israelis to go to the shelter or stay next to the
Sorry, guys,
shelter.
I'm just listening to what they have to say here.
We haven't had sirens go off in Israeli cities for
Epstein
about
Fury,
40
right. Yeah, invalid axiom. I mean, this is all a very big distraction, right? Admittedly, this has been a long time coming. We've always been wanting to bomb Iran and stuff, and Israel has always wanted us to bomb Iran and stuff. Yeah, me too. I'm so sick of Netanyahu. Can we just okay, hello, pizza. Welcome to hell, pizza. As always. All right.
Minutes or so, but that's also because an Israeli
Right,
offensive is
glutamyalgia.
underway in Tehran. But Israelis are expecting days of this, days of economic paralysis, days of sheltering in bunkers and safe room. This will have an economic cost. It will have a psychological impact as well. Already, authorities report a 210% increase on the number of calls to the psychological support hotline in Israel. This is not easy. It is a war not like other wars that Israel has launched in the past few years against non-state actors, against armed militias in the region. This is a lot more serious, and Israelis understand that. Having been through 12 days of confrontation with Iran, having filed more than 40,000 claims for compensation, amounting to the billions billions of Israeli shekels. So everybody understands the gravity of this. But still,
when I learned he was
there is,
American and saw the
for
video
now,
talking about how easy it was,
widespread public support in Israel
yeah, poor
for
little Israel,
confrontation
such
with Iran.
victims over there with their nuclear weapons and their constant attacks on their neighbors. They're such victims, aren't we? Isn't the colonial genocidal state such victims, guys? Love that. Love that. Love how they're just great. Great little victims over there. Always feel so bad for Israel. Okay,
Nouro there joining us from Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. Al Jazeera's Tariq Asadi's been speaking to the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson Ismail Bahai. He says the US has once again rejected diplomacy.
This is the second time during less than a
Okay,
year
guys, sorry, I'm just going to see why are you getting
that,
so much love. I know. I'm so
diplomacy
sick of
was
the love that's
betrayed
being shown to them.
by Americans.
Okay, we're going to stop listening to that for now. All right. Okay, you guys. It doesn't look like there's anything new happening right now. That's why I'm just checking here, New York Times. Yeah, oh, I know. Totally. You seeing this shit, right? Yeah, it's a complete distraction. You're completely right, you seeing this shit, right? It's a complete distraction from the Epstein files and stuff. We've had our eyes on it for a long time, but choosing to do it now is a distraction. Absolutely, 100% correct, okay? It's just insane. Can we maybe do something about this government, folks? Can we maybe do something about this government? So apparently the attacks are like I said, they're already disrupting oil shipments. That'll have global implications if it didn't already. All right. The strikes were intended to hit Iranian leaders. As we noticed before, as we said before, folks, it may very well be that some of these exactly weird amorphous blob. It may very well be that the strikes did kill their leader. Okay. Yeah, Satan. We may be well that the bombs have killed the Ayatollah. We don't know though. All right. We don't know. Yeah, Minor Bird, only because decent people are crying for the innocent and MAGA are cheering for hate. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, and guys, also, that's a fair point, Wizard. Like, Cuba is currently under blockade or, embargo from us and suffering miserably. All right, first strikes in Israel, So this is a new part of the New York Times here. The first strikes that were made against Iran began Saturday alongside the United States has a central goal: assassinate the regime's top leaders. Israeli forces bombarded multiple parts of the capital, Tehran, on Saturday morning, targeting at least one gathering of the country's senior officials and military leaders. Okay, the Israeli military said the status of much of the leadership remains unknown. Satellite imagery shows a plume of black smoke and extensive damage at the secure compound of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader. The photos taken by Airbus on Saturday morning showed several collapsed buildings at the compound, which typically serves as Ayatollah Khamenei's residence. All right. Hours after the initial strikes, the leader's location was still unclear. Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, said in an interview with NBC News on Saturday that, as far as I know, Ayatollah Khamenei was safe, as were other Iranian leaders. Now, notice, guys, he said, as far as I know. That implies he's not sure. I don't think anyone knows at this point, or very few people know whether he's alive or not. Okay. Almost all officials are safe and almost all are safe and sound and alive. We may have lost one or two commanders, but that is not a big problem, Mr. Araghchi said. The effort to kill, by the way, we are expecting to negotiate with these folks, apparently. Would America negotiate with a country that just killed several of our military leaders or just bombed us? Do we see the standard here? Right? Like, if this were to happen to America, do you think we'd be up for negotiating? Do we think that some people in America might end up being radicalized against the country that bombed us? Okay. Analysts said that if Ayatollah Khamenei were in fact killed, it would be the culmination of a long-standing hope by Israel and the United States to... That's weird. The New York Times is even saying it aloud. Exactly, Lacroix. The United States is even the New York Times is saying it aloud, that it's a long-standing hope by Israel and the United States to unseat the Iranian government, but it would also plunge all sides into the unknown because it is far from clear who would take his place. Right, Louise. I don't remember negotiations. Nickel, no, I am not in Ukraine, Nicholas, but I support the independence of the Ukrainian people against Russian aggression. That's why I have the flag back there. I would have a Palestinian flag up too, but I didn't have one, right? This one was given to me by someone, and I didn't have one. So, yes, I am not in Ukraine, but I support the Ukrainian people. I support the independence people all over the globe from imperial aggression. And right now, the aggression that's being done today is directed at Iran from America and Israel. So we need to stand up to Israeli and American aggression in their illegal attack on a sovereign country. Okay, so okay, yes, guys. Like if the Ayatollah was killed, that'd be like the murder of an American president. Can we be clear about like the significance of this? It's easy. It's hard to. Is that true, Mayflower Kid? Reuters says that Iran's defense minister was unalive. We just okay. That's horrific. They also appeared to, the attacks appeared to hit, yeah, no, you're right, outer signal. Like, they probably have a very long line of succession down to the janitor in the local library or whatever, right? Like, unfortunately, they've been expecting to, we've murdered so many of their leaders before. I assume they have some plan in place for who takes over. Yeah, but it could still cause chaos, right, in the government. All right. So apparently, Ahmadinejad. Do we remember Ahmadinejad? He was the original. He used to be, I believe, the president. He was a hardline president of Iran. Apparently, his residence was hit also. All right. Anticipating potential strikes by the United States or Israel, Iranian officials had begun setting up backup succession plans to ensure continuity of if key leaders were assassinated. All right. Let's see. There's a new update here. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. As always, folks, when you create a power vacuum, shit's going to happen. But here we have an interesting thing. With global attention, this just came in, with global attention focused on Iran, the precarious ceasefire in Gaza faces new strain. Guys, there hasn't been a ceasefire there. The amount of violence has gone down, but there's still been, Israel has still been murdering innocent people in Gaza almost every single day. Maybe not every single day, but constantly. That war has never ended. But anyway, the Israeli military unit overseeing aid entry into the enclave, known as Kogat, said all crossings into Gaza have, known as the SS. Oh, I'm sorry, that was rude. Known as Kogat, forgive me. I couldn't get the name of that Israeli military force correct. I accidentally said SS. Purposely obviously honest mistake, folks. Forgive me for saying that. Oopsie. I accidentally called them the name of the Nazi concentration camp guards. I didn't. Oopsie, my mistake. Totally was a mistake on my end. I just, sometimes my brain does weird things. Okay. Said all crossings into Gaza, it have been closed until further notice as part of security adjustments following today's escalation. That includes the Rafah crossing. So if they're completely closing them, that means they're once again cutting off Gaza from international aid, food, and other things. Good. Great. Love genocide. That's whatever. Love that. Fantastic. Okay. Moving on. Want their land that was promised by God. Letitia says, want their land that was promised by God. Supposedly it consists of land from Iran and Lebanon. Correct, Letitia. And from Egypt, and from Syria, and from Iraq. Like, the Greater Israel Project is just getting started, folks. Just getting started. Aren't we all excited for the Greater Israel Empire, the Greater Israeli Empire? All right. Constantly lied and, the news, ladies and gentlemen, constantly lying and glazing for the powers that to be. Correct. Yep. Oh, God. No, LaQual, you're not wrong. We still have not finished dealing with the genocide, as in, like, trying to stop the genocide going on against the Gazans. Okay. And by the way, also in the West Bank, if you want to consider that, all the colonial violence, all the pushing of Palestinians off their land. And now fascist Israel, Nazi Israel, is also trying to ethnically cleanse the West Bank and annex it and shit. All right. So good. Love that for us. Great thing. Love that. No problem. Everything's fine in the world, I'm sure. Jonas, someone remind Marco Rubio which country is actually jeopardizing global peace. Correct. The biggest terrorist state on earth, folks, is jeopardizing global peace. And that, well, there's two of them that are tied for first place, and they're kind of hard to separate them. That would be Israel and the United States. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Biggest terrorist countries on the planet right now. Biggest terrorist states on the planet. It's funny how we don't tend to refer to state violence as terrorism unless it's a state we don't like that does it. We're doing state terrorism. What do we think a drone strike is, folks? All right. So there's that. Another great thing to think about. All right. Oh my goodness. I am very curious to see here if there's any more news about what Iranian leaders were killed. Yeah, Satan's ghost. No, watch. I'm gonna get demonetized for using certain words today. I bet. The good thing is that's one of the good things about being a very small streamer. They don't give a shit about me. No one will know that I said it, and they won't come after me. That's good, at least. I can still say things that are true until I get larger. Anyway, so 7 minutes ago, this is from the BBC. Netanyahu, who I don't, yeah, you're right, Matt Saigai, correct. Netanyahu apparently is now saying there's growing signs that Iran's supreme leader Khamenei is gone. So, okay, whatever, it's okay. We don't give a shit about you either. I know, CR. I am no Envil Axiom. Okay, there are apparently growing. This is from Netanyahu, who I don't fully believe, but all right. Still, growing signs that Iran's supreme leader is gone, says Netanyahu. The biggest monster on the planet right now, one of the worst genocideers of our time, okay, who should be arrested and put in prison for life, if not more. Netanyahu discusses the attack on Tehran. Netanyahu calls on Iranian. I'm trying to see here. It doesn't really tell us much here in the BBC. Great job, BBC. You don't give us any information. Here we go. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has just said that there's growing signs that Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is gone. It's not exactly clear what he means. Yep, it is, Jonas. Well, remember what happened in Libya, folks, when we took out Gaddafi? That ended well for the Libyans, didn't it? It wasn't like it broke into a civil war, okay? And now, by the way, after we took out Gaddafi, child slavery and slavery has been reinstituted in parts of Libya, apparently. Great for us. By the way, here's another side note. Do you guys know that when we attacked Afghanistan, we used the support of local warlords called the Northern Alliance to help fight back against the Taliban? And many of those warlords literally were doing child sex slavery. I'm not joking. They had children that they were using for, okay, but we supported them because they were against the Taliban. And then we were screaming about how bad the Taliban is. Now, the Taliban isn't great. I'm not lying to you, but clearly it's not about us caring about human rights. Okay, if you're supporting the child sex people, to go against, you guys get the point. All right. Yeah, it's so bad. So moving on, just a side note there, a little fun side note for all of you. Oh, I'm a jester. So funny. Okay. Love that. Love that for us. No problems. Everything's great. Everything's great. Anyway, we haven't heard from the Supreme Leader today, and there's no confirmation yet on whether he's dead or alive. The closest we've heard about him was during an NBC interview with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who said the leader was alive as far as he was aware. We'll bring you any updates as soon as we have them. Okay, so we don't know yet. We don't know yet, guys. We'll find out eventually. They're due to appear to be. I literally, Weird and Morse Bob, I didn't hear about that. I literally didn't hear about that. Okay, yeah, doesn't it Satan's ghost? Isn't it great? Isn't it great? Love that for us. I would put on the jester hat, folks, to make this stream more complete if I thought it was appropriate while a war is breaking out. I do have the jester staff here, But still, isn't this horrible? Okay, isn't this horrible? All right. NBC News has an update here. Just trying to see if there's anything going on.
By Churchill after World War II. Iran has this extraordinarily deep and brilliant...
Let's see. So this is NBC. This is the... I thought the mods were the jester staff. That's clever, Wizards. That's a dad joke. I support that. Okay. Okay. So, Wizards, yes, the mods are not paid. That is correct. But my mods actually know. I literally don't make enough money. But my mods know, by the way, that once I get big enough, I'm going to turn this into a co-op for those that are interested. So as soon as I am making enough money to survive, I'm going to turn this into a co-op. And the mods all volunteered, but they don't have to be mods if they don't want to be. I can mod myself, but they volunteered. Regardless, yes, the mods will eventually be paid. When Trump finds out, he's going to blob his mouth. Correct. Okay. So anyway, by the way, folks, those that are watching here, please join our Discord. Every month I post on Discord in the announcements how much money I made from the month, so that you guys can see how much money I'm making. So if you want to, please join the Discord. You don't see any other news right now, Mayflower Kid?
That is Iran could evolve.
Oh, you guys can't see it, can you?
Out of what could very well be the decapitation of the Iranian mullah regime into something that could possibly avoid.
It's not letting me show it. Okay, it's not letting me show it on the stream. Probably because it's a live feed. That's okay. Yeah, I saw people glazing the Clintons. That's for sure. Yep. So Israel did just announce the closure of Gaza border crossing. So we're going to be continuing the genocide. Good. I mean, Israel's going to be continuing the genocide. That's fun. Analysis. Iranian regime change will be extraordinarily difficult. No shit. All right. Okay. Yeah, I think it did, LaCroix. I think it got bought up by Ellison. Okay. Despite Trump's assertion that the strikes were necessary to counter an imminent threat from Iran, U.S. officials have not publicly presented evidence. Okay. All right. Publicly presented evidence that Tehran was on the verge of deploying a nuclear weapon. It does not have a nuclear weapon, and its missiles are not believed to be capable of reaching the United States. Diplomatic talks held in Geneva on Thursday between Iranian negotiators and U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, appeared to have gone well, so something doesn't add up. It's nonetheless a dangerous time. Wait. Well, guys, okay, what is the assumption? Guys, someone tell me in chat here, what is the problem with the assumption here? So they say here, diplomatic talks held in Geneva on Thursday between Iranian negotiators and U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, appeared to have gone well. So something doesn't add up. What is wrong about the assumption that this paragraph is making? Tell me what is wrong about that. Someone tell me in chat. They're saying that, well, wait a minute. The negotiations appear to have gone well, so something doesn't add up. What assumption are they? What are they not mentioning here, right? What assumption are they making that is deeply incorrect, which is making them not understand why what's happening is happening? Someone tell me in the chat, okay? By saying why they appear to go well. There you go, Outer Signal. Thank you, Outer Signal. It assumes the U.S. was negotiating in good faith. We were not negotiating in good faith. We put poison pills inside the negotiation, right, to make it so that they couldn't agree to it. So it wasn't like we were, it wasn't like we were looking to have a peace deal with them. No. So to say it went well is besides the point, right? This is classic NBC type shit, right? Okay. Yeah. We're no more of his blob. What do you say, Matt Saigai? Okay, so Matt Saigai just sent this. Within hours of Oman's foreign minister saying Iran agreed to zero enriched uranium stockpiling, Israel immediately bombs Tehran and the U.S. promptly joins. Yep. Yep. This can only mean it was never about nuclear. Of course, guys, we knew that, though. We knew it was never about nuclear weapons. And the U.S. president is either compromised by Netanyahu or is using war to shape the midterm elections. I think that's kind of a limited understanding of it. This won't be good for the midterm elections. It's because Netanyahu wants it partially. Trump is also trying to distract. Well, I guess that could be for the midterm elections if he's trying to distract from the Epstein files. But okay. So yeah, again, this makes sense.
What has Iran agreed to?
Let's see here.
To you that they have never done before? Can you give us any sense?
The single most important achievement, I believe.
Okay, I love him, but will he talk a bit faster?
Is the agreement that Iran will never ever have a nuclear material that will create a bomb. This is, I think, a big achievement. This is something that is not in the old deal that was negotiated during President Obama.
So, guys, this is the point, though, right? The world is a joke. Can we be clear? Remember that the other demand the United States made was that Iran get rid of all their ballistic missiles, short and medium range. Iran appears to have agreed to the nuclear aspect of this, but that doesn't matter because this was never about nukes. It was about getting rid of Iran's defense capabilities so that Israel could dominate the Middle East. That's what it's about. And by the way, through Israel, the United States through Israel. Okay, so yeah. They put in a poison pill. The nuclear deal does not matter. Okay? It was never about the nuclear issue. The issue was about disarming Iran because if they get rid of their medium and short-range ballistic missiles, they have no defenses. None. So Israel and the United States could do whatever they want to Iran no matter what. So of course Iran didn't agree to that. But this is just further proof that this was never about nuclear weapons, which we apparently destroyed already a few months ago. God. All right, disgusting. So,
Obama's time. This is something completely new. It really makes the enrichment argument less relevant because now we are talking about zero stockpiling, and that is very, very.
Okay, I am not unreal. You are frustrating to me, deeply frustrating to me. Is there anything I say that you don't take in the worst possible light imaginable? I know you're very angry. Because America is an evil empire. I am not an avatar of that empire, okay? I am not unreal says, bruh, the U.S. has been at Iran since Mossadegh. You possibly can't claim Israel has been controlling the U.S. since then. I did a part of my stream earlier, I am not unreal, where I talked about the overthrow of Mossadegh, okay? And I just said that through Israel, the United States is trying to dominate the Middle East, okay? Can you stop it? Okay? Can you stop it? You're not hearing what I'm saying, all right? It's frustrating to me. Okay? Meowzord, not just destroyed, obliterated like no one has ever seen before. Yes. Okay, it's just, okay.
Very important because if you cannot stockpile material that is enriched, then there is no way you can actually create a bomb, whether you are rich or not rich. And I think this is really something that has been missed a lot by the
media. It's okay, I am not unreal.
Clarify that from the standpoint of a mediator.
So
I'm sorry for yelling at you, and I am not unreal, okay?
Explain that. So the enriched...
I'm frustrated I am not unreal. We're all tense. It's a rough situation.
Material, the things that could be used as nuclear fuel for a bomb. You're saying Iran would not keep on their own soil?
They would give it up.
They would give it up?
They will not be able to actually accumulate that material that will enable them to create a bomb. There's no accumulation. So there will be zero accumulation, zero stockpiling, and full verification.
All right.
That is also equally important achievement, I think. Full and comprehensive.
Okay. So yeah, they agreed to, all right. But of course, it was never about the nukes. It's about destroying Iranian capabilities, et cetera, et cetera. All right. So,
welcome to the
Trump said they've rebuilt infrastructure within months of being destroyed. They really think we're stupid enough to believe them? Yeah, they do, Jonas. They do, and they've been sending mixed messages. Marco Rubio said, no, they haven't been able to rebuild it yet. Okay, they've said things like that. Satan's got, okay, how dare all of you, okay? All right, how dare all of you? Okay, so yeah, it is, it's all a bunch of lies and bullshit, and it's obvious lies and bullshit, by the way. Obvious lies and bullshit all over the place.
Live from Tel Aviv, I'm Clive Myrie on the day that Israel and America attacked Iran.
Good. I'm glad they're framing it that way.
Capital Tehran and right across the country, the Iranian Red Crescent says more than 200 people
Yeah,
are dead.
totally, Matt Saigai. Because like I said, it doesn't matter, Matt Saigai. That it was not about nuclear weapons. It never was. It never was. That's the lie, right? It was about disarming Iran for the sake of hegemonic control over the Middle East, specifically Israeli hegemonic control over the Middle East, which would then give, which then, as a proxy, American control over the Middle East. Okay, like that's what it's about: is hegemonic control of the Middle East. Right. So, okay. You see here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sasha Khan. Glad you're in here. All right. Yeah, it's been the lie for years and years and years and years and years and years and years. It's like they need to. It was about nuclear weapons the same way Alex Preddy was about gun control. Yeah, exactly, Meowzord. It's all just a lie. It's all just a lie. Hello, DV8. I just saw that you're here. Welcome, DV8. Have you been in here for a while, DV8? Okay.
Last reported this evening. The Iranians hit back. It retaliates with a series of attacks across the region. This strike was in Bahrain.
Jesus.
Thousands are now violence.
Can we also, guys, real fast,
across the Middle East? This was the scene in Dubai earlier after an Iranian strike on the Palm Hotel.
All right. So, really fast here. I just want to be clear. There you go, Meowzord. Poor Israel. So, let me explain something. Okay? Gotcha, DV8. We do know what... I am not unreal. I would not mind that. I got to tell you, a very clever way of saying that. I can't say that out loud, but I get what you mean. I am not unreal. Okay? I get it. I get it. Okay? So, here we go. We do know what a bomb does to a person, right? Okay, this sounds gross, the reason I'm saying this. I am sick of the media, like, not showing us the effects of a bomb on a human body. Does that sound weird? It shouldn't. I think it makes it a lot more real when you see what bombs do to people and when you hear what it does to people's bodies and you see it, than to just talk about there were strikes here and strikes there and these many people were killed. I want people to see what it looks like. I do. I want people to see what those bodies look like of those little girls that were killed in that school. It's not like all cutesy. It was just an explosion and all these people are dead. We should have to see what our bombs are doing to people. Like, I'm okay with traumatizing folks. Like, if you read about, it's one thing to be like, we did this drone strike. They accidentally hit this school. Maybe they should say that, there is, that these bodies were incinerated. These people were burned alive. Their body parts were blown into little pieces. Okay? Little children's bodies, their skulls crushed under concrete. Okay? That is the way it is, right? That is the way it is. It is reality. And I do not like how a lot of media, because we're all precious little snowflakes, don't want to hear the reality of it. Okay? And I think people would be a lot less okay with what we're doing, if they actually saw what our bombs and the bombs we're paying for in Israel are doing. Right. While I hear you, the winners are the sociopaths. Okay. Yeah, and I know that's gross. That may cause a bad case of empathy. Yeah, we can't have that, Tish. We can't have empathy. And it might be humanizing, right? If you see a mother from Gaza holding the burned corpse of her baby, you might start feeling a certain way. All right? So anyway. And in America, we're always very sensitive in the news about showing the violence, showing we can't show that violence. It's hurtful to people's sensibilities. Well, the people whose sensibilities you don't want to hurt are the ones that have the ability to do something about it. Okay? So maybe they should see the reality of what their taxes are paying for. Okay? Yeah. There are, totally, I am not unreal, but change public opinion on a sensitive issue where the national empire. Of course I am unreal. Absolutely, right? They don't want to change that opinion. And guys, yeah, guys, they showed us what happened in 9/11. So, and to be clear, guys, how do I frame this? Yeah, there will be people that talk about, that say, well, we can't do that because there will be people who like to see that. Yeah, there will. There are lunatics out there who will be like, we love to see the dead brown people's bodies. Okay? It doesn't matter to me. The majority of people who see it, it'll be a humanizing effect. Okay? I'm just saying, all right. Okay. But also, Mauser here mentioned Bob from Necessary Conversation. I think, yeah. I think he might not, Meowzord. Think about it. Do you think if Bob himself had to go and do the killing he says he wants to do, that he might not want to do it anymore? Maybe. I don't know for sure. Okay? I don't know for sure, but it might reverse it. Who knows? Moving on. Israel is in a state of emergency. Oh, how sad. Everyone cry.
Very confident that this...
Okay, BBC is now reporting that Netanyahu said this.
Supreme leader of Iran has been killed on this day.
Yeah,
the day that marked this military operation of the US and Israel targeting sites across Iran.
What's CQC, Meowzord? Am I having a mind blank? We need to go back to CQC so you can really feel the effects of the violence. Forgive me, Meowzord. What's CQC? I should know this.
And obviously, one of those sites hit was the compound used by the Supreme Leader in the capital, Tehran. So this coming just moments after the Israeli...
Meowzord, okay, yes, I get what you see. Yep. If there was still close quarters combat rather than these drones, that might be more... Thank you, guys. That might be a more effective thing, because then you get to see the effects of your bullets and crap. All right, or your swords or whatever, all right?
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu went on Israeli television to address the nation, and again, he called on the people of Iran to seize...
Yeah, exactly. I am not unreal. I don't know for sure if this is true. They're saying that there are claims of it, but it hasn't been verified.
This opportunity to change the leadership in the country. So if a regime change, if you like...
Yeah, Satan's Ghost, they're being shown of violence done by brown people. Maybe we should show the real violence that our government is doing.
The main objective of one of the goals of this operation is obviously a desire here of the Israeli Prime Minister and also of President Trump, who had a similar message earlier today, right after the beginning of this operation.
We know that...
Yeah, Body Swap. Body Swap says the reality. Airstrike kills 53 girls in Iranian school. The media. Israeli heroes eliminate terrorists hiding in Iran. Yep. Yep. Saving the world. Iran declares war on innocent victim country. Yep.
Was the initial aim, Hugo, of the Israelis with that attack this morning?
It's possible,
Did we understand in daylight hours, because that is when perhaps the Iranian leadership might have felt that they were safer. If that is the case, is there a sense then that perhaps the Israelis have concluded their particular mission when it comes to Iran, and that perhaps it's the Americans who will be doing much more of the strikes as we go forward?
Yeah, we simply don't know. I think, if this information is confirmed, Clive, it shows the level of intelligence.
Yeah, Minor Bird. You're totally right.
And
Minor Bird, forgive me. Remind me again who you are. I know, shit, you were on YouTube. You told me at the beginning, Minor Bird. Who are you again? Yeah, I'm forgetting your original name. I'm having a mind blank.
Americans have about the leadership in Iran. We know that the Prime Minister had been defending the idea.
That's right, 99 balloons. I knew that. Forgive me.
Of a significant military operation against Iran. Today, again, he talked about what he described as the existential threat posed by Iran's nuclear program, something that the Prime Minister has been talking about for decades when describing the leadership in Iran, in particular the country's nuclear program. There were negotiations happening between the Iranians and the Americans. We still don't know whether the Americans were engaged.
Jonas, that's an interesting point. Jonas says they may be doing it and claiming that he's dead in order to create more discord and get people to rebel on the streets. That is a good consideration. And our government and a lot of these media sources overly trust Israel's government. So we do have to be cautious. We don't know for sure that he's gone. We just don't. They're not even Israel is saying they know for sure. They're saying there's more signs of it. Okay. So, okay.
Engaged in these talks with the goal to achieve a deal to curb Iran's nuclear ambitions. But at the same time, the Prime Minister, most recently has also been talking about the threat posed by Iran's ballistic missiles. Now, I think the big question here is about what happens next if this information is confirmed. There have been reports suggesting there was a plan in place by the Iranian authorities. Obviously, over the last few weeks, we've heard, threats from President Trump to attack Iran, leaks suggesting
Mossad working overtime,
a plan to strike the
Wizard. If Iran knew, they'd be bragging their ass off.
Supreme leader himself, and also this huge military buildup in the Middle East, the largest American military buildup in the region since the U.S.-led invasion of 2003.
Jesus.
But if this information is confirmed, who is going to replace him?
Deviate, right?
What kind of leadership is going to emerge in Iran? Obviously,
this is so bad, guys. If he is dead,
that if there is a change in leadership in the country, there will be all of a sudden the opposition in place or democracy emerging in the country. So it will be interesting to see what is going to happen next, not only in Iran, but also in terms of this military operation by the Israelis and the Americans.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah, very important development this
evening.
Yeah,
Jonas.
If those suggestions from the Israelis are true that the supreme leader is in fact dead. Hugo Bashega, live in Jerusalem. Thanks, Hugo. Let's get a word now from our chief international correspondent.
Let me see what else is happening, guys, elsewhere.
Lise, you will have heard the suggestion from the Israelis that the supreme leader is dead. If that is the case, what does that mean in terms of this war?
It's an extraordinary moment for the Islamic Republic of Iran if it is confirmed. Even him coming under attack in the first hours of this major military operation, joint operation by Israel and America was significant. The strikes against his residence. But if it is confirmed that he is dead, they have been preparing for this. We've had many reports from Tehran, especially after the 12-day war last year.
Yeah, he should have been voted out a long time ago, Tisha.
The Israelis were able to kill at least 9 nuclear scientists, assassinated.
Yeah, we've been killing Iranian scientists and other leaders forever. So is Israel. We've just been assassinating them left and right. Remember when Soleimani was killed by Trump? The anti-war president. When he just killed Soleimani when he was visiting Iraq. Israel and the United States have been killing Iranian scientists constantly. So okay.
It would be major, especially in the Shiite world in general. The Shiite world, meaning within the Middle East and beyond into Afghanistan and parts of Asia. That would, because he is considered by many, the supreme leader and very much.
Satan's ghost for sure. That is very possible. It is possible that Americans are so numb it wouldn't change much.
A religious guru, if you will, for much of the Shiite world. But I still doubt.
I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry to hear that. Minor Bird, I'm very sorry that you went through that. That's horrific. Okay. No one should have to go through that.
Israeli claims have been correct, for example, about Hassan Nasrallah when they assassinated him in Lebanon, Spain, and Tehran. But the Iranians have said from the very beginning that Ayatollah Khamenei was not in Tehran, that in fact all this bombing, 30 bombs were dropped on his offices and residence, apparently killed members of his family and apparently his secretary, but not necessarily him, and he's probably already somewhere else. And I actually interpreted some of the bombings of Qum, the holy city of Qum, to be part of the.
But guys, remember, they hate us because they hate us. It's because they hate democracy and they're Muslim savages. So they just don't like America and the West because they're evil. It has nothing to do with the fact that we've killed dozens of their scientists. We overthrew their democratically elected regime. We've been bombing them on and off for years. We've surrounded them with military bases. We've prevented them from having any sort of influence internationally. We've cut off we've not embargoed them, we've sanctioned them. We've oftentimes destroyed their vessels. It has nothing, clearly it's because that's just the way they are. They hate our freedom, obviously, right? And they're just outright terrorists, and clearly it has nothing to do with anything we've done. Okay, it's all their fault all the time. Every country that does anything that isn't the United States is always wrong all the time. We are not terrorists. We can't be terrorists. I mean, yeah, we've bombed and killed tons of innocent civilians all over the Middle East and in Iran. Obama actually accidentally bombed a wedding party that was on a road trip. There was a group of people in a wedding. I think it was in Yemen. I'm not quite sure. They're driving down a road after a wedding, and he bombed it with a drone and killed the whole wedding party. And then we denied it. And then privately, you can look it up, guys. Privately, Obama paid the people in the wedding party a settlement for the death of their family members, thus admitting that he had done it, but then lying to the American people about it. When we went to war in Iraq, there were hundreds of thousands of civilians that died at our hands, whether it be directly or through starvation or other things. There was even one case where there was a whole hospital that we fired high-powered machine guns into from an airplane, killing all the staff or most of the staff and the patients inside the hospital because we thought there were, quote, insurgents inside of it. There are videos. There are videos of American pilots laughing as they shoot civilians on the ground from a American military craft that was leaked to the public. Guess what happened to the leaker? They got thrown into prison for leaking that. The fact that there were these people laughing, they were these drone operators, these airplane operators laughing as they were murdering civilians on the ground. Okay, you want me to go on, folks? Anyone ever heard of Abu Ghraib? We had a prison in the Middle East where we threw people and then we tortured them. There are videos of that torture. There are images of, it was a Doctors Without Borders hospital. There are images of us taking these detainees in Abu Ghraib and torturing them, not us doing it, the people in that prison doing it. Those images got leaked showing us torturing them. No, they hate us because they hate us, folks. It has nothing to do, with the fact, war prison atrocities. In Guantanamo Bay, we've kept people without trial that are accused of terrorism, most of them from the Middle East, and abused them horribly. We have funded a country doing racist genocide against Muslim Arab Palestinians openly. That is also an apartheid state. We have funded them and supported them. We have also been the country that has vetoed almost any attempt by the United Nations to condemn that country. So I could go on and on and on about the crimes committed by the United States in the Middle East, but they hate us because they hate us, right? They hate us because they hate us. It has nothing to do with, our actions. It's because they're bad people. Yeah, you're right, Jonas. Enhanced interrogations when the CIA was torturing people, all right? By the way, the Mossad tortures people. And we support that government, so that's good. Or do you remember even something else we did? If you want to talk about something else we did, we funded Saddam Hussein when he was gassing his own people in northern Iraq. We were funding him as he was gassing the Kurds and dropping gas bombs on them. So, oh my God, here's another one. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. Here's another one. We helped fund Saudi Arabia as they were doing a genocide against the Houthis in Yemen, as they were dropping bombs in Yemen to kill. All right. There are, by the way, some theories out there, folks, that might be true, that the United States, so the reason Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait during the first Gulf War was because he thought the United States there you go, Jonas, gave him the okay to do it. That there was a miscommunication in diplomatic channels where they're like, oh, okay, the United States says it's okay if we invade Kuwait. Now, there was some kind of misunderstanding there, or maybe we just lied later and said we didn't say it was okay. But okay,
attempting targeting of Khamenei. Of course, all of that is, guessing, if you will. So we really don't know, but the repercussions would be major, and I think for Iran and the regime.
Yeah, weird amorphous blob. But guys, don't you know Iran? They make women wear hijabs. Okay. By the way, is that even true anymore? I know they reversed some of those rules. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? What is more evil, folks? What is more evil? What is more evil? I don't okay. Or as I mentioned before, the fact that when the United States went into Afghanistan, they supported warlords who were literally doing child slavery. Okay. So there's that. Good. Good.
That's not like, killing the defense minister, for example, because
I know, just some guys in the mountains, right?
Has more than just
half
a
true
political
role.
Got you. He has a very important religious role within the country and the Shiite community.
Yeah, Jonas.
Marwan, we've had a bit of reaction coming from the Iranian side here. The head of the public relations at the Supreme Leader.
You said Mayflower Kid. Could you say, are you sure about that? You sure about that, Mayflower Kid? They verified it?
For saying that this was essentially...
No, obviously not good. I am not unreal. I'm being sarcastic, right? I'm always being sarcastic.
The Iranian official is warning of mental warfare after these reports.
Yeah, it's very possible. That's why the spokespersons are saying hardly anything, because I'm sure they already have their instructions. Okay, they're expecting these sorts of scenarios. They expect the Israelis to maybe making the statements in order to get the Iranians to
really, Drusilla? I'll take a look. So 2 people are saying that Israel has confirmed that they have the body of the Ayatollah. Or not that they have it, that they found the body of the Ayatollah. Okay. But is Israel said that they have the body? Because they implied that they say that there's evidence he might have been killed. Yeah, the intergenerational trauma. All right. Reuters is saying it. Okay, guys, let's take a look. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay. Reuters is a pretty good news agency. I don't think. So Reuters is now saying Khamenei's body has been found and he is confirmed dead, Israeli official says. Now, Jesus Christ. All right. Jesus. Okay. This is so really bad, guys. All right. Let's see here. I know we still need like verification, but they are quoting Israeli authorities. But it seems to me likely that that Israel wouldn't just say that. It's possible, but okay. Worth remembering that bin Laden's change in tactics was right after what happened in Kuwait. Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong, Jonas. I'm not. Yeah, you're right about bin Laden. Okay. Things just got worse. Yeah. So what we're going to see, guys, if this is in fact true, there will be a scramble for succession in Iran. This could destabilize the government. It also is possible that there will be a hardliner taking over the government that, but October 7th was a massacre. Welcome, Blue Magic Man. What do you mean there, Blue Magic Man? What do you mean? Why are you mentioning October 7th? What do you mean? Why are you mentioning that, Blue Magic Man? What about October 7th? What does that have to do with what we're talking about? Would you clarify? Okay. So yeah, good thing we're getting rid of dictators, right? Okay. Yeah, I would say that's a good estimate of Bright Love, about 8.5. So all right. Yeah, we're cutting off heads off a Hydra. We could see Iran devolve into civil war. We really could. So I don't know. This could be now they have a succession plan in place, but we don't know who's going to take over, right? We don't know who's going to take over. And since other leaders in Iran have apparently been targeted, it could be way far down the chain, whoever takes over. We could we might end up having a Syria type situation, folks, a Syria type situation where there's a civil war that breaks out. Okay. So, this is horrific. Okay. Yeah, invalid axiom, right. Right. But invalid axiom, if I may ask you, I'm honestly asking, you say you think destabilization is the point. What would be the point of destabilizing? What I think we don't want instability. We want a stability in our favor. We want to overthrow the regime and we want a regime installed that is good for the United States. But maybe what you mean, I'm not sure what you mean there, invalid. It's possible. So, okay. Okay, so let's see what else. I'm going to see if we can get confirmation of this elsewhere. This is an Israeli report. Khamenei's body has been found. He is confirmed dead. All right. Vengeance for the hostages. Yeah. Okay. What do you mean? Vengeance for the hostages, Sasha Khan? Destabilize Iran, wait, then control the region while this fractured... That's possible, invalid. That is possible. I obviously don't have a monopoly on truth here, folks, so it's very possible. They may just want to war to try and continue Trump's term because they aren't. So that's possible, too. I could argue that instability is just as good. Mauser says instability is just as good as the illusion of instability insofar as we can perpetually claim Iran as a scapegoat. That's very possible. Very possible. Free and fair elections, but Iran, that's possible. And we do know that Trump has been trying to declare a national emergency so they can take federal control of elections. Sasha Khan, you said big news on Marine Corps base. What news? Would you explain that? What big news, Sasha Khan? All right. Oh, I got you, Sasha Khan. Okay. All right. So, all right. What copium? What copium, guys? What copium? Did something happen? What news? I'm sorry. I'm trying to read what everyone's saying here. I'm not necessarily. No, Philly cheese. So here's the thing, Philly cheese. It's a combination, right? The doing Israel's dirty work is very beneficial for Israel, and it's also partially beneficial for the United States empire, right? Yeah, Khamenei is dead apparently. Now we can't. This hasn't been verified yet, but Reuters is reporting it, so we need to. That's okay. That's okay, Sasha. So it appears as though he may be dead. I still need confirmation, but the Israel government is saying that he is confirmed to be dead. That doesn't mean that it's certain. Anyway, what I was saying here, Philly cheese. Yeah, we are definitely doing Israel's bidding, but you have to understand, for American empire, that Israel's bidding is our bidding, is like good for us too. So from American government's perspective, it's not good for us. It's not good for us. But America's politicians are bribed by Israel, which makes it a lot easier to convince American politicians that it's good for America. And Israel is basically an extension of American empire, so both are to blame. I agree. I am not unreal. We need verification. Yeah, I agree, Drizella. I will not believe it until Iran says it. But I would say this definitely increases the likelihood. Stake knife here, not for civilians. Yeah, invalid axiom. So anyway, but we're definitely, partially doing it for Israel as an extension of American empire, etc. All right. So it's kind of a combination of things. But definitely the tail does wag the dog, though.
A normal time of
let's see what CNN is saying. Let's go back to the corporate news here.
Option when it came to dealing with Iran anymore.
Invalid. I got you.
They
Invalid.
had concluded that the Iranians posed such a threat to the U.S. that they needed to act preemptively
BBC,
at this point, and the president wasn't going to, he said, sit
Yeah,
back and wait
so we just talked
for
about it, outer
Iran to
signal. It
make
does
the
appear
first move.
that's what they're claiming.
He said they had become frustrated with
Al
the lack of
Jazeera's reporting it
progress
too.
on
Oh my
those
God.
talks.
Okay.
They used the
Let me see
words
what Al Jazeera
unwilling.
has to say. Al Jazeera. Okay. Yeah, Jonas, that's a good point. I didn't even consider that. Guys, also remember this month is Ramadan. They are doing this during Islam's holiest month. One of the holiest holidays in all of Islam is Ramadan. The fast that happens during Ramadan, the month of Ramadan, and we're doing all this shit during Ramadan. I mean, that's just of course an extra layer of evil of disrespecting the spiritual beliefs of an entire group of people. It's just almost it's like I don't know. It's really gross. Okay.
Israeli army, the Israeli Air Force is attacking targets across
I don't
Iran.
see it
In
on
fact,
here, but we could.
there
I'm
are
going to
some
find if I can
estimates that
find
about
a.
500 targets.
Yeah, they're all
have been
reporting
struck
based
or
off
will be
accounts.
struck by the end
from
of the
Israel.
first
Then we got to be
24
sure.
hours. So we're talking about a lot of ground. Iran, of course, being a very large country. The paralysis that Israel suffered from today, with the state of emergency declared, with no schooling, no business, no activity
Protests
taking
outside the
place
White House.
except for essential services, will have a cost. So how long this will...
Jesus, guys, this is all right. Protests. I know I can't type. Protests outside of White House. Okay, so people are starting to protest. Probably not enough, but all right. Al Jazeera report. Okay, I got it. So Al Jazeera is reporting off of Reuters. We still need verification. Interesting. So this is New York City, you said? Forgive me. I thought it said the White House. Live protests outside of the White House, it says. If this might be New York, though. Yeah, it says this is outside of the White House. Well, I guess it might be in D.C. Let's put it that way. No, I think this is in D.C., unless maybe they changed the feed. Yeah, guys, we'll see here. We should wait until Iran confirms. Whew. Yeah, outer signal. Yeah, hey, ho, ho. We appreciate if you maybe stop bombing children, please. Yeah, I think we're past. We need more protest and shit. We need more than protest, in my opinion. But hey, I can't say that on live stream. There's New York, Boston, quick turnout for that's excellent. That is good. At least that is something. It's not enough, but it's something. When you say 10th, Sasha Khan, you say 1,000% better my typing. I mean, CR does not me. I'm sorry. Are you insulting me, Sasha? What do you mean? How dare you? Okay, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you mean there, Sasha. But if you're insulting me, I'm very offended. Okay, anyway. Congress hasn't declared war since Iraq. Stockholders getting antsy. Yeah. Oh, my God. What the F is wrong with humans? Why can't we appreciate life and love? Why can't we support? Yep, you're totally right, Nesquicker. Nesquicker, welcome, says there's a certain few that want some instability in the world could make way for their network dream state. Who are you referring to, quick, Nesquicker? If you're talking about the capitalist elite, absolutely. The capitalist imperial elite, the bourgeois, if you were a lefty. Al, I don't know about that, Sasha. I bet your typing is better, but okay. I don't want to insult you, sir, but could you just be offended anyway? Sure, invalid. I'll be offended. I'm deeply offended. Okay. No, I know, Sasha. I'm just messing with you. Okay, I know you are. I like being fake offended. If you guys have noticed, I love being fake offended. Minor Bird again says, what the F is wrong with humans? Why can't we appreciate life and love? Why can't we support our differences? The sum of our differences make the tapestry of our life so much more beautiful. Beautiful way of phrasing that, Minor Bird. I completely agree. There's only one type of person, and those are, I mean, we're all humans. That should be how we all identify first. We shouldn't identify as black, white, Iranian, American, man, woman. It should all just be, we're humans, we're humans. Unfortunately, we're still cavemen in a lot of ways. We're like, they different, they scary. But, you know, we really ought to just be like, oh, we're all humans. And the death of an Iranian child is just as bad as the death of an American child. Okay, we should do that. Alas, we're tribal primates, unfortunately. Yep, the lizard people are in control. There you go. All right, you guys, there's a certain few that want some instability, could make way for, all right. Anyway, love that, guys. Love that. I'm going to see if there's any news here, right?
We are completely unaware how the situation is going to unfold in a couple of next hours. And we also know that expected to announce any further guidance to the population here. So we are waiting and to see how that's going to happen, when it's going to happen during the night.
What about
No, Nestquicker, I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking you. What are you referring to, Nestquicker? When you say the network state, because the moneyed elite ain't doing this politics for free. Yeah, I know, but can you just clarify? I'm not sure what you're referring to, Nestquicker. Yeah, the elite control everything. I'm not sure what you mean by the network state. Got you, Nestquicker. I got you. Okay.
The rest of the GCC, how have they been taking? Have they been as forthright as Doha has been in their...
According to the BBC, Iran is saying he is safe and sound. Is that true? Now, admittedly, though, just to be brief here, guys, I'm sorry, Dolly Boy, I didn't notice it. So thank you, Philly Cheese. I will take a drink. To be clear, guys, that Iran could also not be telling the truth because in the midst of a bombardment campaign, they don't want to show weakness. That might be a threat to the state. So it might be that they are not saying it. We're not sure. Techno-feudalism, I got you. That makes sense. All right. Okay. Netanyahu says growing signs Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei is gone after. All right. BBC. Latest post in their live update. We'll go into there. Yeah, like it would. You're right, Paul. Welcome, Paul Squaw. So glad you're here. Paul Squaw is very quickly becoming an original. Glad to see you here, Paul Squaw. All right. Let's see here. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman Ismail Baghai earlier said on ABC News that both Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and President Mossad Pezeshkian are safe and sound. Meanwhile, the head of the public relations at the office of Khamenei, Sayed Medrad Sayed Mahdi, said that the enemy has resorted to psychological warfare. We should be careful about it. Okay. We have some in Tehran celebrating the unconfirmed death. So this might be an Israeli thing. Again, guys, we don't know yet. We don't know. But it's not yet be confirmed. So it's still need to wait till it's confirmed. Drusilla, they say that Trump has seen pictures of the bodies. How? Like, that sounds unlikely to me. How would we know? How would they already have pictures of the bodies, and how would Trump have gotten them? Mossad? But they're that close on Twitter? Trump loves Twitter? Okay. Yeah, so, and guys, I'm not saying it's not true. He might be dead, but we just don't know yet. And I definitely don't trust Israel during this time. All right. Yeah, we'll just wait for a bit. I'm going to need confirmation from Iran. And again, they might not be saying that he's dead too, because they're in the midst of a war, and you don't want to admit that you don't have a leadership while you're in the midst of fighting. We'll find out, okay? It did say earlier. I don't think so, Nestquicker. I don't think they would do that. Yeah, Meowzord. Okay. Let's just see what Al Jazeera is saying here.
For certain movements to be
obliterated.
Trump has repeated.
Obliterated. He's such a monster.
We have also targeted several places or sites in Iran in order to target the regime.
This is live. Okay, great. Here we have the goddamn Nazi. Excuse me. I'm sorry, that was a slip. The Israeli government giving a speech here. All right, let's see what they have to say.
How does this all look from where you, at the moment, are sitting in Kuwait?
Unfortunately,
terrorist attacks against.
Let's see what the Israeli terror state has to say.
Who is the leader of the military operations, or the head of the military operations? Ali Shamkhani, counselor and advisor of Khamenei for security issues, Mohammad Shirazi, the head or the office manager of the office of Khamenei.
Guys, well, remember, we're going to be practicing reading between the lines here. Obviously, we're not going to believe what a spokesman for Israel says, so we're going to need to read between the lines. Let's practice some media literacy, shall we? Okay.
The second targeting was a meeting of all the intelligence, or there was an intelligence meeting. Those who were trying to plan terrorist attacks against Israel and also to terrorize the population of Iran. Therefore, those who were killed in these meetings were trying to terrorize both the Israelis and the Iranians. We have killed several leaders.
The two most
today.
terroristic states in the world complaining
Let's
about
be
Iran
clear.
being terrorist.
No one who's responsible for terrorism will be safe from the hands of Israel. Today, several Air Force planes.
No little girls going to school will be safe from the terrorism of Israel. I agree with that.
Conducted one of the biggest operations, including 200
Thank you, Nesquicker.
planes that have dropped more than 500 kilograms on several Iranian sites. We have also targeted several sites of the regime across the country. We have also targeted several places or sites in Iran in order to target the regimes, especially for the launching of missiles. And all these operations were successfully carried out thanks to our military and our pilots. There was also a cooperation and collaboration between the different relevant authorities of the defense in Israel, also with our counterparts in the United States. This is unprecedented. We have to clarify why we have launched this attack. There is a terrorist regime in Iran that is trying to destroy the state of Israel, and we have noticed and established that they are continuing to develop their nuclear program.
Okay,
and
shut the hell up. I cannot stand
carry out
this government. Oh my
ballistic
God.
missiles program. So the operations that we have started this morning was inevitable, and we have to work on.
Notice the admission there that the operation this morning was inevitable. I thought we were negotiating. Obviously, just giving away the game right off the bat. Okay, yeah, exactly. Pisrahel is a fascist garbage dump. 100%. Yep, 100%. The most dangerous terroristic state on the planet is Israel. I mean, United States is up there too. We're either number one or number two. Maybe we're tied with Israel. I don't know. If we're going to do terrorist state Olympics, we might both get the gold. I don't know.
Eliminating all those who are trying to destroy or threaten the state of Israel or its population. In parallel to these operations, we have also enhanced our internal front, and as the Major General has said, we are continuing and we are fully prepared to continue to work. We understand your fear, and we still have difficult and challenging days ahead of us, and we call you to be to show solidarity. You are our top priority,
Jonas.
and I'm calling you not to show, to stick to all the guidance of the defense.
I'm looking at other things while he's talking, folks.
Let me remind you that you should not document or take videos of all the places
CNN
or
now
sites
saying
where
it
the
too.
missiles will drop. This is very important as the military regime or
But again, these are all Israeli sources, okay? These are all Israeli sources. We can't 100% trust it. We need confirmation still, guys, but you can imagine the mainstream media will think Israel's is a good source. This does deeply increase the probability that he is dead. But okay.
Israeli defense continue to.
For those that are new joining us, there are reports coming out on multiple channels that Israeli sources have said that the supreme leader of Iran was killed in strikes. Okay, we still need to be verified since these are Israeli sources, but more and more news sources are turning to this. Okay, all right.
Work relentlessly. And our main goal and objective is the
Hello,
protection
Dex.
and the safety of Israel.
Welcome
and its
to hell,
population.
Dex, as
That's
always.
why many reservists are working
Okay,
together
blah, blah, blah.
with our
You're calling up your terrorists.
defense and soldiers. Everyone is mobilized within the different relevant authorities in order to ensure your safety and security during this war. I will keep you updated in this regard. Do you have any questions? Do you have any estimation on how long this operation would last? We have started this operation in order to remove a real threat to the state of Israel, and it can take any time it needs to take until we finish our.
Earlier, guys, both American and Israeli sources were saying that they're expected the operation to last multiple days. So we're probably going to see this bombing for several days. From what was said earlier. So great, right? Love that. We're going to have multiple-day operation here. God knows what will happen. And if the leader of Iran is in fact dead, more chaos. It also makes it harder to negotiate if their leadership has been killed by Israeli strikes. So, okay. All right.
Operation and meet our objectives. Question: how long can
you, Dex Stewart? You say my great aunt has friends from Israel. I have no idea if they're still there or not. I hope not. I hope not, because anyway, I hope not, because I don't think anyone should willfully live in Israel at this point.
You stand in front of these threats? Once again, we have to continue. We have to face all these threats, and we will continue to work as much as needed.
Jesus, what threats?
And we reaffirm that our goal and top priority is the safety and security of the State of Israel and its population. Second point that is as important is that our Air Force is continuing to conduct several operations along with the U.S. Air Force in order to destroy the targeted sites in Iran. Third point is the responsible behavior that the Israelis should show, and also to respect and follow all the guidelines of the relevant authorities. Question: are there any possibility that Israelis could be targeted in other countries?
So, Outer Signal says, why would Israel announce he's dead? 1, to trigger regime change in a public uprising. Yeah. 2, to portray the operation as successful. I don't think that one is as necessary, Outer Signal. I mean, that one, yeah, because they want it to appear as though he'd be dead if for a revolution to occur. He may very well be dead too, right? Nudge tactical shifts from Iran, yeah, or announce he's dead. I think it's likely he is dead. I got to tell you guys, but I just want confirmation, okay? I just don't trust Israeli sources. I'm sorry. So I think it's high likelihood that the guy is dead, but I really would like some confirmation here. We should perhaps act like he's dead, because multiple sources now reporting it, which increases the likelihood. But still, yeah, they also might want to force Iran to say he's alive and target him again. Yeah, but they could do that already, Philly Cheese. If they already know where he is, they can just bomb him right now. But okay, but yeah, I'm not gonna listen to what Israel has to say. I want confirmation from them, from Iran, that he is in fact dead. So okay, yeah, but regardless, it is likely he is dead. I got to tell you.
That we had from the Israeli sources, we can rest assured that according to the Iranian official sources, they are saying that these reports are not true. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi earlier today came out to say that as far as he knows, quote unquote.
Now, this was earlier today, though. This was earlier today.
Iran's supreme leader, as well as Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, as well as the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, and also the Supreme National Security Council Secretary, Ali Larijani, are all alive. This is what we heard from the Iranian Foreign Minister. Also, we've got the head of the public relations of the Supreme Leader's office coming out after these reports to say that actually he wrote on a social media post that this is part of the psychological warfare of the enemy. And also, we've got Tasnim and Mehr news agencies citing a source to say that Iranian Supreme Leader is firm and steadfast. And he is just in charge of commanding the battlefield. This is what we have so far. But still, we have to keep in mind, earlier today when I was reporting the places and the areas targeted, it was very important and worth mentioning here that Pastor neighborhood was targeted several times. And for our viewers,
there have been several explosions. No impact.
This is live.
We can see that is obviously one of our reporters from our Arabic cousins station.
So, okay, again, we don't know yet, but there is increasing evidence that he may in fact be dead. Okay, so someone sent this. Sorry, Matt Saigai sent this. I think it's good.
That you could, if necessary.
Just to show you how the media operates in regards to what's happening here. This is the Iranian foreign minister who's responding to a question by bye-bye, Dolly Boy. Have a good day. I love you, Dolly Boy. You're the best. Okay, I'm in love with you, Dolly Boy. Okay, anyway. If you're in default, okay, so let's watch this. If Iran calls a single U.S. senator to have a sprained ankle, the world would be screaming about international law. Oh, 100%, Jonas. All right. So let's watch this real fast. If he's okay, let's watch this, guys. Yeah, if he's alive and well, they'll be releasing some footage or something soon, but likelihood is getting lower every minute. 100% outer signal, guys. The longer that these reports go uncountered, the more likely it is that he is dead, okay? All right, so let's watch this. This is apparently NBC asked the Iranian diplomat or foreign minister, excuse me, a question that was really biased, and he responded well. So let's see what we said.
So for clarity, you said that your missiles cannot reach the United States by design, that you do not want to reach the United States, but you also said it would be necessary as a defensive vehicle that you could if necessary. So to be clear, are you committing that Iran is not and will not build missiles that would have the capability to reach the United States?
I can confirm, yes.
Yeah.
Sir, if that's a red line for you, why is attacking U.S. military bases abroad justified?
Because they are attacking us. They are U.S. military, installations, facilities, bases who are attacking us. We are under attack. Why don't you, recognize this fact? We are under the attack by you
guys. Why are you attacking our military bases, guys? Why is Iran attacking our military bases? We're such victims. Why are you doing that?
By U.S. forces in the region. So we have every right to defend ourselves.
Yeah.
And how to defend ourselves? We attacked, the U.S. bases. This is obvious. This is a very simple fact. And I hope that, and I'm sure that
Matt Saigai, NBC, of course, corporate media, of course.
Understand that. We are not the one who attacked Americans. We are only defending ourselves.
Yes. God, anyway, this is called manufacturing consent, folks. All right. Yep. And we are fanning the flames. Yep, we are. Okay. Independent news, much better than any corporate news site I'm aware of. All right. What's happening over here? Oh, great. We got a frozen. All right.
That is obviously one of our reporters from our Arabic cousins station.
All right, looks like they're having trouble keeping up. Hello, LaCroix. Welcome, LaCroix. I mean, well, you've been in here, LaCroix. What am I saying? Welcome to who? Okay, guys, I'm going to quickly, while we're waiting for some reason, the live stream is The live stream is kind of the live stream for these news sources is kind of struggling, or for Al Jazeera is kind of struggling right now. Oh, let me do a little self-promotion. Forgive me, guys. If you like the content, you become a member on YouTube for as little as $1 a month. It'll help support me to do this long term. You get access to cute little jester hat next to your name and jester emojis. Members only emojis if you do that. You can also subscribe over on Twitch for free if you have Amazon Prime. It'll help send some of Jeff Bezos' money to me, and it'll be for free for you. So please do that over on Amazon Prime. You'll also no longer have to see ads on Amazon Prime, which I don't make money from anyway. But whatever, it's okay. I mean, I don't make money from ads anyway. Regardless, so you can do that. You can also subscribe the regular way over on Twitch, which would also be very helpful, and you won't have to see ads. I know, Sir Bartholomew, screw you. How dare you? Okay, stop shilling for YouTube and Bezos, CR. How dare you, Philly? Okay. As you can see, my community is very resistive of my authority, which is what we like here. We like that. We want people to resist authority figures. Alas, I will say, as a rock star and deserves all the money. Thank you, Minerberg. I'm trying to do this full time, guys. I lost my job about 8 or so months ago, due to I'm doing some emotional blackmail. I'm going to say it anyway. Due to speaking up about the genocide in Gaza, I lost my job at a school I was teaching at for that, and since then I've been trying to survive doing this full time. And right now I'm making money. I'm making money. You can go see how much I'm making on YouTube, but unfortunately, it's not enough for me to do it long term. So I'm trying to be able to make enough to do it long term. Any support would be lovely. Anyway, okay. So moving on here, let's see here what we got.
And they perceived this imminent threat to the United States that meant they had to take this preemptive action.
Yeah, lies.
Katrina, so if the US administration effectively briefing out that it had indications that Iranians intended to use those missiles potentially preemptively against US troops in the region, where does that leave the legality from within the United States? Remind us of the political
Nesquicker.
Effectively the system and the role
of... Outer Signal. Oh my God, guys, this is so comedic. Preemptive defense. In Outer Signal, Israel said the same thing, that they're launching preemptive strikes, and now the United States is saying these were preemptive strikes against Iran. Hilarious, right? Yeah, Lacroix, if you go to YouTube, one of the first few videos I posted on YouTube was explaining that I had lost my job because of this. There may be even a few people in my community. I know Alyssa was here, Louise was here, Lee Lane was here when I lost my job, because I started making videos right before I lost my job, which is one of the reasons why I lost my job anyway. So anyway, okay, moving on.
Congress versus the role of the president here.
Yeah, Matt Saigai. I'm sorry, Matt Saigai was here too. Matt Saigai remembers this shit.
Well, we don't know what the imminent threat was, Lewis. We don't even know if it was troops in the region, if
yeah,
it was the mainland
Nesquicker, we're living in a goddamn clown show. The fact that anyone would believe that these were preemptive strikes is hilarious to me.
Yes, there hasn't been that level of detail from the administration, but nevertheless, there is a process that a president of the United States is supposed to go through if they want to take preemptive.
Yeah, come on, we don't have laws in this country.
Chairperson and the ranking member, kind of the deputy chairperson from the Democratic
Thank you so much, Jonas. Really, thank you. Yeah, for the contribution.
So
Jonas says they were preemptively destroying a path to peace. Yeah,
they were kept actually in regular contact as to what the options were, what was potentially on the table, and ultimately.
Yeah, well, that's weird. Why is it Nesquicker? Your name is like gray, so we can't see it on the stream. Is there a way, Nesquicker? I don't know if I can do it. I can't change the color of your name, I don't think. Is there a way for you to change the color of your name? Because we can't see it on the stream. So, folks, for those who are wondering, the person on stream that you can't see their name is Nesquicker. And I don't know why it's weird. And Dolly Boy, why is it? We've never seen gray names in the chat before. What the hell is that about? I don't know what that's about, but we can't. I don't know why we can't see that on the stream. They've never had that before. We've never had that issue before. Interesting. You changed it to orange? Weird. Okay, I don't know.
Ultimately, they were notified about what was about to happen overnight. Now, lawmakers writ large, beyond that group of 8, are saying, well, hold on a second, you should have come to all of us and sought a sort of
Yep, it's fixed, Ness Quicker. Thank you.
Of war, a vote, giving yourself that legal standing before you did what you did. And that is that question of international law that we've seen brought to the attention of the international community today by the Secretary General of the United Nations and others, saying where was the threat to the United States? If you are acting in self-defense, you can strike another nation like this. But there's a question.
It is, guys, interesting. Like, well, okay, never mind. I'm not going to say that yet.
Acting in self-defense. It says it was acting preemptively, as I say, kind of getting ahead of the need for self-defense to make sure it didn't get struck first by Iran. And that's how it's for now explained.
Oh, God, is that true, Outer Signal? Okay, Outer Signal just sent this to us. This is NBC News. Trump to NBC News on reports of Ayatollah's death. We feel that that is a correct story. Still not complete verification, but like the chances are getting much lower and lower, folks, that he is in fact alive. I think we can. I'm going to go on the edge of. I'm going to, for the sake of what a lot of people are saying here. Yeah, we feel that's still not good enough, but I think the likelihood is very high that he is in fact gone. Right. We still need complete verification, but you know, I think the likelihood is very, very high that he's gone. All right. And he even said, apparently, now we don't really trust. If Trump said it, I'm going to trust him on this. No, Matt Saigai, that's what I'm saying. We still don't know for sure, but more and more people are reporting it, and the more people that are reporting it, like it just makes it more likely. We still don't know for sure. It goes on to say here that he also said tremendous damage has been inflicted on their leadership, which we also have heard from other sources. And even Iran admitted that there are a lot of people that were killed, which means that the leadership is probably very much weakened, which who's going to run the government in this case? I know they have a line of secession. Okay. Yeah, I'd say it's a high chance Outer Signal. It's like probably, I would say 90% chance at this point. Okay. So, all right. Very high chance. But again, I want the Iranian government to verify.
Away the rationale of that. But we've yet to hear on camera from President Trump himself about this. He has been taking phone calls from various journalists here in the US. Most recently, he's been speaking to Axios. He did a 5-minute phone call with them. And he said, again, talking about those nuclear deals, that he felt they were getting close to a deal, and then Iran would pull back. He said, we got
Matt
close,
Saigai, Iran has
back,
been striking Israel all day. What do you mean?
That they didn't really want a deal. He was also asked,
is there some sort of new strike happening on Iran? Because here's Tel Aviv. We can see on the screen here that there are bombs falling on Tel Aviv.
Here? And he said that he has
inshallah,
several off-ramps.
And
he said that he can go along and essentially take over the whole
if you can
thing.
see here,
presumably he means
Katrina.
all of Iran.
Oh, I got
Katrina,
you.
forgive me. I'm just going to jump in there.
But
looks like they're switching over to
jump in there
because
just as you've been talking there, we've been keeping an eye on the live shot from Tel Aviv, the skyline there, and the activity.
There we go. Oof.
Has picked up, as you can see.
No, it's not over, Brucey. So here are Iranian missiles apparently falling in Tel Aviv.
Keeping across it, and we've heard sirens.
Jesus.
And that really gives you a sense.
Brucey, I'd say there's about as Outer Signal said, I think there's like a 90% chance that Khamenei is in fact dead. I just need veracity. I don't trust Trump or Israel, but the more sources that come out and say it,
of what is happening over the skies of Tel Aviv right now. Over the last couple of minutes, as we were just hearing Katrina talk us through the view there from the White House, we have been keeping an eye on these live pictures, and we heard sirens a couple of minutes ago, and we saw that plume of smoke there just on the right-hand side of these images. And we've continued to see more flash.
Yeah, but as you know, Outer Signal, to expect Trump to do anything.
Considerable.
He even said that sounds like it's right, as if he hasn't seen verification from U.S. Intel.
We know,
so we can't be certain about that. And also, U.S. Intel has been wrong before, so that's why I'm still like, I don't know.
Tel Aviv and the missile defense system intercepting, and that seems like exactly what we've just seen over the last couple of minutes with those significant
explosions there.
All right. So, I mean,
these attacks follow weeks of tension in the region, of course. US forces have been
I
massing
agree.
around Iran.
Hello, Jester. Welcome.
Iran has launched a wave of retaliatory strikes across the region in response, as we've just been seeing.
Right. Yes. Missiles falling on Iran, of course,
now.
as
Let's get the latest from our
well, self-defense
editor, Jeremy Bowen.
It is the biggest array of American power in the Middle East since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. The Americans believe that this time their raw power can impose regime change on an enemy without creating a disaster. To
eliminate the immediate threat posed by the Iranian regime. Second, to dismantle threats
all right, see here, this is not the way. No,
when leaders openly call for our destruction and build the means to carry it out, we do not dismiss it. We do not gamble with our survival. We act. Thank you.
This is the Iranian ambassador. Okay, guys. Jesus. Okay.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. It's Pamela Falk from U.S.
Yeah, that we
News and
pay for
World
that shit.
Report. Thank you, Ambassador, for the briefing.
Is this the Iranian guy? Who is this guy? Is this the Israeli or the Iranian? Who is this guy?
Since you're talking about regime change, can you confirm whether or not the Iran supreme leader has been killed, and what happens next, if so?
We will continue to target the leadership of this radical regime, and we will do whatever necessary to enable the right conditions for a new future for the people of Iran.
Oh, okay, so this is not the Iran. Oops, my mistake. Okay, he's Israeli. I thought he was Iranian. Whoopsie, my mistake. Bit of mistake there. All right, so this is the Israeli ambassador. You know, he's not confirming, by the way, the death.
And stability for the region. Thank you.
No, Brucey, Tel Aviv is not going to be demolished, okay? Tel Aviv, there's missiles flying into Tel Aviv, but they have a missile defense system. It is not demolished. Yeah, a few of these missiles will probably hit Tel Aviv, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be demolished.
How long is this going on? As long as it will take to achieve the goals I just mentioned. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ambassador, the Prime Minister told the Iranian people that he will let them know whether it's
Yeah, Lois, so I suspect some of the strikes may have taken out some of that capacity.
time for them to come on the streets. What's the end goal here for Israel?
I think everyone sees what's happening on the ground and understand that the time for the Iranian people to take control of the future is very soon. Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. That is the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations.
Some more
on
bullshit.
defending the actions that Israel has taken after launching strikes earlier on this Saturday against.
Yeah, Brucey, I don't know 100%, but I'm basically 99.9% sure your friend is fine. Okay.
Iran, but just having a look at what cities in Iran were actually targeted in this joint military, joint military operation with the United
Jonas.
States.
Also, I mean, all that funding they have one of the most advanced missile defense systems in the world, and it's pretty damn effective, and we partially helped fund it. Okay.
Ume Kulsum Sharif explains.
Yeah. Israel and the U.S. have hit several cities right across Iran. Targets include as high as Bablusar in the north and as far south to the port of Chabahar. We've seen Qom come under attack, Isfahan in central Iran come under attack. Well, these are the big prominent names we've mentioned, but other areas have also been hit.
Poor people.
Let's take a look at what's happening inside Tehran. Well, a high security area with the Supreme Leader's office. And right down here, this street is the Pastoua Street. It has the office of the President, office of the Iran National Security Council, and the
I'm waiting for that,
Islamic Revolutionary Guards Intelligence Center. Here's what's happened. This satellite image shows the extent of the damage to the Supreme Leader's office and plumes of smoke that we are seeing. Reuters news agency has said the Supreme Leader was not in Tehran at the time of the attack. But the biggest casualty we're seeing is
it would be
down
kind
here
of foolish
in
if
the
he
south,
was.
in Manab. Here's what's happened. A school a girls' elementary school was hit.
Jesus
Iran
Christ.
Foreign Minister says children are among dozens of people who have been killed. Now, from this satellite image, we gather all these are houses. It's a residential stretch.
Again, folks, we already know about this, but 60 girls were killed by an Israeli or American strike. I'm not sure which one it was.
And on this side, agricultural land. We're not sure why the school was hit and if there are any military installations around here. Now, Iran, for its part, says it will retaliate and has been retaliating by targeting U.S. military bases right across the stretch. So we've seen explosions that have been reported throughout the day. We've seen missile interceptions that have also been taking place.
Exactly,
Now,
Munroe.
Iran, for its part, says it will attack
I
Israel.
believe so, Nestquicker. Don't quote me on that.
And has launched missiles into Israel. Weeks of tensions, weeks of diplomacy, and weeks of military buildup has now resulted in this.
Well, indeed, Mike Hanna is joining us from Washington, D.C. And Donald Trump's been speaking again, this time telling NBC that he thinks that the Supreme Leader may well be gone.
Yep.
Yes, in an interview with American media, President Trump has just said that we feel that this is a correct story, were his exact words.
Thank you, Outer Signal. So, guys, breaking news here.
Added the sentence.
Breaking news here. This is Iranian news, is it not? Right? This is Iranian news right here, Outer Signal. I believe this is Iranian intel. Yeah, Iran International is now confirming that Ayatollah Khamenei is in fact dead. All right. I think that definitely makes it verified that we have murdered the head of state of Iran. All right. Imagine if someone did that to our president. Oh, how the Iranian people must be feeling right now. So this is a site that I would probably trust here more. This is being at least okay. At least 4 senior Iranian intelligence ministries ministers have been killed. Ali Shamkhani, who's one of the top advisors to Iran, to the leader, has been killed. So they are confirming this. Iran International. Now, I want to know where they got that information. So I don't really know, actually. I mean, is this site a I don't really know what this site is. I got to be honest with you. Can you confirm, Outer Signal? I would trust if you said that this is a good site for it, but all right. Is it, Loy? So, okay, thank you for letting me know. Then in that case, let's hold off from me saying that just to be sure. We'll still say 90% certain. I know CNN doesn't matter. Okay. Iran is still denying it, according to Al Jazeera. Brucey, we don't know, right? We don't know. Israel, so Iran is still denying it from what it says here. Israel officials cited by Reuters and Israeli media claimed the killing of Iran's supreme leader. Iran has yet to confirm the killing. Now, by the way, new numbers show that about 201 people have been killed by American and Israeli strikes. All right. Yeah, as far as I've seen about Ayatollah, it's just, yeah, maybe perhaps that's true. That is very true, Lois. So it looks like they're all citing the same reports here. Explosions continue over Doha, which is the capital of Qatar. That's okay, Outer Signal. I mean, this is such a fluid situation. Yeah, gosh, most of them are all right. Yeah, all those little girls that I guess apparently we just decided to murder for no particular reason. All right. I'm going to get here. Iran retaliates firing missiles at Israeli bases. Yeah, we know that already. All right, we should expect, let's see here, while the elite are rich, yes, yep, government, pedocracy, right? We're living in a pedocracy. The fact Iran has not provided counterproof mostly settles it for me. I agree. That's why I'm saying it's like 90%, guys, that he is. I think we should basically assume he's dead because Iran has offered no evidence to the contrary, showing him or anything. And you'd think by now they would have shown him. And like the more the minutes tick by, the less likely it is that he's alive. Guys, I have to urinate again. Forgive me. You know how much I've been drinking. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, 1 second.
feeling here in paradise. I don't know if I can take it, can we slow it down, down? And telling me to stay low key and we'll be sweet. Got me feeling like I'm sitting in.
Okay, all, we're back. We are back. Did I miss anything while I was gone that anyone is aware of here? Let me check. Let me see here. Oh God, 1 second here. I gotta. All right. So, some reports of water plant getting hit from Israel. Great. Is that true, Drizzle? Let's take a look. Well, we can maybe take a look at that. Paleontology, like I swear to God. Phil, how dare all? What is all this Roomba? What is all this Roomba and crap? How dare all of you? How dare all of you do the cheeseburger cult and the Roomba cult? Are we gonna you guys are never gonna let down. You guys are never gonna let down my Roomba comment, are you? You guys are never gonna let down my Roomba comment. Good news is that I don't think anyone clipped that. So no one will ever know about the Roomba comment. Only people that were in the stream that day will know about the Roomba comment. Okay. All right, let's see here. Let's see what else we can find. All right, give me a second. Guys, please join our Discord if you haven't already. I'm going to post while we're doing this. I'm going to post here in the chat. Since I started the stream so quickly, I never really took the chance to actually put the information in the stream. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. We have a fast-growing community on there. I stream every day except for Wednesdays and Sundays. And sometimes I do stream on those days anyway because I can't really control what happens in the news. So sometimes there's a disaster where I will need to stream. And please join our Discord community. It's a great community. Great conversations on there. Eventually, I'm going to create a co-op. All right, generate a new link. 1 second here. Okay, so I'm gonna paste the Discord link here in the chat. Please join it if you haven't already. Okay, so there we go. Posted that in chat. Please join it if you haven't already. You can also recommend videos for me to react to. Normally during my streams, I'm doing reactions, and I will teach lessons about various things, and also talk about the news, etc. And sometimes we'll play games. I typically dress like a jester. Literally, I have a jester hat and shit. I dress like a jester. I slowly put on jester stuff because I am trying to be a modern day jester and criticizing people in power and stuff. Of course, today is not really a jestering kind of day, so I'm only partially jestering today. All right. So, okay. I do still love my jester staff, though. That's okay, Mayflower Kid. That's no problem. So, all right. Let's see what else is going on here. Thank you for everyone who's contributed, by the way. I very much appreciate your support. Let's see. I'm going to put the scene back up here. How's everyone doing out there? We all good? Happy Saturday, by the way. I know it's not exactly a good Saturday, given the state of the world, but happy Saturday to people who don't have to work out there. I, of course, being a socialist, love your yeah, you should, Nest Quicker. I literally, times, guys, I will put on full jester makeup and the full jester outfit. So if you want to see that, you can. Jesters historically was the only person in a king's court that could actually insult and make fun of the king to his face. So that's what we try to do in here. We're a bunch of jesters, and that includes my chat. They come after me because I'm, that we go after all authority figures, myself included. Okay, that's why you see I have such an abusive chat. Okay, yeah, and historically accurate jester. I have such an abusive chat. They're all so mean to me, and they're disobedient little scum because of that. All right. Not watching Zateo. No. So Drusilla, I don't know if I can I don't want to get copyrighted on Zateo. A lot of these bigger news agencies are nice about that when it comes to these things. I could check out Zateo. Let's take a look. Let's see what Mehdi Hassan is saying. Okay, we are not jesters. Oh, wait, I'm here. There you go, invalid axiom. All right, let's take a look. We can take a look at Zateo, but we might not watch it for very long. I also don't like watching commentary, other people doing commentary while I'm doing commentary, and he would be doing commentary. So we can see what's going on with Zateo. But again, commentary on commentary, because you don't lift weights for us to show off, for us enough to show off your rippling muscles. I could do that. I could totally do that, Lloyd. So I could totally do that. I could totally do that. I mean, sorry, Doug. You know, I could show off my rippling muscles. Okay. Yes. I've done it before, Doug. Okay. I don't really have rippling muscles. Whatever. Screw all of you. Okay. Okay. You've seen it, Doug. You've seen it. Screw you. Screw you. All right. So, okay. Yes, I know. I love him. I love him to death. Okay. I love Mehdi Hassan, one of my favorite commentators. But okay. Still, I'm also more comfortable there. Thank you, invalid axiom. I'm also more comfortable watching mainstream news sources because then I'm not exploiting them as much. Yeah, sort of. All right. Yeah, not enough. Not enough what? You not enough muscle? Okay, I'm just kidding. Whatever. Screw you. All right. So
you can argue Netanyahu is trying to take the American government for a ride on all these kinds of different regime change actions.
Yeah. So
this is an inherently American mission. It has been
Cody, that never happened.
And particularly American Republican Party bloodstream for years, if not decades,
I guess so, Lois.
To try to force a regime change war in Iran. And they finally got their man to help them do it. A mentally desiccated, elderly, racist game show host. Congratulations.
Nothing. Doug just said that there wasn't enough. Okay, so I think Doug is probably lying to you, Giselle. Okay. All right. So let's see what else is going on here. So what else? I'm gonna see if there's any other live coverage that we haven't watched yet. All right. All right. Lies news coverage, Iran. What is...
I'm looking at Ali Shamkhani.
Yeah, they're all still just talking about the supreme leader being dead. That's true, Doug. I did get... So that... Okay, whatever. You all are spreading misinformation out there. Whatever. It's fine. Okay. So you say outer signal. Trump is overseeing the mission from a secure location of Mar-a-Lago. Oh my God, I hate him so much. I hate him so much. Okay. Also, how dare you say I got pissy, Doug? Anyway. All right. So what else we got here?
Followed by a new round of political talks.
I don't really care about what the UN's doing. They're not going to do a damn thing.
That this opportunity of diplomacy has been squandered.
You can, Drizella. You can go. You can run to Zateo if you want. It just seems kind of weird to me to do overlap. Like they're doing commentary, and then it would be me. It would be me doing commentary over their commentary. So I don't really. Yeah, that's true, Doug. That's true. You're right. It was probably the apple juice. Moving on. So, okay. Growing signs. We still got more of that info. We still haven't gotten verification. For those that are joining us, war has broken out. Again, not broken out. America and Israel have launched a war of aggression illegally against Iran, bombing them, killing a bunch of civilians, by the way. At least 60 girls at a school were killed, and targeting various sites all across Iran. Iran is launching a response. Okay, there you go. We're invalid, right? Iran is doing a response by firing their missiles. Iran has a massive amount of missiles, in theory at least. They haven't used as many as I thought they would, of around 1,800 missiles, if not more, that they have for these occasions. They have been launching missiles to strike back. They haven't been launching nearly as many as I thought. You should, Drusilla, you should come back with better suggestions. No, Zateo is a good suggestion. So that's what's happening now. Both Trump and Netanyahu, the Israeli government, have said that the supreme leader of Iran has been killed in the strikes. Iran is denying it. We're waiting for verification. I put it at about 90% that he is in fact dead. And the longer we don't get news of his life, the less of a chance it is that he's alive. Okay. Yeah, Outer Signal. I just don't want to waste time, as you know, Outer Signal, with the UN Security Council, because they're not going to do anything. It gives a process to something that makes it seem more legitimate. Okay. Yeah, you're right, Invalid. It's very possible, too, that Iran is holding back. But it would be kind of strange that at this point, with their leader being killed, etc., that is, that they would want to strike with all force. So I don't know why that is. It might be that some of their missile silos and shit, or not missile silos, their missile launch sites were hit. I don't know. It may be that they are waiting. I was just expecting more from them. Okay. All right. Al Jazeera. I'm seeing a headline. Yes, Iran has been claiming that he is not dead. We have heard that, but they're not offering any evidence, right? Yeah. Oh, I know you're agreeing with me, Outer Signal. I know you are. So Al Jazeera. I know Al Jazeera is saying that they are denying it, and so yeah, Israel is claiming Iran is claiming that he isn't dead. But we also, guys, you have to understand, Iran could be lying about that too, right? They're being attacked unless you have a clear succession, which they should, but many of their leaders have been killed. They might not want to admit it in the midst of a war, especially when Trump is demanding that the people of Iran rise up. They might be worried that that'll trigger a big uprising. So they need to be able to confirm that he's not dead. They haven't yet. They haven't given proof of life. So we need something. We need proof of life from the Iranians, or we need evidence from the other side. But I suspect he may be dead. I'd say a 90% chance there. And the longer Iran doesn't show proof of life, the less likely it is that he is alive. In any case, this is probably going to cause a power vacuum in Iran. They do have a succession plan in place. Some of the people that were set to succeed him might be dead, though, because apparently at least 4 of the top advisors and leaders in Iran were killed during the strikes.
Been killed in an attack. Trump believes that information, as we speak, to be correct. Now, again, to be very clear about this, we don't have facts.
Yeah, body swap.
We don't have confirmations. What we have are Israeli officials saying that to press agencies, and the U.S. president saying he thinks that's right.
Yeah, and all the news media sites are quoting that as if that's like gospel. We can't really trust Trump or Netanyahu off the bat. They're all getting it from the same source, and then they're quoting each other, which is a problem.
To complete this loop, the Iranians saying it is wrong, and Ali Khamenei is very much alive and in command of the country. The question to you, following off what we were just saying with Ali Hashem here, is if Ali Khamenei has indeed been killed, do you believe that the structure of the Islamic Revolution and this government as it is currently constructed
been conducted in recent history? Israel has been working on this even before 2000.
Yeah, I mean, they've wanted it for ages.
And one of the reasons they were caught on the back foot with Hamas on the 7th of October is because the intelligence, the Israeli intelligence, all their figureheads and people were busy working on the plan to undermine Iran and Hezbollah. And I think Iran has been totally compromised in terms of state structure. The Israeli intelligence is absolutely everywhere.
So it does say here, guys, that Trump just spoke with the leaders of the United Kingdom, Kuwait, Turkey, and Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said this, okay?
And the choice of the timing of the operation was done specifically to do that, to kill him personally. This is, I know it sounds a bit like speculation, but really putting the dots together over the last couple of years, the Israelis have been absolutely determined to undo the Iranian regime. And of course, Trump also feels very emboldened.
Yeah,
after
you're
his
right,
success
Jonas.
or relative success or perceived success in Venezuela, and now he feels very much that decapitating the regime is the way forward. And I wouldn't be surprised if there are already within that regime leaders who are being lined up to take control. The issue here is not just about Israel's security, and you can see.
Yeah, Doug, I don't care about the UN meeting. It's not going to mean anything. They're just going to posture and appear to care, and then nothing's going to happen. If they were to take any action, the United States would just veto it because of this stupid thing where the most criminal country in the world has veto power over the UN. You know, I mean, it's all just sort of posturing by these countries. Several of those countries, by the way, like the UK, have already come out and basically supported what the United States and Israel are doing. I don't give a shit. The UN Security Council is meaningless at this point when they don't.
The Middle East. And
Sultan, pause there for a second. Pause there because that is interesting, and we'll put a pin in that. It's something I was going to bring up later on this hour, but you have touched on this fact, which is very true, that look, Iran is a major supplier of energy. They produce about 4.5% of the world's oil. To anybody who thinks 4.5% is not a lot, it is. It is a lot. And their main supplier is China. And you touched on the fact that Venezuela similarly had China as a big buyer of their oil. So now the U.S., in the space of 2 months, has hit, possibly crippled, 2 countries that supply.
Did I cut out suddenly? Am I back now? Can you hear me?
I do think that is notable.
Potentially more, because if the Hormuz Strait now is closed, all the other suppliers from the Gulf who are now fueling China will be affected. So I think
20% of the world's oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz.
Hear me now? That is so weird. I don't know why it keeps cutting out. Whatever. It freezes every time I talk. That's really weird. Anyway, so I don't know what's going on there, but the UN is, let's put it this way. It doesn't matter, okay? It doesn't matter. The UN Security Council is worthless. It'll just do a bunch of posturing, and then the United States has veto power, so any resolution the UN Security Council does will just be vetoed by the United States anyway because it has a stupid policy of voting. It is a waste of time to watch what the UN Security Council is doing. It is a distraction, and it'll just be worthless posturing, and so I don't want to do the propaganda of the governments on that panel for them. It's meaningless in my opinion.
Major
They
General
might be, Doug,
Abdullah
who knows?
Khalifa Al-Miftah, Director of Public Relations at the Ministry of Defense, will speak, as well as
I wish they
General
were, Doug.
Nasser
That'd be a sign I have more
Mohammed
influence.
Acting Director of the Directorate of Moral Guidance at the Ministry of Defense, and
Okay,
Mr.
here's Qatar.
Ibrahim Al-Hashmi, Director of Media and Communication at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The speakers will provide an official briefing on the measures that have been
That's
taken,
possibly
as
Nesquicker.
well as the efforts exerted and the latest updates within the
I think I just knocked it out, Nesquicker. I do.
framework of the joint work framework aiming at providing and aiming at
Thank you, Marzipan.
ensuring the security of the state. Now we start with the Major General Abdullah.
All right, so this is
Baisi,
Qatar.
the representative. of the
I gotta
Ministry
say,
of
they got pretty good,
Defense.
cool uniforms
In
over
the
there in
name of
Qatar. It doesn't
God,
matter.
The most merciful,
But
the
okay.
statement of the Ministry of Defense with the grace of
Yeah,
God.
exactly,
and
Jonas.
the work of the
Guys, I wish the UN had power. It'd be nice if the world community could actually have some muscle and stop these sort of things, but they don't, and it drives me crazy. So, all right, I'm going to see what else is going on here.
The Ministry of Defense points
Okay, I don't
out
really need to listen to what the Qataris have to say. I want to see if there's any other stuff out here. Yeah. Hey, I'm just saying the Qatari uniform was kind of cool looking. I'm not pro-military, but it was kind of a cool looking uniform. Forgive me for even talking about that. It doesn't matter. Okay. Anyway,
justifying these hostile activities or to violate.
Okay, yeah. Everyone's looking at the UN. It doesn't matter. It's all freaking Qatar reporting injured civilians from shrapnel. Yeah, that happens. Maybe Qatar should stop working with the United States. You know. All right. And so now Qatar is getting its own civilians killed by helping the United States with their imperialism. All right. Yeah, everyone's just talking about the UN Security Council. I really don't care. Really don't care about the UN Security Council, but fine. If we have to watch it.
UN Charter and
you know what? No, I'd rather watch the Qataris. You know, I'm willing to go to the Qataris and see what they have to say. Maybe without all that.
Representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Okay, are they still announcing the people in the room? Can we get to the point?
You have the floor.
There we go. Now we have the floor after all those announcements. Good God.
In the name of God the Most Merciful, the state of Qatar condemns in the strongest of terms these ballistic missiles attacks and consider this operation as a blatant violation of its sovereignty and the safety of its territories, and also a grave escalation that threatens the stability of the whole
Iran
region.
is to blame for
Ministry
everything.
of Foreign Affairs has already affirmed in an official statement that it reserves its full right to respond in accordance with the international law and with the Charter of the United Nations, and in proportion of the size of the attacks in order to protect its sovereignty and to protect its highest interests. The state of Qatar has and still is one of the those who call for dialogue with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and has also considered that
see, Al Jazeera knows what's up. They're not looking at the UN.
Conflict through diplomatic and peaceful means, and also to avoid any escalation or instability in the region. However, the continuous targeting and attacks against the state of Qatar is against any good neighboring.
You know, maybe stop hosting the empire in your borders, and Iran won't have to be worried about you. Okay, maybe stop hosting the empire.
Policy and cannot be accepted. Qatar has also always stayed out of any conflict and has always played the role of the trusted mediator that has always tried and exerted efforts in order to facilitate dialogue between the different conflicting parties in order to serve the interests and the stability in the region and the world. The new attacks against Qatar does not reflect any good intention, and also is undermining the good bilateral relations. Wherein at times when the region needs more dialogue and open and
sorry, I'll stop moaning and groaning over here.
Condemns the violation.
Yeah,
of the
you're right, Philly cheese. Right? Yeah. How else will their elites get access to America's children? That's for sure. You know, Qatar there were a few Qataris, weren't there, in the Epstein files? Not to mention, and they, by the way, you know how Israel has a lot of influence on Iran, on the U.S. So does Qatar. Qatar and Saudi Arabia and the UAE do a lot of bribery in the United States. Anyway, so you know, the United States, of course, is where most of the pedos are. I'm just saying. All right.
Of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the UAE, and Jordan in this Iranian violation and attacks. And Qatar stands in solidarity with all the sisterly countries and support all the measures that will be taken to secure or ensure their security. The state of Qatar express condolences to the victim from Pakistani origins, and to their family as after he died in Abu Dhabi.
Invalid.
Because of these attacks, and also express its condolences to the state of the to the UAE and also to the Pakistan, and also stresses that trying to target civilians in a direct or indirect way is considered as a violation of all the international humanitarian law and can never be accepted under any circumstances.
What do you mean there's a psyop happening in my chat? What are you referring to, Philly Cheese?
In conclusion, the state of Qatar calls for immediate cessation of any escalation and to go back to the negotiation table and to continue to work in order to contain this crisis, in order to protect.
The negotiation has ended, and you know who ended it? The United States. The United States is the aggressor. They should be yelling at the United States. Why did the United States break off negotiations and begin attacking a sovereign country? Right?
Protect the interests of the countries and also to avoid any escalation that could have grave consequences on the region. And
yeah, you know why, Doug? Because North Korea has nuclear weapons, which is why Iran wants them, because we're not going to attack North Korea while they have nuclear weapons, which why it might, and I don't know if Iran even wants them, but you can understand why they might.
World, and we pray God to protect Qatar, its emir, and the population, and peace and blessings be upon you. Thank you, Ibrahim Sultan Al-Hashmi, representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And now we give the floor to Major General Abdullah Al-Khalifa Al-Muftah, representative of the Ministry of Defense. In the name of God, the most merciful, I welcome you to this joint press briefing.
Jesus.
And first of all, I would like to
okay, I'm going to see what else is on, guys.
My regards to my colleagues in the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and to reaffirm our coordination. And also, I welcome all the members of the media, the national and international media, and we thank you for conveying the exact and thorough information during these circumstances. Since the beginning of these attacks against our state, the Ministry of Defense has worked in order to provide a response, a comprehensive response in coordination.
Blah, blah,
with the
blah. Okay, I'm going to see here if we can
in
find
order
anything
to
else
ensure
about the Ayatollah being dead.
Safety and the safety of the population, and also the Ministry of Defense would also relays the official information. We share with you the following. We have sent several alerts or warning alerts in which we have ensured that the situation in the country is stable, and we were able to successfully intercept the several attacks. And also we have called the population to only get the information from the official sources and to avoid rumors, and also to avoid any suspicious
it's being claimed that Netanyahu was shown
and to immediately report it to number
that they're being shown Netanyahu was shown an image of the Ayatollah's body. Again, though, that would be coming from Netanyahu, and I don't know how they would have gotten a picture of the body.
Requested
so
from the citizens and
we
the
need
residents
verification.
to stay
I'm getting
at
annoyed
home
that
and not
like
to
Iran
leave,
doesn't. If they really,
for,
I think he probably is dead. I don't know why Iran hasn't showed us a picture or
danger
something.
Is gone. And as we continue to update or to get updates from the ground, we have continued to work with the several the relevant authorities, and we have reported 144 shrapnel across the country, including in the northern, southern, and central areas. And the number of casualties amounted to 8 people. 4 of them are in the hospital. One of them is heavily injured, and we
UN General Secretary can't be
There are other 4 injured that have already received the treatment and left the hospital.
Great.
In addition to the
guys,
material damages.
One second. This is what I mean about the UN. Okay, I would love there to be an international organization that actually has some muscle.
The residents and the visitors to follow the safety instructions, and also to stay alert.
So here we have
to follow all the instructions, to commit to the early alert or to the alert messages, not to leave.
So here we have an article basically saying this was what the UN meeting was about, all right, stupidly. This is what the head of the UN, I guess, what is the name? The Secretary General said the following. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres addressed the UN Security Council at the emergency meeting a few moments ago. He said he is not in a position to confirm Israeli media reports that Iran's supreme leader had been killed. Okay, well, that's great. He went on to say Guterres said he deeply regrets that the opportunity for diplomacy has been squandered over Iran. Wow, real strong response there. Real strong response there from the Secretary General of the UN. I'm so sorry that these negotiations have failed. Okay, yeah, who's to blame for that? Can we name names? Can we name names? Maybe the United States and Israel are to blame for that. All right. So that's good. That's good. Love that. I know, right, Matt Saigai? At this point, if there's no reason, like if they're not going to do a damn thing, what's the point of the UN? All right. Okay. Okay. Is it even possible to make a more muscular international system? No, I don't think so, Outer Signal, not right now. I suspect, Outer Signal, there would have to be something horrible happening internationally for that to happen. There would have to be a massive, like maybe if aliens invaded the planet, there might be a need for some international coordination with muscle, but I don't see it happening. Like while there's nation states will be the most important unit of power. So I don't know. Oh, great, Philly cheese. But don't worry, some of the UN turned their backs to the speaker and walked out. Wow. All right. Yeah. Okay. No, you're right, Outer Signal. I will say I'm exaggerating, Outer Signal. You're right. Fair correction. There are a lot of aid organizations in the UN that are important and do a lot of good work. But when it comes to like the international politics of it, they're kind of useless. All right. Anyway. So I remember, guys, during the what's the term? The Rwandan genocide, the UN was debating whether to sending more peacekeeping troops to Rwanda. They sent some, but not nearly enough, and they couldn't even use their weapons. And they got caught up, though. They were planning to send more peacekeeping troops. And this is not a joke, by the way. This is real history. But all those countries that wanted to send troops literally got into an argument about what color and what flag to paint on the vehicles they were sending. And that argument lasted months and months and months. And by the time they figured it out, the genocide was already over, essentially. And I personally think that was just an excuse because they didn't really want to have to send shit. But like, there's an example of the incompetence of the UN, that they would be arguing over what color to paint the goddamn vehicles to send. Whether or not that is actually what they were doing. Moving on. So, okay. So Iran appears, all right, yeah, we know this. We all know this shit. There are also stories of UN troops, for example, during the Bosnian genocide that would basically be witnessing sexual assaults happen, but then not be able to do anything about it. They'd have to watch from behind their walls as women were being assaulted, and then they couldn't do anything about it because they weren't allowed to use their weapons unless they were directly attacked. Anyway, there's a lot of issues here. I'm not even, okay.
For decades to come, but it would also create...
Yeah, but it's already been hit, Mayflower Kid. They've already struck the Dubai International Airport, I think.
Long problems for other rising Israeli rivals, or at least rivals in the Israeli view. I don't think that they themselves necessarily view themselves as rivals, such as Turkey. So, for instance, if you have Kurdish separatists breaking out of the Iranian territory.
Israeli ambulance service, but it seems to be
all right,
a difficult night for Israel.
I'm going to pause here, folks. I'm going to put my face up. So it appears, guys, that right now, nothing really new is happening at the moment. I mean, there's a whole war going on. The missiles flying back and forth. Reports are coming out of casualties in each of the states involved. We have right now conflicting reports of whether the supreme leader of Iran is dead. I suspect he is dead, but we haven't gotten verification of that yet. So I don't think so, Meowser. I don't think it's time to play Jackbox, okay? So I don't know. We will see if he is in fact dead. Any questions or things we want to talk about? Anything you guys want to talk about for a second? Oh, that was the Kuwait airport. Gotcha, Mayflower Kid. So there's a lot of issues right now. But it looks like we're kind of in a holding area time right now to see, and this will probably go on for a few days. Reports have shown that both Israel and the United States are planning for this operation to go on for a few days. So we'll probably be continuing to talk about this for a few days. All right. Okay. Let's talk about the Roomba thing. God. Any questions? Anyone see anything else in the news about this that I have not covered and or have any questions about history or what's going on or anything like that? No? All right. Oh, good God. Right. Wow. Love that for us. Isn't that great? Oh, Jonas, God. We're in a terrible situation. Yeah, I got you, Fetty Spaghetti. So, guys, I have been streaming now for over 6 hours, and I may come back on later, but I'm gonna need to take a break here so I can go eat and such, for my own sanity, etc. So I think I will do that. I'm gonna get off now, not in the sexual way, right? Thank you, Addercircle. Okay, so I'll get off now. I'm getting very tired, but so I'll do that. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. I will probably be coming. I may come back on later. All right, especially if there's a confirmation of these attacks, of the death of Khamenei. So okay, go to your human stuff, streamer. Thank you. No problem, Invalid Axiom. So glad you're here. All right. It is not 24-hour news, Nesquicker. How dare you? Okay. So I may come back on later. Again, I may even be on tomorrow, folks. Tomorrow's normally my day off. I might come on tomorrow if there's more happening. Can we all, for the Americans out there, guys, I'm not trying to call you out, but can we do something about this? Join a local organization, start helping get organized. We have the capacity to do resistance against this regime that is not only a threat to us, but is a threat to the globe. All right. So I've said before, the United States is a massive threat to the planet. We need to start working to fix these things. So, okay, we need to resist. All right. There are many different ways to do resistance. A national strike would be nice. There are other things that you could do that we probably can't talk about on here. But yeah, join your local DSA, join your local party for socialism and liberation. Join any organization that's organizing. Okay, join an Ice Watch organization. We need organization, we need planning, and we need to act in concert to resist this regime. Protesting alone is not enough. Okay, it is not enough. You can tell it's not enough. So we need more than that. All right. And okay. So there you go. Okay. Save not only our own lives, but also save the lives of people all around the planet. We need the American empire to go bye-bye. All right. Okay, guys. So I'm going to go now. Please, again, join the Discord if you haven't already. Let me do my sign off here for everyone who knows. You all know what I'm about to say. You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to not blindly listen to authority figures. That includes that you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, okay? Do not get caught in an information silo because, okay, see what other people are saying. Listen to other people, okay? Not just me. Second of all, we're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions because they're no longer providing the things people need. We need major reforms in this country, major changes. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't be a slug. Resist fascism. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It has been passed down in my family for many years. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. It is from the Civil War. Why do I have it back there? To remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste. You all have it in you to resist, okay? Our ancestors actually went through really hard stuff to do resistance, okay? So please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, Have a good rest of your day as best you can. I may come back on. If you are watching on YouTube, hit the bell icon to be notified on when I go live. If you join the Discord, you'll automatically be notified if you subscribe to the stream channel. All right. Everyone ready for this? Okay. Have a good rest of your day. Love you all very much.